Chat, what's up? How are you all doing? It's the big day. It is the big day. Sentinels K-Corp first game. Had I mean, should break some kind of records.
This stream
would think.
fast flashing
For sure, if it was like an hour later or like the second game, but I don't know why they changed it. I heard it was something to do with, well, I heard the rumors or something to do with K-Corp playing League or something as well. Slime Bunny with the 14 months. Thank you, thank you. I don't know if that's true or not. You never considered how much time Sentinels have to prep? They got just as much time as K-Corp. Doesn't change too much. My Yu-Gi-Oh with the 16 months. Thank you as well. Appreciate it.
Today, the best of the best will go head to head. Every #1 seed will take the stage and fight it out for a spot in the playoffs. Hello and welcome to day 3, número 3 of Masters
Sem played last yesterday and first today. Dude, I'll be honest. As long as the players can get their 8 hours sleep, it doesn't matter too much.
Oh yes, now I am. I just said one word.
I want to hear your Spanish.
Like the coaches have the same amount of time from when they know who they get.
And you live in Spain.
Like it doesn't.
Technically, I live in Berlin.
Trust me, if we're gonna complain about the schedule, we've seen way worse than this. Way worse than this. We've had people that played like 3 days in a row in other events where people haven't played. So this is like minor in comparison to everything else.
Okay, I'm down, but we're not going to get one because we're going to get into the matches and not have any tech bombs.
Absolutely. Before we get into that, though, let's talk about what happened here yesterday because it was our second day, and we had amazing matches, and it started with EDG versus Paper Rex. I thought, actually, Mimi, that history was going to repeat itself.
People played on the same day. Yeah, dude, there's so much. I don't even think that's worth talking about. I'll be honest. As long as the teams have the same amount of prep time, for me, it doesn't matter. It's not like K-Corp were sleeping while that game was on. Like they would have been watching it anyway. Could you make me a tune for the waiting screen? Bro, I'm down for that. You want to make some stuff for the loading screen? Sure. I'm down to listen and see what it's like.
Probably EDG is one of those scenes where we think of them, we think of Kankan, you know, the operator, the flashy plays here on the big stage, where actually that was not the case. That was not what led them to victory.
Wait, let's think. What time did the game end last night? The game ended at 10, 10:30, and then it starts at 4. Guys, there's not even... Why is anyone complaining about that? That's fine.
This was not only like superstar players on the field there, it was a master.
It's not even worth talking about.
Just about everything.
By far the best match of the tournament that we've had thus far. And I think the two teams that aren't necessarily, I'm saying, are the best in the tournament, but have
saw me struggling with the pick'ems
in their debut matchup. Both of these squads had really great ideas.
Yeah, I mean, the pick'ems are hard today, especially, I mean, this match is hard. This match is 50-50. You would maybe say that K-Corp have the chance to throw some curveballs, which could give them the advantage.
Heretics for losing this. One or 2 rounds different on that third map.
They got out of the arena at midnight, and they play at 4.
I think it represented the perfect matchup.
Am I the only one that thinks that that's so fine? And normally I'm one to like nitpick with a lot of this stuff if I'm like thinking it from the coach POV. Guys, how long do you lot sleep for? The coaches will get like the normal 2 hours, 4 hours sleep, and the rest of the team will be sleeping for their normal amount of time. It's not like they're on some weird sleeping schedule where they're not going to be awake at 4 o'clock or anything in time.
Of how good this KC versus Sentinels game is going to be today.
I love that you said it was a preview because, yeah, you're absolutely right. It was just a little teaser of how far this team's going to be pushed, right? But a lot of people might be asking what comes next. Well, we do have a Swiss bracket, so at the
normal
end of
2 to 4 hours. Yeah, the coaches get no sleep at events.
#2,
I averaged about 3 hours sleep at every event, I would say. Probably less. Honestly, probably less. Bacon, that guy didn't sleep, I don't think. He was a lunatic. But it's fine, as long as the team gets sleep, I think it's fine.
But I think Genji EDG is going to be a sleeper banger. EDG is in great form right now. Like we were talking about earlier, they've refined their playstyle a lot.
Must complain about every little thing. Bro, if you guys are going to complain about anything, complain about the fact that maybe we need to see some visual representation of randomness when they do the draw. You guys are complaining about the wrong thing. You're complaining that teams don't have 15 hours to sleep. You guys need to pick and choose your battles, and you're battling the wrong things.
To cast your vote right now, and I have to ask you guys, what was your reaction when that draw came on?
I mean, crazy, because you were talking about not having a lot of time to prepare, but actually everybody had like the same time. It's the resting time that you're going to need, and obviously the kind of.
How can you even work and think with no sleep? You'd be surprised, man, when it's like when pretty much like this becomes your life essentially. Like this is one of your big moments. The amount of adrenaline you get pretty much just pushes you through loads. You'd be surprised. Like this is everything.
Interviews and all that, and I was like, I hope that you're going straight to bed.
Oh my gosh, but like, you know, that just goes to show how competitive this tournament is, right? And just how much pressure our teams
Can EDG beat Gen G?
Let's
for sure, bro.
take a moment to check in
Probably like a 65-35
culture, this
around
kind
that.
of, you know, competitive environment might be a bit of a shocker for them, especially since a lot are doing their
Might even
first
be
international tournament
closer
ever.
than that.
Yeah, I mean, it is impressive.
Coffee?
that
Nah, I
we
don't
had
like coffee,
so
bro.
many new players qualifying to the stage here in Madrid, and pretty much every single one of them has showed up and played excellently. The numbers differ a little bit. That's ACS on your screen between domestic and global. But what matters is they're having the same impact, having the same big moments. None of our rookies have disappointed yet, which is astounding.
And in such different roles, right? It's not only the
Is
duelists
Heretics
coming in,
Paper X
just
an
adding that
elimination
new
game?
super young
Yeah.
player to your squad. We have
Might he
Sentinels,
enjoy it?
IGLs,
Nah, I don't really
Fearless,
enjoy
all
any
support
kind of hot
players.
drinks.
I love the fact that 2024 is shaping this way.
Yeah, even new IGLs to
Yeah.
this global stage. John QT's been in the game for a long time, but this is a
Yeah,
big
dude, I
step
forgot it was a
to be
weekend
leading
today. I'm not
Sentinels.
gonna
He
lie
looked
to you.
great on that stage.
It
Everyone
is
of
a
these
Saturday.
players
I kind of
has been
forgot that
showing
earlier.
up. For me, this is already shaping up to be one of the most competitive global events we've had yet.
Absolutely, and it's as we mentioned earlier, right? It heralds a new chapter of VCT. It heralds a new chapter of Valorant. So let's get into it. Let's talk about today's first matchup. It's the Clout match. Sentinels
K-Corp run
versus
any interesting
Carmine
comps?
Corp.
Oh,
There's
for
already
sure.
been a lot
They've got
of
quite a
talk
few, to
about
be
this
honest.
one on socials. You can see all of the fans just basically battling it out almost on social media. We have the fans. I can see a lot of blue over there. Understandably.
There's a whole wall
There's a
of
whole-
it.
there's a whole wall.
Some have been saying, but I mean, you even see it in this tweet. Carmine Core and Sentinels promising to use the opponent's bundle of the classic for whoever wins this one. These are the
Sentinels saying
no,
no.
no. Celsius will do it, I think.
The toughest thing for John QT is during Ramadan. It's same for Shin, right?
No, he'd do it. He's a big
I think they-
supporter
I think
of
they-
the bundles.
I think that's right.
Specifically his own.
Yeah. To say the least, I would say. But yeah, I mean, like, these are massive matchups, and as we mentioned, like, you know, there are a lot of new faces that are coming
and
in
Reigns,
here, and,
yeah.
for Sentinels and for Carmine Core, I think that, you know, the new
We had a
flavor of
rough
these
one.
two
What was
teams
it?
is what makes
Reykjavik.
this match so exciting, right? We saw an era where
Reykjavik,
Sentinels
the
was,
second
like,
Reykjavik
very
against
game
Loud.
heavy, very,
I think after the
superstar-like,
second
and now we're
map,
seeing almost like a
like
hybrid
coming into the
now.
third
Yeah,
map,
absolutely.
the
Sentinels is
players
the
could
best they've
just
ever looked,
eat.
and I think maybe
They did give
Loud
us an
and
extra
Heretics
like
are,
5
the most
minutes
electric fan
pause
bases that we
in
have
between the
in
maps to
Valorant.
eat. So that was
Every
kind of
North
nice.
American fan
But it was still a
loves
nightmare.
Sentinels.
Like they don't really
Everyone from France is France.
they don't really
Right?
adjust the
They
they don't really adjust the schedule
somehow picked up.
for it,
But
which is
everyone from
kind of
France is
fair.
clearly putting support
But I
behind this
think they
Carmine Core
could
squad as well. You
maybe
know the
just
fans
like
are really
move some
loud.
things
Yeah,
around.
exactly. Yesterday was crazy for Heretics. I do not expect anything else less from the Casey fans.
Well, look at what we have here. We have a very interesting matchup just because of this series, right? We have Tense and Magnum back on the stage, back facing each other once again. I think it's been a few years since we've seen this.
It was the late 1800s last time we
A few centuries
play
ago.
up against each other. It feels like it's been that long back.
Yeah, exactly. Magnum was in Fnatic. Tense was in his prime back, also in
He's
Sentinels.
in his prime now, Dan.
No, but they are both in their second prime if you think about it. 'Cause after that, Magnum, yes, he did go to play at the next Masters Reykjavik back then, and Tense
Do,
had only been
man,
back
I
for
think
that lock-in,
K-Corp
right?
have a chance to get an
We're
advantage.
longing for this moment where
Map
they're
ban
going to
wise.
be back head-to-head against each other on
I
their
really
second
think
prime,
so.
even,
But I think
also
if we
in
see
and
the
also
split
in different roles, different
Lotus.
situations. Tense advancing and moving on as a player, as a
What
new
did I-
role.
I had it
Magnum
down
also
earlier in
on
my
the
head,
IGL,
I
talking
can't
about
remember
those
what I said.
responsibilities and how they're merging with their new teams.
Yeah, it's been such a growth for both these players. When Tense was playing on that Reykjavik stage,
Split
he was
Sunset and
running around
Lotus.
killing people on Jet.
He was the biggest star in Valorant.
Yeah, he was an agent.
I'm
of
interested to
chaos.
see
He
what
was a star
K-Corp,
player. and now he's evolved so
pick.
much. He's playing on the
I think
He's
if
playing on
K-Corp
the moment. He's
decide
so
to
much more
pick
of a team player,
Icebox,
and he has a
then
really
they
a
have
much
the
more
advantage.
cohesive team around
That's
him,
where
just
I'm at.
because Valorant has evolved so much. But it's the same for Magnum. He was kind of under Boaster's mentorship, not really
That's what I would
as big
pick
a
if I was
voice
K-Corp.
on that team. He was
But we don't
flashing his
really
teammates in
know
grand finals last time we saw him. Now
don't
he's
really know how
very
their
easy no, but it just goes to
Icebox
show
has
how
been
much
going
he's
in
improved
practice.
that he'll never
Oh
let
my
that
goodness.
flash down. How much he's improved that he's now going and leading KC
And now
to
he
the
plays
title in EMEA
Sentinels.
and beating Boaster.
Well, you
Prodigy,
guys
hello,
just
mate.
basically, like, probably made
How's
me
things
sweat
going?
here just thinking of the pressure these IGLs are
Yeah.
on, right? But Carmine Corp, they were able to withstand all of that pressure of the big stage and pick up a huge win, 2-0 over FPX. Mimi, what did you think of that match?
So I think a lot of people look at this and will be thinking that, oh, this is FPX. How did they lose so many rounds? How is it so close? I disagree with that. Zeiss in the press conference said that there's 44 teams in the International League. Only 8 of them made it. Every team deserves their slot. Every match is going to be close. And I don't think KC looked in their best form. I think it's probably the weakest we've seen them all of this year, relying a lot on individual.
They could have lost
plays, on
Icebox against
kind of late round
FPX.
adaptation. They looked a little bit shaky, but that
Yeah,
doesn't actually
I agree.
worry me,
I
because
agree that
think they
FPX
just
lost that
needed
map.
one match like this to warm up,
But
especially 'cause it's
even
against
though
FPX,
FPX
has a
lost that map, it
super
still would have
different,
been.
super
It's not like it
chaotic
would have
style of
100%.
Sentinels is a team
Even
that's
with
lot
a
more
clean
preppable,
3,
that
like say they
plays
didn't win the
a lot more
3v5
style
or the
similar to
3v5
Yeah,
or the
similar to what they're
1v2,
used to playing, which
it's still a
I think
close
will
game
make this
even
matchup not
if those other
easier
rounds
by
went the
any
other way.
means, but
That's
a little more
the issue.
comfortable stylistically for KC,
So it's not like it's
especially in that
100%, but
warm-up
I agree with
aspect.
what you're saying.
The setting was also different, right? Because you're coming onto the big stage. I think that it was a pressure test, especially the way that FPX plays, and I think they passed it. Now moving on, as you're saying, to a different team. I think that they showed some of the
FPX has a chance against Loud for sure. They
They
should get a map. Like they should win Lotus or Ascent. Everyone who plays against Loud should win Lotus or Ascent. So everyone playing against Loud should always win a map in my eyes. So in that case, it's going to be close. Saint, hello mate. The 8 months. K-Corp 2-0, Genji 2-0, FPX 2-1, Heretics 2-0. Okay, I like it. It's bold.
Coach, let me grab you here, my brother. How you doing? Feeling good today?
Yeah, today is okay. Yeah,
You got a big matchup today. We've seen Sentinels pull off some pretty interesting strategies going into their matchup yesterday against Heretics. So you think you have anything clever for this matchup today?
To be honest, I want to say like Sentinels, they're like really great team. I respect them, their coaching staff, their like I don't know club and their roster. So I feel like it should be. I hope it will be like interesting match.
Well, I think we're all very much anticipating it, man. Best of luck to you, brother. You have a good one. Back to you guys.
It's gonna be a very interesting match.
Have I
for
seen the
sure. And
Woohoojin
just wanna
drama?
point out
Bro,
that
I
there
literally
is
don't.
a spy of
I only kind of
sorts on
knew who he
Carmine
was like
Corp,
2
right?
weeks
We do
ago.
narrate
So not
who is
really.
ready to show NA what they've lost.
I don't really follow
one
much drama when it comes to this stuff. If it's not like competitive stuff, I don't really care normally.
Time and time again. Of course, it happened in EMEA, but his debut here in the international stage was electric. So many times where he was getting the multi-kills, where he was getting the clutches, especially when the team needed it the most. He was the one bringing that round that turns things around and puts it on favor of KC. Again, from the roles that he's playing, coming from being a duelist to becoming one of the best supportive players.
Yeah, he wasn't bad when he played in NA.
He wasn't bad.
That's not the reason why Mad Lions had a pretty terrible season in Challengers. The reason he's great now is because he has a team and a coach that is building him up. He's been taken off Duelist for a lot of maps, switching over to the Gecko, to the Fade, playing these roles.
He got
that
his
are new to
account
him,
boosted.
And that's all in the coaching
Fair
staff,
enough.
Zeiss and Eng's
I mean,
vision. They saw the talent
probably
in
not
this
meant
guy,
to do that,
and now
but-
they're molding him into not
It's
just a
like,
wild
okay.
superstar going out and fragging in tier 2 games.
If that's
but someone
what he
who
wants to do
fits
for
this
marketing,
team
I mean, it's probably
system,
smart,
and
but
he's great and
I get it.
disciplined in the util,
Probably
and
be
still
open
have
about
those
it.
superstar moments.
Pretty much where I
You
sit.
gotta respect about how Coach Ang is just able to
Chat,
make,
you know what
Kingmaker,
people
right?
have where they
And
love
also
like
bring
drama and all that
superstars
stuff,
out of
or like even like
the
celebrities and stuff like
biggest
that, and they'll
rookies
put
are-
like
and
celebrities
comparison
or
there, too,
anyone
because
that
I
has
think
like any
Capitals
kind
had
of
the
like
same
clout
thing
on a
with Tennis.
pedestal.
I think Tennis
Whatever
and
that
Serena
is in
very
people's
similar, where they
brains,
had this
I think I have
incredible amount of raw
literally
talent
zero
that
of
was
it.
waiting to
Diamond in
be
the rough.
refined,
Like
and we've
full
seen that for
zero.
both of them now.
I
we
just
did,
don't,
sit
I
down
couldn't
with,
care
Shin
less.
and narrate
Like
to
I
talk
really
about Team's
couldn't.
glow up. So let's check it out with Sideshow, who sat down with him.
What's up? I'm here with Narrate and Shin from Karmine Corp. Excellent to have you here at Masters Madrid. Shin, I want to start with you because you've seen the worst and you've seen the best. You really have gone through so much in what is a fairly short career playing at the top level in Valorant. Can you talk me through some of the emotional ups and downs of being on Karmine Corp for the last couple of years?
Yeah, I think it was like really hard, like for the first year, the last year. We didn't expect such results, and the only thing I can tell is like I'm really glad that I have a second chance with the results we did last year, because it was like really depressing. But now like team changed, the way we work changed, so like kinda I'm hyped up again, like to play again. It was kinda hard last year because like with the new Zera leaving the team, we had some problems in the teams, so it was a bit depressing. But I feel like everything changed in the team now. I mean, in the new team, like we have a good environment. Everybody likes each other, and it's really cool to play.
Yeah, I've been following the Karmine Corp stuff behind the scenes. Org's putting out very good videos, and it seems like the team culture is working very, very well. Narrate, can you talk to me a little bit about what the environment behind the scene is like? Because you guys are practicing a ton. It feels like you're all very involved with everything you're doing, hyping each other up at all times. It seems like a very positive atmosphere.
I mean, we all are like very like hungry players. We're all new to like this like VCT and new experience, so we all want to win. We all want to do everything we can to win. So I think that's like the first quality. We all just want to be here. And the second one is obviously we have our coaches who definitely lead us really in the right direction. We have like obviously Eng, who's really smart. He gives all the details in the game while also being not making it like super like tense atmosphere. He's always super casual and like really friendly with everybody. Same thing with Zeish. And we also have a performance coach, UN, and he's really helpful on like even going past like just like the surface level like friendships and stuff like that, trying to make us like really know how to work together as a team. And it's definitely really important for a lot of teams. Like obviously Fnatic last year had him, and I think it helped them a lot. And for us, I can definitely feel it that everybody is being helped by this, and it just brings us all closer together, like just naturally, and we know how to deal with certain situations, with how to talk to people and stuff like this, so we never run into like, oh, this guy's just mad at this person all the time for something that happened in the past. Like everyone gets over stuff pretty easily, and yeah, it's just everyone's really chill.
So, I mean, talking about chill, when you guys begin matches, Zeish is hyping you up by asking, what is the color? And you guys are responding blue. So I wanted to kind of quiz you a little bit, because if you're the blue experts, if you're the color experts, I wanted to get some opinions, right? So, 3 colors. They may all look like blue. No, you fools. One of these is called periwinkle. Which one do you reckon is periwinkle?
Periwinkle.
Guy on the left.
Periwinkle is like a goofy name.
1, 2, or 3?
It's like goofy on.
Yeah, goofy name. Like the third one looks like a goofy color as well.
Goofy color.
Goofy
All right,
color.
Shin reckons this one is periwinkle.
Yeah.
Correct. That's glaucous, indigo, and periwinkle. What are colors? Just ridiculous.
Glaucous blue.
All right. What's the color?
That's not even blue.
Oh, you're like asking us a question?
Yeah, what's the color?
Yeah, no comment.
What's the color?
No comment.
Teal.
I mean, nearly. That one's teal, actually. What's the color?
Really?
I don't know.
None of them are blue.
Yeah.
All right, what about this
No
one?
blue.
One of these is the Karmine Corp blue, but the other 2
Guy on the
are
left,
not.
right? They got a dark blue.
I mean,
I know
I
this
think
one.
it's.
1, 2, or 3?
I mean,
We tell him
You're
the
not
same
wearing Karmine
no,
Corp
no,
blue.
no.
Yeah.
It's just,
You ready?
all right.
3, 2, 1, 1. No way.
No way.
Shin's correct.
Yeah.
It is
But
number
like,
1.
it's not the same color.
Yeah, but the
no, I
one,
know.
like the logo we use, like in VCT.
Oh, it's logo
I mean,
color.
I was just thinking of the jersey.
No,
Yeah,
no,
same.
I said one.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
For
well,
sure,
you-
for sure I would have.
Yeah. You've managed to dig yourself out of the hole.
Yeah, 100%.
You can still apply for that French citizenship.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me, both of you, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Damn, Sideshow, that was quite tricky. I thought it was
It's warm up.
Damn.
I love that warm up.
I need that.
He's
need
in
that.
the
I need
zone
that.
right now. Look at him getting the massage.
Who is that? Is that Zeish?
Shin. Oh, giving the massage?
Yeah, give it.
Actually, I don't know.
I think it might have been Zeish.
Who was it?
Zeish, yeah, that
Wow.
is for sure, right?
That's some warm
He's
up.
saying hello to us. Hello, Zeish. We love you.
Hi. Hello. Well, of course, on the other side, though, I don't see Sentinels getting any massages or getting any warm massages, but they are very resilient. I mean, we saw that yesterday when they were down. Mimi, Coach Kaplan called a timeout, and they picked it back right up.
Yeah, it was this impressive comeback in Van, because this map honestly started off dreadful. Heretics was running them over with the retakes, and then it took one timeout. Kaplan got his input, and Sentinels rallied.
Exactly, and it's actually they
And
started
I'm excited to see the maps. The maps could actually go kind of anywhere.
Today, they need those stronger starts,
Very confident that
to close out the match.
Sentinels pick split.
That timeout from Kaplan being like, guys, they're wrapping you up.
I think I'm pretty confident that they should have that map unless they lose like double pistol. Then it's like, then what happens?
I hate that expression, but
Probably pick an icebox.
Can we break that down?
Might pick a sunset.
The way it sounds, it has nothing like pop. Yeah, I mean, there are words that I don't like in English. I assume that there's, but going back to it.
I like all words. I think they're beautiful. But I think this comeback.
That needs a good start. They had bad starts.
The press conference last night.
Every map, maybe? Every map.
He thinks the team is blessed because
yeah, I guess every map yesterday. Or Val, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you.
Some crazy things, which means that now the team has this really wholehearted belief that in any one of these situations where they're down, they're not.
What do I think the maps are?
They can actually make that
Split
happen. And
something. Lotus, probably Split Sunset Lotus. But I can see Split Icebox and then either Lotus or Sunset.
Yeah, exactly. But if we are going to
pretty much where I'm at.
Crown them the winners of this Masters, we need to see more. We need to see them actually setting the foot into the maps, into the whole ecosystem and the entire match.
Yeah, I'm eager to see what that next level will be from Sentinels and eager to see how #blessed they truly are. So let's send it back to Golden Boy, who spoke with Coach Kaplan earlier.
Live, laugh, love.
Oh boy.
Coach Kaplan.
Cyber, thank you so much for the 6 months. Appreciate you.
Moments of your time. Good to see you, brother. All right, man. This is obviously a quick turnaround time for you guys. Really, how you feeling about the squad going into it? Are you feeling comfortable, especially against a formidable opponent in Carmine Court?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough game. They've had 2 nights to rest and 1 full day to clean up their game. We've had 1 full night to rest, and in the case of us, coaches not rest. It's not fair, and it doesn't make any sense. That being said, we're no stranger to tough roads, and we're not taking any excuses. We're here to win, and if we lose, that's on us. So.
See, I just don't know, man. I just don't agree with that. I think it's fine. Minnie, where are you at with it?
Conditions are tough for this team, but as you mentioned, as we kept talking about earlier, they have.
This always happens in events. Someone will always have like less rest.
For sure, they're definitely used to these situations. In Americas, they played more rounds of Valorant than the rest of the teams in playoffs combined. They went through every game of playing.
At least a thing. Thank you so much for the 13 months.
It has been a really long run for them to make it here. Even in the offseason, they played more than any other team in Americas. This is a squad that is no stranger to these kind of circumstances. Kaplan was telling me before the Americas final, 3 hours of sleep. He told me last night, 5. So it's already an improvement.
I love the fact that we're seeing also the same kind of thing for K-Corp, right? They had to play through that lower bracket into the play-in and then go on to get that revenge and win in the finals. This is a very similar story, but I think they had an easier time and they surprised us more. I feel like Sentinels were like fighting against the waves time and time again, but they managed to do it here. I love the way that Kaplan has that winner mentality of no excuses if we lose.
I think Swiss doesn't suit Valorant. Because of this or because of that potential anti of just like not knowing who you're going to play? Is that what you're saying? Some team always is at a slight disadvantage because of the draw and the times. But I think that works in brackets anyway.
What makes this match, really deadly for both teams, right? You have such little prep time, and that means that's where the anti comes in. There's no other way. You just have to outthink and outplay each other, right? But a big part of that also is like the energy that Sentinels brings, and I think a big
with
part
brackets
of that
you can at least guess who you're playing.
See it, right? You can see how he'll just yell on
Which you're kind of doomed a bit
smile,
more. Yeah, but I still think 2 weeks coming into this, you just anti everyone. Like, did you guys not when you did events just anti like it was like a 16 team event? Did you not just like have rough anti on like 8 teams or something that you knew were on your bracket? Wait, really? Bro, I didn't give Bacon a day off, man. He was antiing everyone. You guys didn't anti everyone and have base anti on all maps, so you knew what maps you were going to play early? Really?
Those things that are less easy to point out and that are easy to point out, like his clutches, are both so impactful for Sen's win yesterday.
Well, when you talk about these 2 teams, you actually cannot
Did
talk
Boaster do
about
it
them
or just
without
you,
talking
Mini?
about the duels. We have Second versus
Is this because you have Boaster? Because I guess Bacon would do a lot.
We talked about him earlier. How exciting!
I find that
these,
mad,
you know,
man.
They have the same kind of like agent pool. They kind of mirror each other in a way. So this head-to-head is going to be so exciting.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that Zekin did a brilliant job yesterday. I think that he was being extra aggressive when the team needed it most. Probably, you know, Celsius was on his ear being like, just my man, just jump in.
Just go in. We got you.
And also the combination of him and Tense is going to be very similar to the one that we're going to see between Narrate and Martin. And, you know, probably we haven't talked about Martin so much because we've been focusing on Narrate, but this is the same. And
Yeah, it's
Martin
interesting.
brings
Everyone, I guess
something
everyone has a
different to the team. He's
different
going
way
to
of
be
doing it.
on the Euro. He's going to be on his own and making this plays in some of the instances. But the electricity from both have to be ready on stage.
Did Zekin almost just fall out of his chair when we came into that clip?
I think so.
So normally you would know like the side of your map, and then we can kind of work out like what our veto is early and what maps we have to like super focus on the 2 weeks before. That's how we used to do it.
It is kind of messed up that his stats didn't show those 2 extra kills.
Hey, they did say that like
Mostly because we
John
never
Fury
had a
did
good
say,
map
like,
pool,
hey,
though, to be
if he
fair.
has to kill me in order to win the round, then so be it, right? I will be the sacrificial lamb. But I think that, you know, these, again, you point out how like this tandem is going to be so interesting to watch. You know, you have Zekin and Tenth, you have Martin and Narrate. That's going to be where my eyes are at actually on this match, because it's going to be, it's going to boil down to the wire, especially since we've talked about all of the pressure that these teams are going through. And at the same time, this is a breakout for John Cutie as an IGL.
Well, yeah, it absolutely is. This guy has been grinding in Tier 2 for a long time. Started his career in the MENA scene, moved over to Canada for college, competed there in Tier 2, finally made it to Tier 1 with Sentinels, and now he's IGLing his first global tournament, which is really impressive. He's also
Have they done match
reunited
yet? No,
with
not
Coach
yet.
Kaplan, who they played together back in Tier 2, and I think the system that both of them have built is really parallel to the impact that the coaches have in KC. For my money, these two teams are the two
Should be coming up
that
pretty
have
soon,
the
though.
strongest read on the meta right now. I think Sentinels finds a great balance between playing meta stuff like that Gecko comp they switched to on Bind and doing things that enable their players that is more based on comfort. And on the other hand, for
Minnie's
KC,
had
they're
enough
playing
today.
stuff that no one else is, that I think is also on the forefront, like those their split comp where they're playing the double smokes and the Yoru. Both these teams have such great ideas and also such electric individuals. This is going to be a fantastic match.
Oh yeah, for sure. But for now, we're gonna take a little break from that discussion because it is time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team had the toughest draw for round 2, and the results are in. People think it is Carmine Core. Bea, do you agree?
One of my go-tos when doing an all-nighter, at events I would just find like an album or like 2 albums that I really like and just absolutely blast it.
Again, she's twisting my words. That's not what I said.
But I also like, I don't know, man. I'm telling you, adrenaline when you go to the events and like just the pure drive to win is a crazy thing.
I think it's very jarring because KC
I never really felt too tired. Only like when the event had like done, then you feel like, or once you're actually like out of the event, then you can kind of sleep.
Get on a bus. And Mimi, can't they get here by train?
Don't get me started talking about trains. Don't get. I'll ruin how long.
Kind of music do I like?
2 minutes,
I like more
36
like
seconds.
heavier stuff. I like people screaming in my ear.
But
The first time
Helps
I'll
me
say
concentrate.
That, maybe the last two.
But yeah, making it here for some of the KC fans is very important because we've known how the support has been unconditional for this team and definitely is going to give them some edge.
Yeah, and I'm eager to see how Sentinels will be playing up against a kind of sort of the home court of Carmine Corp, right? They're gonna have to deal with the blue wall that has showed up in support of this team. So they're gonna be looking like the villains, but that is no stranger. Annie is no stranger to that role, I would say. But for now, while we are waiting,
I feel like
for
all
maps
nighters
like
affect the
Mimi,
coaching in your
I'm
match
thinking,
itself.
like,
Nah,
right now
it doesn't
we
make
can
too much
see
difference.
that our teams are getting ready,
You only have to
and
do,
I think, like,
you only have to
you
just
can
work
feel
out
that
what's
energy.
going on.
You
It's
can
not
feel
like,
that energy coming out, and I believe
not
our
too bad.
coaches are standing by for map select. So let's listen in.
All right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. We will start with the first
Old
one
to
of the
Bridge,
day.
yeah,
Sentinels
some of their
Partners,
old
you
albums
get
were
the
banging,
draw,
bro.
so you will get to choose Team A or
New
Team
stuff, not so much.
Team A.
Team A.
Wendy Hulk, thank you so much for the 5 months.
TC will be Team B, and Sentinels, we will start with your first band.
Ban Icebox.
Icebox, your band.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset, and
Pick
map
Split.
number 1 from Sentinels.
Pick Split.
Split, side on
Pick
split.
Defense.
Defense.
Sunset?
Map number 2.
Breeze?
Pick Lotus.
Lotus.
Okay,
Side
third
on
map
Lotus.
is gonna be Sunset.
Pick Attack.
Attack. Okay, next set of bands, starting with Sentinels, you have Ascent, Bind, and Breeze.
Wait, they banned Sunset.
Ban
Wait,
Ascent.
in Ascent, your ban. You have bind.
Wait, what am I doing? I'm sleeping here.
Ban Breeze. So map number 3 is going to be bind. Sentinel, side on bind.
Attack.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
Thank you.
But that's not how I thought this one going.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy. I think that
Why did they
probably
ban
these two
Sunset?
maps are the
They're really
best
scared
we
of them
can
on
get from all these
Sunset.
things. I would've
They
changed
were never
maybe
going to
the
pick
bind for
it.
the
It was always going to be
Sunset,
third
but
map.
actually, the fact that neither of them played the Breeze, what was going to happen with that map, it may be a crazy
They all kind of
pick
like
or
the same
maybe
maps, these
a
two.
very ballsy ban, but I love the fact that we're getting split, that we're getting Lotus. This is perfect for this matchup.
It's the best possible map pool for a match I'm so excited for.
What else do they ban?
I can feel the excitement
Yeah, it's true.
already, so let's get this day started.
It's guess
gonna
it's
be
true.
Sentinels versus Carmine Corp first, and later on we have EDG versus Gen G. That is day 3.
I would have been
Masters
tempted to
Madrid,
ban
and it
Split,
starts
from what
right
I've seen though,
about now.
Mini. I feel like this is the map that they're most likely to lose, but they have been getting results on it, but I'm not sure that's... I don't know, we'll see. Like when I look at the Fnatic game, I think you guys messed up a little bit, and it was more just down to some of the Yoru stuff, I guess. I don't know, we'll see. The retake's been looking nice.
EDG, fourth time is the charm as they finally bested Paper Rex.
对于我来说，这是一个 PRX 是一座山吧，然后我们跨越这座山，全面的一个决斗者，不仅仅只靠我的名句，对，因为我的信念吧，因为我要变成世界第一人。
지금의 진지는 그래도 이제 청소년기가 조금
Hello Yampy, how we doing?
그런 사람인 것 같아요.
How the pets doing? Not bad.
IGL링 방식 자체가
Eating is less and less every day, so
팀원들이
that's
잘하는
good.
플레이 방식을 약간 돋워주면서 더 잘할 수 있게.
Genji, crush loud, looking so good.
我觉得他们对于我来说是家人，所以说他们一直的相信，一直的对我的肯定，一直对我的支持，所以说我要做得更棒，所以说。
Dazzle, thank you so much for the Prime, bro. Appreciate it.
失望，所以说我觉得
Thank you.
我会带着这些东西一起前进，跟我的家人们。
저희가 남아있는 경기들도 좋은 성적으로 걷어갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Any predictions for a match against Sentinels? So is it nostalgic being back with them? And how do you think it could go?
It's weird to be honest, because it's like happening deja vu, I'd say. Yeah, it's like it's been 3 years. It's been a long time, so yeah, it would be quite cool to face them again, and this time to take the win.
Playing against Carmine Corp is definitely going to be tough. Narrate, I already knew he was a strong player when he was playing challengers here in NA. He was putting up really good numbers. Even
Europe feeling nervous?
Strong.
It is a straight up 50-50 game. I would maybe still be a little bit more confident with the Sentinels pick after I'd seen the map pool.
For NA teams, and I think they were extremely well. It just I kind of got unlucky. The teams that qualify from NA are not like the teams that I expected to
But it's,
play for last season. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm here in Carmine.
Take up
Corp, and
love,
we're obviously doing
prep.
way better than those teams I was talking about. To be honest, like revenge is not really on my mind. I'm just really excited to play the NA teams at least, because like, you know, I could have been in their region playing, but now I'm in a different region playing with a new team. NA isn't the only region that can be dominant. There can always be European teams or NA players going to different regions and still performing like really well.
Second is so mechanically just filthy. Look at him go! Many people had no idea this guy is just giving him hell.
Zekken is an incredible player. I think we've all known this. He's just Zekken.
I would say the difference between 2022 Zekken and right now, I have a lot more experience than I did 2 years ago, and I'm a lot more confident in myself as a player than I was.
Going up against Sentinels will be quite a challenge. They're probably
Adam, appreciate you. Thank you for the 11 months.
For me, I don't really think about winning or losing. I just think about
Love
playing
that
the game.
from you, Adam.
For me,
Thank you, man.
I'm
Appreciate you.
learning as I go.
As a whole team, I think Carmine Corp is very strong, but I believe that I can outduel anyone in the world.
Been the underdogs? Dude, I'm not sure anyone's an underdog in this. I'm telling you, it is just like a straight up 50-50.
One of the biggest matches of Masters Madrid is coming right up. Sentinels versus Carmine Corp. The kickoff winners of their respective regions, NA versus EMEA, is a tale as old as Valorant itself. But Mimi, it's matchups like these that signal a whole new chapter of this rivalry.
It absolutely is. Both these teams have massive fan bases behind them, people cheering them on. But for both
Kaplan's posture, bro, he's probably had 1 hour sleep, man. Leave him alone. Poor guy. Last thing he cares about, right? Dude, all he's doing is just thinking about, man, I can't wait to get in that chair. Just want to get in that chair. Don't want to be standing here.
Just because of that Swiss stage, we get to see them head-to-head today. Maybe some would say a little early, but this is probably one of the matches that people were expecting the most. And not only the people, also the players. Of course, for Sentinels, they want to go up against the big guns of EMEA, and for EMEA, it's never different.
5 hours? Dude, that's a good amount, honestly.
Yesterday, and Martin was like saying that bunny is good luck for him. So if that bunny comes out, you know he's dropping 40K, apparently.
Le bon lapin.
You said it, now you cursed it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This desk, I forget the power that this desk has sometimes. But you know, these two teams. If you told me that we would be seeing this match in, you know, the first international event that Valorant has, I would have been like alternate universe.
Check DMs, yeah, sure, sounds good. Infamous where? Twitter or Discord?
I think the things to be excited for are first of all the map pool. We're starting on split. Sentinels looked
sounds good, bro.
unbeatable on this map in Americas, and it was the exact same for Carmine Corp. But they play incredibly different styles, playing the Yoru noise denial comp with this double dive for Carmine Corp, and playing the old standard comp, but just executing on it incredibly well. For Sentinels, this is a map about their protocols and how strong they are at finding the right timings on defense, at making the right calls.
With the veto of Sunset, this is the map that K-Corp in theory would have 100% known was happening. So they should have insanely good prep on it. But Sentinel should know that as well. And I imagine if you were I'm trying to remember what we've seen from it. Maybe A Heaven's weak, because there's always someone playing over towards site, so maybe they prioritize a lot of A Heaven. Like the most obvious thing when I think about the Sentinels play. They always play someone on A site.
The issue here is, for Sentinels, 14 hours of prep since their game last night. You gotta sleep for at least some of those. And on the other hand,
thanks for not running ads randomly. What? Bro, I only run ads when there's a timer. Why'd I run ads randomly? Wait, do people do that? I guess thanks for saying that. People do that? Wait, really? Damn, that's outrageous, bro. That's outrageous.
Duo also combined with Magnum and how he's going to be initiating and gathering that information is going to be key to the success of Casey.
Everyone's seen Sentinel's comp before, but if you haven't watched Carmine Corps, the things to look for is how they're pairing the teleports in their comp.
Dude, that's shameless. That is shameless, man. We'll have a word when we do the. I'll bring it up when we do the co-stream together.
They're so dynamic in the way that they double dive on their retakes on defense and on their attack site hits.
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget about the Astro as well. Another key element.
That's
there.
Wild.
Well, let's get this match started and bring in your casters. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, forget the bundles. forget the clout. This is two teams, #1 seed in their respective regions, going at it for that straight shot to playoffs. It's all on the
You get to
line
decide.
here
Yeah, you
right
just
now.
push a button, bro.
We are expecting
But I just
an
make sure that
absolutely
it's always when
incredible
the
series
timer's
between
on.
the teams.
Especially given the map pool that we have in front of us. These are the teams playing at the top of their pools. And they're the teams coming from the regions that have lifted trophies in the past. The #1 seeds coming out from Americas
Right.
and from
Foss, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the 10 months. Okay.
Tossed the coin and it landed
Let's
on
see.
a goated match.
K-Corp against Sentinels.
We set our sights
Start off
here
with
on
the split. Sentinels on attack, K-Corp on defense.
Very good map for both of these teams.
Ike as well. Ike Gaming, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the whole year, dude. With the tier 3 as well. A whole year with the tier 3.
Both of these squads down to their retakes, the fundamentals.
Turo as well. Thank you very much, bro.
Maybe we might see that being picked apart.
Casey looking to see if there's any aggression at mid here. Sentinels, you can see just from their
The
pistol.
Cloud Battle on Twitter, bro. Both of these teams just have such an insane following.
Did not buy the blast packs. Go for the boom bot instead. Full utility on the sky. Looking to try and play a more default.
Nice at the moment.
Punish the aggression.
Pressure create over towards middle. Pressure over towards A Heaven.
Mid actually as Thomas
Badai goes in.
a little bit of damage.
Almost
They
first
kind
blood
of
going away. Sentinels here, just a bit of chip
think they
damage
cleared
and
some in
away.
middle. They
The
tried to
rain
get a kill in the
spamming back
smoke,
and forth,
basically.
exchanging with the bullets, no casualties. It is so slow going.
I was taking a look at Magnum and Martine, who were thinking about getting information over towards B Heaven, but they didn't actually
All people here, they want to create the question mark over towards Heaven and then go back and split A. Yeah, with this should be nice. When do they? Yeah, that's the cue. That's the key for them to get out of there. And as we can see right now, 5 people over towards here. That's a lot. He might even save his nade after seeing so many. Yeah, he saves his nade after seeing so many. This guy should be huge. They got double flash, they got nade, they got omen flash. They managed to save a lot of util. I know they're up against numbers, but they have a lot of util. It's going to be interesting. A-Corp have a lot as well.
Playing so well around
Plant for Heaven.
Understanding what their opponents want to do.
Absolutely, make the same argument for Carmen Core.
Omen flash goes in, swing. Oh yeah, and then we can nade off it as well.
Right
Oh, nade gets stuck.
Unfortunate there, gets stuck into the wall. So no rebound for Zek and the rest of now Carmen Core willing to just try and take the fight straight through into elbow. That's going to be some ground.
Yeah, nicely handled from them. This is really cool in the after plant as well. Very, very good. And I just got to shout out them in terms of, I mean, I love just how methodical this was as well. Just take over towards A Heaven, late take over towards middle. When you take A Heaven, you kind of means that they can't really hold on to vent, so they got to get out of there. And then the good thing that I enjoyed was just the fact of how much util they saved, and they had good crossfires the whole time.
Heaven controllers, the post planners, the retakers are going to end up flooding often around that Heaven area. And Sen are so good at anticipating what their opponents want to do and stopping them. Yeah. You see how they...
Even the death wasn't too bad at the beginning, to be honest. The fact that he got so much info. In terms of K-Corp, full eco on this one. They got some util, that's about it. They take over towards B main. Sentinels. Dude, I reckon both of these teams are just going to be doing the same thing where they prioritize over towards A Heaven.
Casey stacking 4 players over towards B main, hoping that things were going to come into them. And instead, Sentinels getting a very easy...
Who's getting the plant? Okay.
There was a lot of talk, Brennan, in Americas after Sentinels went on their fantastic run about whether this version of them playing split was just the best in the world. And for me personally, it looks awesome, but you have to see it tested at an event like this.
Oh, I think it's the best in the world, to be honest.
But teams like KC, for example, before you can make claims like that.
This might be one of the biggest tests they've ever had. Carmen Core, still danger here, even though they are on an eco round. You never want to count this team out, especially with how drilled they are. Look at them playing together, piece together, but so are Sentinels, always side by side, not leaving any gaps, nothing to chance. So it will be nice and easy sailed round.
The 2 rebuys of armor so far. Seconds kind of getting close to his ult. So Sassy halfway. Ends also, I guess.
We get an absolute treat, don't we? Narrate versus Zekken on the razors with that head-to-head.
Right, not bad at all. Only 2 armor rebuys.
What a head-to-head. That really is spectacular. And Tens has moved off the Yoru on bind, just unfortunately exactly aligned with when he could have gone.
Best split ever? Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to think of a split that has been better than this. Maybe like... The thing is, you can't... The only other split that was like super dominant was like Ascend back in the day had a pretty good one when it was like the Cypher Omen, but that was so long ago that I don't know if we can even include that, but it was good.
That was advice he gave me in Korea. He was like, if you're losing your rank games, just force
K-Corp split.
it.
Okay. Okay.
Getting in their faces. It was definitely working out the other day in their match versus.
Why do I read chat sometimes?
Heretics. Trailblazer straight in the middle, up the gut, through the side. Prowler knifed. Second, he's set up for success and even more.
It's my kind of play on this one. Fast over towards heaven, and they pinch over towards middle, but we are saving this trip. And if he gets one, he might get another. Oh. Okay, while that was going on, someone got a kill over towards site and B main, and I think Tamazi got one there, so managed to keep the man advantage whole time. Good plant in terms of the after plant as well. And Zelsis has a molly.
This one way that Shin's looking to pop, very difficult for the post planners to deal with. Zelsis goes for a peek early on, trying to play Zekken in.
It's a bit of that information, yet close to Raptors, close to the corner, Narrate plucks him out. Now brings it to the 2v2 with an aid rebounding. Did they know? Did he expect it towards new box? Half clearance.
Oh, he didn't swing? Oh! Yeah, Sassy didn't swing.
That is nasty. Nasty business.
I thought Sassy would have committed here. Done from Shin. Good damage. Ooh, 2v3. I don't think Sentinel should have lost that.
A very expensive bonus round. Look at the economical difference.
Oh, Oiko, thank you so much.
So much more money to be able to work with. KC on the verge of not even being able to buy in this round.
Why do we not swing?
Awareness though, really well cleared. All of these different angles. Very fast from
Ooh,
Shin.
you gotta swing
two
that.
final players to trade Narrate too. So it's a big round, and Magnum gets on his feet early.
Especially if he didn't play that good after plan.
Like I said, the economy's in a really rough spot right now for KC. They're coming into this next round with 2 Bulldogs and a Stinger.
Money is off.
The nade, it wouldn't. I mean, he would have been fine, right? He wouldn't have done enough damage.
Just to back out in case it's necessary. Sentinels opting for a much slower beginning. A bit of spam exchanged. Led hailing down on either side.
And KC's retakes have been fantastic. Both of these teams look amazing on the split retakes. But Sentinels will try and force the fights before that's even a possibility.
Flash.
Yeah, big round in terms of damage. Yeah, he's just farming the fast kills already. Look at the damage done as well. We gotta... I mean, it's easier for me to just... I mean, literally no one can buy next round if they lose. This can be a buy, these two. Marzi has to somehow...
Giving up heaven control, gives up B as a result, but maybe...
I mean, sure, they won a retake before when they had the man disadvantage, so maybe we're going to get the same plan over towards heaven. There is no smoke heaven at the moment.
Minor bruises, basically. It's going to be that plan down now with 5 players up and kicking. Martin holding that flash out wide. Magnum not expecting it, not anticipating.
Dude, he's insane right now. 7-1. Yeah, and that's too much on this one. In terms of the money, they got to just save it. It's such a sick round for them to win. It's such a sick round for them to win. I'm not even sure they want to hunt too heavy here.
4v5 round wins against FPX because FPX would, I mean, to be kind to them, throw it away. And Sen are just not going to do that. If they get up early, they have the discipline and the player strength to be able to close this out. They've been working on that since October. Both of these teams.
Good news is for K-Corp, obviously, that they saved the 3, but it just means that they have to start doing damage to this. Like, this next round is really, really big, and we got to check out what we're going to be buying on top of it. 1-9 to the people that did die.
He knifed one of the Prowlers, got through, and managed to get a kill with the Judge. And then this time,
just run straight past him.
Narrate thinks there that the Prowler's got a tag onto somebody, I think, or at least he's putting pressure on someone and giving him space to be able to swing. That is not the case. Zekken was so ready for that. He's 7-1 on attack side split right now.
Dominating. Much like last night as well. I mean, Sentinels, talk about this team.
Could definitely be using this Razor into this one to keep this one clean. Seen a good mix-up already from Sentinels in terms of they handled all of these rounds. K-Corp going for deep pressure the whole time with their smokes as well. Kind of works with better with Astra. There's no like gap either side of this.
And most of this pressure has been coming through mid.
The dog over towards middle, kind of get some info in terms of who's playing over towards here, and then with that, they can probably just send it. It was a great Omen flash.
Good to send that one out, yeah. Actually fantastic, but still close.
Yeah, and they have... Oh, what the... What the... Dude, he gets a kill with the nade as well. That's insane, bro. He's 10-1 at the moment.
Snipes Martine up there.
That's mad.
I believe it was with the showstopper, and then also gets a nade kill too.
Yeah, he gets the nade kill on this guy who was taking the duel as well. That's so funny.
Easy as it goes, isn't it? Look at that. They can pick and choose the targets.
A really insane start at the moment.
Ult next, Sassy. Okay, you're up. Keep the war machine chugging.
And that's the big thing, right?
The ults yesterday, oh bro, he got a double kill in the same. He got a double team kill in the same game. That's so funny. That one at was it 11-11 or was it like 11-10? The one on B site, man, I was worried when that happened. The 2v3, holy. It was 11-11. Oh man, it was insane. It was so insane. I was so nervous.
And this is all before we get to see Sen playing on the defense side, where I think they've also looked spectacular. In fact, might have looked better if you were thinking about how you weigh up their.
It was Heretics' game to lose? Nah, see, I think Heretics did good to get it as close as they did on Bind, to be honest. I think their adjustment to the Gecko early on was really good, and I think the way that they managed to get over towards B site was really good as well. I think they did a good job to get it to that point. That was a nice nade in the end.
Now you're going to see, hopefully, a bit better weaponry. I mean, it's half armor, a couple of rifles, still the bullet kept.
He's joking with it. Okay.
Of course, we can see this.
Yeah, and
I put the sound slightly up, not too much though.
Zekken, by the way, still 10-1, still yet to be punished more than one time. He's dominating.
Absolutely frying.
And this looks like
dude, look at the money, what the hell? And this is the pause that wrecked Fnatic on like a few important rounds. I say a few, I think it was only once, right? Where they kind of, but when you're not playing against the Yoru, especially when they don't smoke over towards middle, sometimes you're not gonna be checking that one.
I think Martine is just looking to catch.
I think it was like the Sky Dog didn't check it or something. That was like such an important round.
Himself into an unusual spot.
Really close Trailblazer. Using the close corner, Martine. Wasn't stunned up there actually.
Dude, I was gonna say, does he not have his TP to get out of there?
I'm not too sure, but he did a lot of damage to Sassy. So there has still been damage done there, even though it was a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I like this. This is going to be interesting, though, because Spike still has to get over towards site, and they're going to go heaven, but they can also check with the camera here. So a lot of this is... Do they check the camera before they peek? Oh, the Seekers, I mean, Seekers double goes heaven.
Are they aware how deep John and Tens are?
It seems like it.
Seems like they are, but is it like, is he actually aware for it? Yeah, it's one of those where he's like looking, but he's not fully, do you get what I mean? You're not fully prepped for it. Not fully expecting it. Hens is a lunatic, man. He was so confident that that flash hit, he actually just kind of ran at him.
Absolute dismantling so far.
Yeah, that was sick.
In terms of the entry in
he was so confident that it hit.
It looked like Narrate had it. His crosshair's in the right place, but I don't think he anticipated the timing being that quick. And this puts an
I just don't think thought anyone was going to swing him. I thought he was just so fine.
Running away.
Oh, and this forces them down to an eco. Rough start. Yeah, and that flash just missed the mark.
Holds it down, but as the instantaneous trade, Thomas, he does not expect that position. So it's 5-1.
Grand from Tens.
Sentinels really looking like just the mid-round calling. The ideas initially off the rip, even when KC seemed to get that minor advantage with the first kill.
He was spraying randomly, so you reckon he knew that he got hit by the... Oh yeah, you might be right.
Crushing them right now in every department. These are the kind of banger matchups that when one team just... When you haven't had the opportunity to experience how the two clash and collide, you don't exactly know which way it's going to go. No. And when you see it play out like this, you're like, wow, this is spectacular, the way that Sen are just handling everything that KC are throwing at them. But I also feel like KC are not actually being able to define the tempo at any point in these rounds.
So you would imagine a timeout comes in after this, and it's like... I mean, it's not even that their plan hasn't been working, it's just they're losing some... They're losing some... not unlucky duels, but there's always like an ult that kind of gives them the advantage. And Sentinels are just mixing it up so much. They're like this heavy focus over towards middle. Basically, when they realize that they're heavy fighting over towards middle, they're just picking one of the sides. It is essentially what's happening. So it's more just feels like Sentinels are a step ahead, and they kind of, because they won that extra... That fourth round, they've just had the money and the ults in terms of advantage.
It didn't see anybody. Sassy might decide to try to use some Sky Util to pull people back away from the B site before this pop happens. but also that means that there won't be initiator utility.
I'm worried for K-Corp in terms of just using a lot of ults into this round. They actually have some good guns, but... Oh, okay, the ults are getting used now.
That's a great punish. It gives them the kill, and it tells them to keep stacking B.
Here we go, Util being forced out of them with Paranoia going flying. The pull on top of it. Tens cannot get through. In fact,
Tens is super low.
20 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean,
with the rocket in his
hyper ult to get out? What the?
Pretty monstrous here. Pit just to get themselves out.
I mean, Narrate could definitely raise ult if he wanted to.
Second,
Lovely ult from Narrate though. Got to keep an eye on the time. Got no time for this. Holy, that was insane from Zaken to get 2, but yeah, they just kind of bled him out. To be honest, just fully bled him out. This kill over towards A, as soon as this goes down, they kind of realized that the fake pressure that they wanted to do to pull them off over from B and middle, just Jesus. Oh, he gets 2, and we have the TP up there. That's kind of unlucky.
But the pick that Martin got onto Sassy told them exactly what the play was. And that's what they've been missing the entire time. They've never been able to read what's happening, and even if they
this pick over towards A pretty much decided everything here. And now we gotta really pay attention. Because if K-Corp lose this for Sentinels is gonna be insane high. Like 8-4 kind of high half.
Disrespect from Zekken. It's not for the util.
Dude, I like how Sentinels are playing this though. Like they're so fine losing certain. It feels like they're just playing like real kind of fluid in terms of where are they fighting heavy for. Let's just take wherever they're not fighting heavy for. Like they have a good read on everything that's going on. Like they're taking B main, sure, middle's free. Or what, they're fighting middle, sure. B main and the sides in theory should be free.
He's lurked himself up there, caught that timing. So with that cleared, the rest of his team now regroups and meets him from mid.
Shin is looking very isolated on the A site. Narrate's trying to get into a position where he could help him. Now gets smoked off. That's going to be a danger signal. Alarm bells ringing.
Yep, Tens, ult. Does this a lot.
No, he's like a sign. That creates a lot of pressure. And the Omen ult went in but got cancelled.
Close to the corner, Martin.
Okay, they now know Omen's B main.
He still gets the 1 kill for him, and B main control is there with Thomas. He smokes himself off.
They got
now,
no util.
into the side of Sentinels. 20 seconds left. Nightfall, Paranoia near sighted. Spike drop down. Carmen Core rapidly approaching the position.
Yeah, nicely done. You gotta definitely shout out. Who is this? Martin on site. I think Martin did insanely well.
Finding out what's going on with that constant control of B main. So this time.
Yeah, Tamazi as well did great. I didn't actually fully see where he Omen ulted, but he could have Omen ulted over towards A Heaven and got full info. I'm not entirely sure. These Knox, thank you with the 12 months. Thank you, thank you.
Could have been very successful for Sen. They decided to pivot in the opposite direction and ended up falling straight into that crossfire from Tamazi and Martin. Zekken ult online though to try and get things back in the hands of Sentinels.
Finally got one person's money low. He ordered on site A and then he just cancelled. Okay, yeah.
Success actually by trying to play for the late round information and the late round picks rather than forcing the fight early on where, you know, we saw Narrate and Martin getting punished in those earlier rounds.
And this is what's been happening, right? Fight over towards middle and then we just hit over towards the side. And
he's going to be in trouble here.
Oh, he knows this guy's back at site now. Tamazi did really good to get out of there. And they know he's super low.
Evacuation was successful, so Thomasy is alive, and now he's going to be setting his house back up with the orb up. He's got a free walkout into the site, wraps back to the pillar, sees potential connection.
Yeah, they're not going to feel confident to plant on this one. Might have to go for the safe plant. John, oh, that's a nice ult.
Neural theft gives them an idea of where these players might be. The positioning's now highlighted, pointed out. 40 seconds left, but they don't have it.
It's hard for them to plant here.
Way to play this one and fight this. Doubled up together. The double swing is called. Celsius finds 2. Flash through.
Martin sent it. They smoked back a sight, blocked vision, and then they pushed through. That was pretty cool.
25 seconds. Tens is going around the world. He's got his knife out trying to make this play happen.
Yeah, and it's weird because Sassy needs to kind of make sound, but they're on top of it because he's been quiet for so long. Ooh.
He's missed the angle.
Oh, and then they focus on the guy back sight. Whoa! Shin, another 1v2. He just had no idea. When he found the first guy, probably needs to get info, but it's so hard in the moment. So hard in the moment. This is 2 1v2s for Shin at the moment, though.
But that round came down to, as you said, the smallest things. Martin was so aware that a flank was coming through, he just believed that he could spot the head. And then the tap is beautifully timed from Sassy to pull attention away. Tens had no idea where Shin was.
No idea.
Just didn't clear afters.
Yeah, just didn't check in.
Have won 3 rounds in a row to get back into this. It looked dominant for Sentinels.
And the money is actually low now, so they have to eco the next round if they lose this. And then we inch to go for an all-Omen flash as well on top, and they're just, yeah. There is just numbers here. But they've done this one before, so I wonder if this is Sem prep.
That is such a nice play.
Ooh,
and Sentinels have destroyed it.
Yeah, they tried this one before. It is a set round they like to do with the ult.
Looked fantastic when they ran it in EMEA, but with 3 players there from Martin, bit off a little more than he could chew. And Ten's got the punish.
That ain't gonna work. It works when it's like if they're doing a different default, right? That's why I think that Sentinels might have known that they like to do this. Not entirely sure, but it works when you're doing like a normal, like this kind of 1-3-1 default, or just heavy over towards B main, right?
Like Sentinels should be favored. Should be right now. He's down already onto the floor. He's caught the backhand a second. And nobody in behind to try to get the trade.
Spray, Magnum
still kind of close on this.
Nasty
Wait,
stuff.
narrate is
moving, pivoting. 40 seconds left. Making their way over towards mid, but they're making all the noise
yeah,
in the
this
world. It's hot on their heels. He's right
feels pretty
behind them,
nice.
making a call for it.
But he can't afford to make noise, so he's got to travel more slowly. And that's allowed Sentinels the timing to be able to get into the site.
And they get the trip as well, and this trip is never going to go off, so they kind of don't have to worry about that angle.
Useful. Not going to be comboed, obviously, with Martins.
It's all about this crossfire setup. First point of contact, close to hell. It's John QT. Boombot will clear him. And actually, his position up top. Celsius takes the fight.
Oh, it was all trying to distract as well for Shin to get this timing.
It's important, Jules.
Feel
no heal. They wanted to heal, and they did a little bit of healing over towards like this box, but they only knew where one was. Right? They only knew where narrate was. I'm pretty sure.
You can feel the tension, man. I mean, how back and forth these two teams
so then
are.
They didn't want to like risk
it is gutting, though, for Karmine Corp
and not having their gun out and just getting double killed.
Letting the rounds tick down and playing for kind of late round advantages, and you decide, right, we've won 3 in a row, let's change.
They had info on Astra. Yeah, but I think he could have heavy rotated in terms of the timing. They saw him like relatively early, right?
Even if they all had been, there might still have been a bit too much there for him to deal with. But Eng is now going to call a timeout. We're headed into a tactical pause.
Yeah, and this is
like I said, they tried to adjust the
they still have
tempo
money,
there.
but it's a lot of
everything
rounds.
they've been doing in the early round, Sen have had the advantage. But it is so difficult to play patiently and slowly with their composition when you don't have a Cypher or a Killjoy or something like that giving you information.
Yeah. Double duelist, I mean, it necessitates, I think, as well, some of those aggressive plays that you see. Because otherwise, you're starved of that mid-round information. You don't have a clue, really, where players might be landing.
They're talking about on K-Corp, probably just needing to get earlier info, I think, in terms of their comp. So maybe fighting heavier over towards middle, B main or A main.
Only the first time out that either of the coaching staffs has taken. Right. Yeah, playing things, you know, trusting their team, even when they were down.
Might be a little bit too obvious after the timeout, so it might be round after next. But.
So Eng is now going to have his input. The only head coach at this event who's won a Masters before. Which is madness, but that shows you how new a lot of these teams, rosters, coaches are to the big stage here at Madrid.
Yeah.
It was a very unusual qualification process.
Okay, so they managed to get the force buy into it. Not missing too much, it's literally just a bulldog, but everything else.
Then, frankly, are kind of representing the old guard here. Sassy, Zelsis.
Yeah, it looks like they want to fight for middle again. I wonder if they're going to go like real aggro, either in this round or late round.
Or ones that happened a long time ago.
Karmine Corp, young and spry, looking to try and take a big scalp early, but got to offset this disadvantage in the round. There's a flash repeat through, stun, a little bit too late.
I like this though, this was really cool. Once they force through their original smoke, they have a fake smoke behind and they flash through, so it's kind of like you clear the first bit of area and then you clear the next bit of the area with the fake Astra smoke. It was really nice, kind of separate the actual jewels off.
Flash connects, second one used now, Sassy, no more left available to
That was a very nice plan on this.
Let's connect, yeah. Stops him in his tracks for just a moment. Smoke, finally. Props up.
Yeah, and they have no idea about B main.
I think Thomasy just setting that one down, but
yeah, and they don't get a good plan. And K-Corp in the past have been looking really good at retakes when
paranoia. Oh my, it's almost perfect. Thomasy though,
at retakes with this plan.
Plan down at the back of his head, just a TP away,
and with the ult as well. But I mean, Sentinels know they have to fight in sight, especially with this ult coming in.
The rate already in, leading the charge and through the back, twisting and turning. Tens is brought back up, but it's a 1v3, and now it's got to weave and dodge and juke. Diffuse being stuck by Shin, half on it already. Too much to deal with.
Whoa, that was a nice try though. That was a nice try. Yeah, this was a really cool idea. Astra ult goes in, most likely they're going to go all the way through, and then just go straight to the back with the double satchel. Everyone else pushes through once they're distracted on this.
What a retake from Casey.
Yeah, K-Corp are really good at these B retakes, especially when the plant is here. I loved this though, right? You're starting to see once they realized that the util came in terms of like the Skydog, that they then just flashed all the way through that fake smoke, just to separate the first person in terms of the duel and then get out of there.
Cosmic Divide, the flash through with the double blast pack, perfection. They have a chance to be able to tie this up at the half.
Wouldn't that be something after that blistering pace the Sen have just come out of gates with? But almost equalized.
And with a major tool in their back pocket with regards to Narrate's ultimate. We've seen Sentinels run some of these slow rounds. And in fact, it was a bit of an eco when Narrate used his showstopper before to be able to get success.
Presence, prior conditioner by Sen here. Usually there's a player following up, usually Zekin with the Trailblazer.
This time, though, the Prowler not catching onto anybody until it hits Sassy. So I think
Martin might get a duel here.
Yeah. Zekin's going for Martin. Wow. He tries to go for the info peak. Punished.
He's just trying to get out from middle, to be honest, because the vision got blocked, so he didn't know if anyone was pushing over towards middle. And then in an ideal world, K-Corp needed to try double peek it.
But what do they choose to commit into? A call again made to just contact through.
You do not want to give a timing here for Narrate to pop his ult.
Good luck to Shin on site.
Nade rebounding. Satchels now in towards the back of the side.
What a beast, bro. He's playing insanely well.
That's 3 in a round. Rocket might not even be necessary. Narrate. Fuse running out. Doesn't know where to fire it. Pre-fire into the corner. That is ridiculous. And now just Tens.
I mean, maybe.
Disconnecting, snapping the cord and the tether. The seas. There with a
nicely handled. Shin, by the way. Shin, triple kill in this one when he had to, and 2 1v2s.
Powered by an excellent timeout as well.
That's insane impact.
Both of the smokes
3K?
players, I say both, I suppose Thomas, she's also playing smokes, but Shin and Tens up towards the top of the scoreboard. And Shin with a perfect cap put on the end of that.
Absolutely impeccable stuff from the anchoring position. Now earlier we heard from the Rate a little bit before this match as well, heading into things.
It's the same guy from yesterday. Double controller even good from them here. Their comp's nice. So I kind of laugh when I see a lot of people talking about like the fact that Astra needs a buff, because Astra Yoru is a disgusting combo. Whether it's just the ults or like what we saw over towards middle in terms of like fake smoke and flash.
Me personally, like every game that we played,
like it's a good comp.
Flying here, but again, no connections. Martin towards the back. Trying to go wide here.
Astra's a little bit underrated at the moment.
He's on one. Almost there for the ace, but 4 kills eventually shut down in the end, but 7-0.
Merci to the French fans. I appreciate everybody for coming out. It's incredible that so many French fans come to Madrid just to watch us play a video game. It's really an incredible thing, and I can't thank you guys more.
Arena certainly filling up with quite a lot of that. The cheers from the blue wall. You can hear it building, emanating.
And with all of the success that Zekin had on the attack side playing Raze, now our eyes are going to look towards Narrate, who you just heard from. And Martin together, the double-pronged tip of the spear. Does that make it more of a fork, I suppose, the Common Core 2-pronged fork?
Double controller, double duelist, yes.
I think it does look better on the attack side and the retakes. You know, not so much in that mid-round.
This is going to be interesting, because I imagine K-Corp are going to be doing a lot of A-Heaven control, and that's kind of what I'm looking for in this one. Problem for them is their A site has just looked like kind of on lockdown when they play someone on site. Whether it's John or whether it's Tens doing a smoke that kind of blocks vision here and here. Like, the person back of site on A just seems to get so much when I watch Sentinels play defense.
What does this half look like?
TP goes in as well, so they create fake pressure over towards B.
Scenes from the previous half of how slow going it was just off the rip.
All of this is
Vision block,
to allow
Prowler,
to mostly try to take
double Prowler, really trying to push this one through middle when it's a 4-person crunch on middle. Damn, they did great. They did great to get 2. They really did. Yeah, be happy with that. And they get a lot of info.
On the ropes, so now the sound cue's betraying them.
John deciding whether or not to swing, tried to find a timing, didn't quite manage it. Tens still with Paranoia, so they still have flash nade to be able
Martin
to
all the way back through, so on the TP.
Martin, though, is very far away. Do they anticipate this?
Miles away.
Yeah, Martin is in the pulse to win this.
Triples are broken, they're walking all the way in again.
Flash still.
Opens himself up, just showing himself at the back. Nade rebounds, Paranoia now.
Yeah, lol, this is up to Martin.
There's going to be any sort of follow-up from behind. Martin.
Oh, he got the kill on sight.
It's all up to John. Low enough, dodges the flash, expecting and anticipating. But
wait, the trip's actually gonna.
2 players to deal with. The reposition is.
Yeah, man, the rate was insanely good there to get an extra kill.
Be more than happy with it.
Like the first original kill, I really didn't have them down to get that.
I think they looked.
At least we get a pistol each.
You could see that they had a clear game plan going into it. That got disrupted a little bit by the camera. Their team was thinking about calling the audible and going to punish the players in mid. They decided, no, let's just commit to site, play a post plan. When Martin's
had his chance.
Even though he was
gotta say, there was a chance there.
Really important. Let's go. That pistol means so much. You were tied 6-6. You've taken the lead for, I think, the first time in this map.
Feeling of control returning a little bit for Carmine Corp. Too used to being on the back foot. Hasn't happened too much.
To the camera,
and it's another one of these rounds where we're just seeing both teams rotate around away from each other.
Oh.
Yeah, he's hunting.
Yeah, and he can farm this a little bit. Doesn't want to give him a judge though.
A little bit more as well. Just stray
especially Zek alive with double satchel.
It would be a major ultimate to try to get up.
That's part of the reason why he's playing so aggressive.
And I think the other reason is both of these teams want to play disruptive against the other team's retakes. You see them on paper, both of these teams have ridiculous retake win percentages, especially on split. So trying to play aggressive and catch timings in the post plant, one of the best ways to disrupt that.
Hello.
That's an anticipation from John Cutie though.
Expecting it. Surely no danger though in the round.
I don't believe so.
Could throw it to Zek and then he could try and do double satchel play, but it looks like they're just going to all go down.
It's disciplined. It's a good call.
Yeah. Not enough time there. Everybody going down.
Martin did actually manage to
yeah, Martin managed to get a kill there.
He was nowhere near getting the ult online. So this is going to be a pretty dry bonus round with some good weaponry, but no danger particularly coming from the ultimate side of things. We've seen KC not really rely on too many of their set play ideas here. They threw kind of 1 in, 2, I suppose. The B retake, and then that aggression with the Euro ultimate and the Paranoia. But on their attack
it looks like a similar thing that they wanted to do on the pistol, right? And fake TP, then they go over towards middle.
KC being one of the more creative teams that we've got at this event, really innovating in terms of just the compositions. Even ways to counter-strat. Up through there with a flash prowler.
Oh, does he?
They do not care, and Tens.
Yeah, and he might.
Punished.
I was gonna say it's gonna bounce back at him. Just gets out. They give mid control. They get a kill with no reply, and that's big. Shin. Dude, Zelsis is going to get wrecked, right?
Trying to apply pressure with these peaks in B Heaven. The first
oh my god, he's in a rough spot.
Also looking for information, seeing if he can catch somebody. It's a little worrying here if John Cutie gets pushed away.
It's really worrying.
Almost taking the fight.
There it is.
Big Joel.
Good crosshair
now what?
From Celsius, and he recognizes it as a threat coming from behind. Satchel through. John What is that?
That was sick, bro. That was sick.
Nasty.
Yeah, Zelsis went down, but he got the most important kill out of the 1v1 duel.
Left to stand here for Carmen Court.
Did they hear these guys in middle?
Look at this flank. This is really nice from Zekken and Sassy. It's going to be unexpected.
30 seconds left.
Magnum's stuck in the middle of the map. He doesn't know where to go here.
Magnum, I like this from John, though. The low HP duel, really important. Yeah, it's so important. 4 HP with the spike. Did they manage to catch the Omen? Yes, they do, just in time. 4 HP. Let's see. Let's see it. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, boss man. He lost a good amount of potential of where he could be.
He might not have time now to reposition. Backing to the pillar, fast through Satchel in the back.
Yeah, and the comms came in terms of how low HP he was. And honestly, him messing up the plant there does mean that he can't, like him being alive, him getting the plant instantly would have created so many more question marks of where he could be. That's unlucky. It's still good damage though in terms of the eco, in terms of the bonus. Just means we get a huge,
second player? The spacing, not quite there. Now John's aim,
someone else can't buy.
and the spray control too to be able to pick up the second.
Yeah. Everyone that can't buy next, Magnum has his ult. So there's that. At least Magnum has his ult with the plant, the kill, and the death.
Be able to keep this advantage.
Okay, Cooper.
Building up.
Yeah, it looks like they want to just go straight over towards here. We've got the star, which creates the pressure in terms of A. That's how they block the vision of them going over towards A heaven. And Fatal goes in. Sassy does get hit by it.
Going wide, Sassy. There is danger here for him. He's tucked in a
very he's dead.
He's dead. Follow up, yeah, he can't see or hear. Bloody thing. Narrate already into the back of the site. Magnum now with the plant. And Narrate wants to go hunting for a little bit more this time, aware of it. Both of these teams trying to disrupt that retake potential, and it's only just equalizing now 4-2-4. How does this get played? Into the post plant, players close up, into the position still with the paranoia available. Flash through, now the paranoia, it's there, spraying forwards, gate crash.
Oh man, they did so much damage as well. Martine's low. Shin needs to go hero again. Yeah, that's not enough.
Weaving tens forwards, this is relentless.
Yeah, a little bit of like Narrate just wants to just try and make a play there, even though he's done enough. That's the issue.
They've been tearing apart the KC players in terms of duels taken. And you see the difference in style there. Really solid awareness to be able to.
He nearly got the timing. He actually nearly got the timing.
Something now that Sen are expecting. But in terms of just also the duels won, and Tens is swinging. Not completely alone, but certainly going
How to anti this retake. I mean, they nearly did it, right? With the smoke close and then flash through. If they had the numbers, it would have been fine. They could have done like the flash through off the contact. That would have like worked a lot better. But instead, they just had to kind of gamble with the timing of it.
Such a high degree between these
That's a big round to lose as well. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and over towards A ramp. But do they know this guy's A heaven? There is so much going on at the same time. There's a duel over towards A heaven and. Okay. Meanwhile, while this has gone on, we have a secret agent who's just walked all the way through over towards A heaven. They killed one, but they didn't see him, so they have no idea that he's here. John is on top of it. Respect. Good comms that there was the potential of maybe this could happen.
Sentinels deal with that. It was scrappy, but they came out to the good in mid. That was absolute chaos.
Dude, we have another round really early on where Sentinels get a lot of money.
When things get really messy, look at Tens here. The way that he plays around all of the smokes and decides to go.
He's aware of that. I think it's. I'm not even sure if someone called it over towards A site. They might have that there was the timing. But I think John there is literally just like, if he was down bottom and middle, he would have, as in the other guy, he would have swung in the chaos to try and get a trade. So that's when he's starting to think that maybe someone took a timing. The comms might have been good as well. Oh, we go fast, but he ate the molly. Yeah, he ate the molly.
A big player for Carmen Court, especially when
This is one of the madder Vipers that I see in middle. He likes playing in this area. Skydog goes in over towards B, clears a lot of that so they can take the early angle, but they did hear the dog like jump here, so they want to retake over towards B main.
Very sharp.
I mean, they're going to expect him. They're probably going to expect him at this angle. Let's see how they handle it.
Advantage. Maybe just
double swing.
Fake some presence with Marty on the other side of the site, but a jiggle is good from Sassy. He gets that information now. Gets himself back. Sentinel's not really biting that one. Already to full rotation coming through. But time to spare for Carmine Court.
Yeah, okay, so they cut sound. Pulls them back over towards A.
Onto John Cudy's setup. He knows that there's a Cypher playing here. He knows where
They at least baited the sound like they might have run away, just seeing if anyone's going to push as well. And this gives them more options now. They've inserted one over towards mid, one over towards A. But these two on B need to do a lot. And we have a guy backside who's been playing here because he knows that the ult was there. Yeah, nicely done. The convincing buy round from Sentinels here. You've got to shout out Zelsis though. Zelsis did very good at middle.
Martinez any chance in this round now? Just got to give it up. Waiting at the sidelines now, and the team going to be simmering.
Economy crushed.
Yeah, economy is wrecked.
This is where Sen are starting to pull away. And it's not based on the
retake. On the second pistol, K-Corp did. It's 1-1 pistols.
Level of aggression from KC.
Yeah, I mean, K-Corp here are just really banking that there's no one back of sight, basically. But I'm pretty sure once the nade came in over towards B, and they did the initial B, like, prod, Second did really good to realize that they have an Astra ult and they could go back sight. Because K-Corp also in like a mid-round had done this earlier where I feel like they faked with the Astra ult and then go over towards A. Pretty sure we'd seen that. K-Corp actually have a lot of similarities with their ult rounds, which is a little bit worrying.
They did look a little bit shaky, I would
say. A bit similar to Gambit, to be fair.
I don't think it was the best
Maybe that's the
performance
coach
we've seen from KC. Today looks a bit cleaner, but how are they going to perform in the big moments, the ones that test you and add all of that mental weight?
The split cam here, yeah, it's sick.
You outside of that EMEA finals, there really hasn't been anything bigger. Think about the stakes of this one. You win this series, you book the ticket to the playoffs. Not just a couple of days rest, but listen, that's preparation time. That's you going through as presumably a bit of the higher seed.
And that's dodging the other sharks in the water.
Oh yeah, that lower, I mean, we call it a lower bracket, but I mean, the losing teams, there are no bad teams.
Eco got the backup judge. It looks like they're gonna put the Razor into this one, and they kind of do need a hero round, and I'm kind of fine with this. Money's out of control for Sentinels. We've got one kill for Zelsis, gives him an ult. One kill for Martina and Orb, gives him a... Really thought they were gonna go aggro, or they just wanted to... There goes the ult. At least he didn't pop it. Yeah, I like the change up though.
Through into the back of the site. Kamako going to be given this one. What's the call now? Grouped up, looks like it, ready to try and take this fight. Shorty, close flash. Actual great movement. Zekken is blinded up entirely there. Couldn't see a bloody thing.
Lunatic. Absolute lunatic, man. That's so sick, bro. I love watching players like this. It's incredible. Who does that stuff?
This kind of pressure is way too much, and even Shin spotted out. Poor Shin.
Oh, what an absolute monster, man. Just pure confidence. This was such a good raise round. Like, this is such a good raise round. Just instinct, just instant decision making. It's so sick. Yeah, when he gets the full blind, when he eats the flash and he satchels back, and then we have the Omen flash call. Like, I would love to hear the comms of who called that. Because I guess Ten says that he's got a flash and he wants to do it, and he just says yes, let's send it. It was very nice. This is what I like about Sentinels. I mentioned it in one of the videos I did earlier. The fact that they hate sitting around and waiting for everyone to exec on them. They'll do like little plays to go aggro. Nice. Gotta be Tens with that one? Yeah, you would imagine so. He's probably asking if he wants to do it and just yeah. Okay, empty site, one kill trip. There's the kill trip.
Set that one up, rocket forwards. Everybody narrowly avoiding, just dodging away from it. Fuse running out. Second damage.
Big Joel.
Big damage. Sassy though, he's regrouped and refound that
Shin's got to get that trade, I think. Oh man, Shin has to somehow go insanely huge.
Seeking to do some damage and take some risks potentially. Tear away a couple of these players.
Not even going to go away around.
Disadvantaged. This is Sen looking all the way now, set up.
Oh, Sky Dog goes into clear close fast because we had to flash here to create pressure. And then we Omen flash in and we satchel. No, Omen flash hits. Oh, man. They're so good at this map, it's not even fair. It's actually not even fair. It is by far the best split we've ever seen. It's not fair. It is. It's not even close, man. We've never seen a split this good. It's not even close.
To describe it. They put pressure over towards ramp, grab a kill. They
Or
back
chances.
off. They dog out through heaven. They have this kill trip to be able to set up at the start too. They then have another paranoia.
Why did K-Corp not ban this map? I talked about it a little bit earlier in my pick'ems, where they had kind of got, at least I think I did, or maybe it was earlier in the stream, where they had got like some wins on split, so maybe they felt like they were actually a little bit better. Whereas if I look at K-Corp against Fnatic on split, I felt like so K-Corp Fnatic, I felt like K-Corp outplayed them on Lotus, but then I feel like Fnatic lost split, so they might feel like they're actually better than they are on this map. Could be the issue. It's kind of where I sit from it. The other maps are going to be insanely close as a straight up cleanup now. They're too good at this map, I'm telling you. Man, that was beautiful to watch. That was beautiful to watch.
What outrageous dominance in the second half. The first, full credit to KC. They came back.
But this was going to go like this anyway. This is how this was meant to go anyway.
But when Sen got onto defense,
They were always, well, they were most likely going to win split. But I did think there would be a different map pool here, so now I'm kind of confused as to what the hell's going to go on. Why didn't K-Corp ban split? It's kind of like what I just said. They got wins. They got wins on this map, and again, when you win against Fnatic, you're gonna feel like you're unreal at the map.
Hey guys,
it's like with the same thing when you anti as well. Like sometimes when you kind of sometimes when you're looking at your own team as well, you'll like look at a lot of stuff and you'll be like, man, we lost this map because we did this. It's kind of similar to how Heretics looked at their bind, right? I think they thought that they were the better team, but they made mistakes. But I think sometimes you got to look at the other team and be like, actually, looks like they made mistakes as well, and maybe they are better on this map. But K-Corp don't have a bad split by any means. It's just the fact that Sentinels have a 6 split. Who beats Sentinels on this map now? I mean, in theory, someone will beat them during the season, but I mean, maybe not. It's an insane map. It's so well drilled. It's hard to find a weakness. Like A Heaven's maybe a weakness. Maybe Zelsis playing this aggro over towards mid as a weakness. But other than that, I don't know, man. I'm like nitpicking there as well. It's so easy for Zelsis to not do some of the mental stuff that he does if he gets punished once. Okay, let's spam some ads. Again, if you want to check out my YouTube, VODs every single day. Predictions, round breakdowns, etc., etc. on the main channel. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
Come with a bad boy flow, 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 bad boy flip. Come with a bad boy flow, 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 bad boy flip. Come with a bad boy flow, come with a bad boy flow, bad boy flow, come with a 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 bad boy flow, bad boy flow, bad boy flow, bad boy flow. Come with a bad boy flow, 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 come with a bad.
Welcome back to Masters Madrid, and we saw that Sentinels really were able to get that first map. However, KC, they came prepared. They came like with guns a-blazing against Sentinels here, and I think that they were talking about how challenging this match was going to be because Sentinels probably didn't get as much rest, as much sleep. I don't think so. But before we dive fully into map number 1, we want to gauge the audience. Which team has their allegiance? So spam in chat right now, as in right now, guys, Sentinels or KC. And we'll get to your votes a little bit later. But as we said, Mimi, that match, I mean, there's so many rounds that just were probably masterpieces in what could possibly happen on Split.
Yeah, both these teams, I think, had such incredible ideas of how their opponent wanted to play this one. But to me, it was really defined by the protocols, and Sentinels showed why their defense split is so good. I think something like 7 rounds in a row to close that one out, Bea.
Yeah, exactly. The retakes were on point. The fact that they were reading off of each other, exactly what they showed back in Americas, but actually the fact that they're able to do it here. And also the KC is not prepared and somehow does not expect it, cannot think through that is what surprised us, that they're still that comfortable doing it.
Yeah, and I wanted to take a look at a round from actually the first half that talks about just how good Sentinels protocols are, but also how good TenZ has looked on the Omen. So we're going to start this one off. The situation that we're in is we're in mid, and Sentinels have started off by heavy fighting here. There's been a 1-for-1 trade. And, well, John QT has noticed a little something. No Sentinel on the KC composition. So instantly, you see him and TenZ trying to take this opportunity and find a gap to lurk into A. As we watch this one play out a little bit, that trade I already mentioned has just taken place, and now this lurk activates. John and TenZ find the perfect timing, because you see, the second that trade happens, KC has the same idea. Players are coming back ramp, they're re-clearing this space. But as we speed up a little bit, this lurk makes it all the way through, and as you look at your map again, the players are being called back into A, actually making noise when they run through here, which means that KC has players ready to fight on ramp. But that's not the priority. Instead, it's all going to come down to this flank. I'll speed us through again, so we get to this flank being activated. That's a great kill by TenZ. But now here comes TenZ's mobility when he's playing on the Omen. Kaplan talks about why they put this guy in this role because of the X factor. And we see it here. His first kill is from CT spawn, fighting out into heaven. The second is teleporting here, and if you just watch the minimap as this plays out, he's gonna reposition towards main, throw a paranoia towards ramp, and as we look, Shin completely blinded, and TenZ is so quickly beating that timing, getting up towards heaven and killing him. But he's not done yet. He teleports towards heaven yet again, he re-pushes into this space, and as this retake, this is cut a little bit forward in this round, as this retake is coming out from KC, and Sentinels is stuck back sight, watch TenZ on that little mini-map again, because he's gone all the way up towards heaven, and his third and final kill of the round is from that position. Sentinels are so good at, in these chaotic chaotic late rounds, finding the perfect position, setting up their players for these plays when risks need to be taken, but also just finding great calls on both sides of the map.
Yeah, exactly. I think it is that movement that is going to characterize them, and I think that is something that they're going to need going on to Lotus, going on to that next map, because even though Shin was a very good strongholder for the majority of their defense, giving us amazing rounds to watch, I don't think it's going to be enough, and definitely shows up how prepared Sentinels was for this split. As you said, all the weaknesses that were exploited time and time again, and those timeouts were simply brilliantly used by Sentinels. Every single time they had the response. Even when Eng was putting something different on the table, I think that Zekken was just brilliant with his movement and with his interpretation of what the next movement was going to be for them.
Oh, look at that. We have 84% in favor of Sentinels.
Wild.
And I think that,
Okay,
the crowd also agrees.
See what's
I mean,
gonna
we were
happen.
surprised that we actually heard the Sentinels chant over there. But of course, KC fans
Sentinels
were jumping
Lotus.
on there as
Yeah, I
well.
thought this was gonna be
So
third
I think
map,
right
so
now
this is gonna be
it
really
could
interesting.
Anybody's game, even as we look at the
K-Corp look good on this
reception,
though.
right? But
C
right now,
retakes
it is
a
going to be
scary.
time for the aim lab shoot around.
C retakes a scary. Odin over towards A is scary.
Right now. By the way, Shin had some amazing
Bukax,
plays,
thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 50 months.
Sentinels had such a hard time against KC was this player.
I think that there is a couple of things that made the match and the score seem closer than it was. First, that crazy second pistol round that we saw when KC just had this amazing good play using the Yoru and the TP that they set up at the beginning of the round. And another one of those factors was Shin.
What's he doing on bind? That's how
This
confident he is that the third map's happening.
Has he ever lost a 1v2 clutch on the B side of split?
I just want to go back to EMEA and watch that ace that we couldn't see, but he managed to defend time and time again, and it's so complicated. I think that also his utility coming from an Astra, when you don't have that Sentinel, there's a lot of responsibility that falls into your place.
Absolutely. Across that first map, both teams really had such a great read. I think they both had this idea of really forward committing to fighting in towards their opponent when they're in their post plants to stop these set retakes, and I really think that's what got KC in particular on that attacking side, right? When Zekken was going in, was disrupting these ideas, but it was the exact same thing from Sentinels. KC had that same idea, but they managed to shut that down.
Zekken was a maniac. Oh man, Zekken was dude, it's kind of like Zekken and Shin both individually felt like they won like 2-3 rounds for their team.
Or even more than half of their 4v5s. It's having the right read and the right response and what the information
That was match one, it was banging.
Even when you're having one player down because of getting that information.
I don't think I'll ever get bored of watching that team on Split.
The fact that they're so in sync into following onto the steps, into knowing everything that comes after, has to come into play also in Lotus. FPX showed some of the cracks that are already on that map the other day, and it was only because
Narrate is my number one in the top 10. Yeah,
that they managed to close that one out, because
I just think what he does on
a 13-10 is not
Flex
that
is
much.
just
And
insane.
specifically after seeing the retakes
Just
that we got
ridiculous
from
numbers.
Sentinels and how we struggle on that on their attacking side.
He tried to force too many plays there in my books though, and I said this in my pick'ems as well, that he might try and force some plays because it's against like a NA team and he wants to kind of prove a point to NA in general in terms of the teams that didn't pick him up. So I hope that he just plays normal.
Sentinels post-plant protocols in their match against Heretics. What they did really
Mirror comps, yeah, and both of these know the
getting
weaknesses
forward,
of the comp and how they want to play against it. So
trying little trap plays up
gonna
towards
see a
heaven,
lot of A
disrupting
aggro.
those retakes. I think that's been the biggest
Might see a
focus
lot
for
of Odin
Sentinels
over towards A
coming
as
into
well.
This event. It shut KC down on map 1. If they can do that again, they have a real chance to close out this series 2 out.
Lotus is Tamalzi's map. It actually is, yeah, you're not wrong.
For them is the aggression at the beginning of the round, how they're going to be fighting for A control time and time again, but I assume that Sentinels is going to be very ready for it.
Well, let's find out if this one makes it to a map number 3 and send it back to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
All hope isn't lost, really, if you are a Carmine Core fan. Lotus is a map where they are highly specialized on. They have shown great success in the past on this one, but they are up against Sentinels, who, listen, there are no slouches on it either. It's the reason we were so excited about the map pool heading into this one between both of these teams. We're seeing an interesting beginning. Already, it looks like it's gearing up for a lot of aggression out towards the middle of the map.
Okay,
looks like we're going to set this round coming out here, especially from KC.
Let's start this one off. We've got K-Corp on defense, we've got Sentinels on attack, and what the?
Sheriff. You're expecting something a bit pacey.
Sheriff,
trying to take tempo
triple ghost.
Right at the beginning of this
Yeah,
round.
and they're
walking up with the paranoia prepped, trying to take the fight to Sen.
all goes over. The new wall goes over. They drop it and take the duel with 3 people. It's kind of nice.
But now they're anticipating that
This is a huge question mark right now. Over towards C.
They've read it correctly. The desk was talking a lot about mobility, Brendan. I feel like that's going to be key on both of these attack sides.
There's nice pressure as well. So looking like a B split's going to be good. They Prowler in over towards A. They know for sure that the door pressure has been created with the Prowler that didn't hit over towards someone. Going to have a smoke to block vision as well, and they can wall. Yeah, this is looking good. So you're going to see a little bit of pressure, and then we're going to head over towards B. It's going to be a lot to narrate. Let's see if he can get a kill with his eye.
2021 Grand Finals by Tens himself. So now we see it, a bit of an explosion. The pivot here over towards B. Open sight line, a rate. Ooh, chunk load of damage. Has to back away and respect the nade now.
Okay, save the eye. Does he have a retake one for the top? Maybe, let's see. Good amount of map control at the moment. Sassy, dude. If he gets around this corner and they can double... Oh man, this could be strong. Kind of wants to use his util, but...
Distraction plays with the Prowler, peeking Sassy. Is that wide?
Oh.
Too much in terms of the connection. Zach taking the time here to reposition up towards heaven. What a call made.
Yeah, they saw the numbers and they want to just fight somewhere else.
But narrate, he will fall. That prior damage done. Clearing him out into the site. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dicey.
Whoa.
But all over the place here.
Yeah, they have a lot of trust in Zelsis. He calls it the fact that he has a molly on the spike. Oh my god. That was nicely done. Yeah, they both repositioned. Once they got called over towards heaven, they both wanted to reposition as well. So it was very nice. They had a lot of trust in Zelsis to hold this one down. It was a lovely pop and swing from him as well in terms of just wanting to get out of the original duel where he can get traded and just isolate the person defusing.
It's a weird smoke, one that they can dominate, not your standard smoke. They get inside of it very quickly and set up.
Yeah, and I love the reposition from the guys in heaven. Actually loved the loved the mid rounding in general. Like when Sassy, was it Sassy? Yeah, when Sassy called the 3 players here, like the instant reaction to push over towards where they will most likely be one, and then when they got this, just the instant reaction to just split over towards here, knowing that Zelsis can at least stop the original plant. It was really cool. There's like 2 good calls in the mid rounding, to be honest.
Through this gap between the turret and the wall,
he can jump it. Can he squeeze his little legs?
Yeah,
he can.
Yeah, almost. He almost got one. Celsius was ready. Do they check narrate in the corner? I mean, technically, yeah, but...
It's all good though. Nade. Thomasy out wide. Take your pick.
What is going on?
Nade, or do you die to us? And now just Shin left standing. I feel like I've been
nicely done. Armory by and no. Oh, this is close. No pun, right?
They got the expected one.
Yeah, no
4
pun.
players surviving.
So many hands out, yeah. Double switch in terms of some of this. They weren't expecting the stack so heavy. Yeah. The bonus is looking a little bit scary. Now we get the judge. Normally when you get the judge, you head over towards B.
And Sen were able to bring it back. Incredible attack sides. And both
Skyneff has been really good for balancing out the initiator role. That is very true.
It's not over for KC if they can't build some
momentum. Dude, a Viper nerf on top of this, like, I mean, hopefully, honestly, I do hope we don't see it mid-season. I get that we have a Viper issue, but I don't think we'll see it until the end of the season. But when that happens, it's going to be fun as well for next year. When I say end of the season, I mean after champs, really. Maybe after Ascension if they really want to not screw over those teams as well. But
hoping to spot it out with the jump spots, but there's a lot to account for. Jump spot.
Yeah, he was not expecting this. And the Odin close over towards A is like the one, right? If they don't go aggro out towards A, once the wall goes up, you can just spam this. This is the kind of main counter that teams are doing now. And hasn't really been discovered until this year, to be honest. E1, like the main team that bought it. Uh-oh.
Not even slightly.
Uh-oh. As long as no one else oversteps, there's one overstep. A ball.
He catches him. Judge in the face second. It's a trade by every part of the definition. Prowler forwards, jumping.
No way.
The shot's going wide.
Hey, dude, I cannot believe it ended like this. I mean, nicely done from Shin, but Yeah, we had the over peek from Sassy. I think that got him a kill, and then with that kill, he decided to TP out there. I think if that duel doesn't happen at all, the reposition doesn't happen. Yeah, I think it all kind of crumbled from one peek. And then he didn't see the guy TP, even though it was like on the left of it. Yeah, he's frustrated at Sassy peeking. He's not even frustrated at the TP here. He's frustrated that Sassy peeked. I'm pretty sure. He was selling it. Yeah, but the pressure was already there, right? He had already done a tether.
Trying to deny the ult orbs on both sides of the map.
Big round coming into here. That is a bold swing with an Odin. A bold reposition as well.
He's going to try and get in behind the
yeah, and I love how no one spammed it because it was so bold. No one's expecting this. It's a good reposition from him. And you would fit... Oh, boy. We're actually getting pretty close with this ult. Okay, second stays up close. We got the smoke. He has a nade as well. It's a hard retake. They have an Omen flash for a retake, so smoke this off. Omen flash in. How's that bounced? Might be tempted to save.
I think you got to save here.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, and it's looking a little bit like what happened on Split. I mean, I say a little bit. Is it not exactly the same? 5 alive again, 3,000. But it is literally exactly the same round as well, right? Number 4.
Very standard post-plant setups where they have Zekken up top, so they often tuck somebody in towards the box. They have a one-way smoke as well.
3 people save, 5 people get 3,000.
That really is the crucial duel when Sassy is able to get that pick onto Tomaji. Oh yeah.
Huge. And again, Sentinels just knowing, well, that's a huge win. We don't need to worry about damaging their economy when our economy gets such a good boost here.
Absolutely, and you
because
can
they'll take all of this.
From KC was we're going to fight over ult orbs on both sides of the map. So they
what are you
had
getting?
a triple player over towards C, fighting very
and any kind of damage that the Rex K-Corp as well means that they can't get the Odin out over towards A, and I think that is one of the big weaknesses of like this kind of comp. So I think and you kind of have these rounds where you win like the economy battle. Huge.
Dominating.
Just rolling.
Duel goes in. They take A control. They put one pass in here. Rotate comes in. BC default for Sentinels. Where is the ults? Who's close to ults? No one really. John?
These are the situations on defense where it's so difficult to get a read on where the attacking team is going to end, especially if they have a really competent IGL like John Cutie. So this is going to be a lineup to try to clear out Shin if he was playing behind Rubble or on top of it. But Shin is playing that jump spot angle a little further forwards. So he's not really going to
This is one of the other good pauses against this because a lot of time they'll wall up to get through. And they might not use util to clear this.
Forwards now has to respect it. I mean, he was just trying to get ahead of the wall. They couldn't lurk out, but now backing.
That's nice though from Sentinels. Time's getting a little bit low, but they still have the option with Zelsus over towards B. But if they prod over towards A and there's too much resistance on A, they can then split into B. Or they can have a lark. So the options are still there for Sentinels. 30 seconds though, it's getting a little bit scary.
I mean, Martin's seen that there's nobody really pushing off the back of this.
Yeah, it's not really good.
Yeah, and I think 22 seconds. I think Zelsus has got to go here and try and hope that he gets some kills. It's looking a little bit scary. Big duel.
Could have been a difference maker. Might still be. We've only
big duel on A. Big duel on B site. Hens wins the duel on A. Zelsus wins the duel on B. Respect. Yeah, it came down to 3. It came down to 2 big individual duels. They both won them. You gotta shout out Zelsus here. You gotta shout out Zelsus here. Just him being over towards B as well, just playing so calm, having the map control so they have the option split over towards B, and he won the important duel in terms of this one. Yeah, he had his teammate covered the whole time.
They're getting caught out. A half clearance by Magnum. And it does look like that at the moment. You see Zen are fired up. They believe that they have had the most difficult run. I mean, their run through kickoff, through the play-ins, their run here, fighting against Heretics, then fighting against Carmen Corp. 2 big, heavy hitters coming up from EMEA.
You got to think as well. I mean, you got 2 of those teams in the EMEA. It's only EMEA and Americans who will win.
Tate with the 8 months. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. And CC Dragon with the 4 months.
And Kaplan clearly not happy in the interview.
Not sure I can agree with that one, man, but I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you.
First in and not having that prep time.
I saw him at breakfast. I don't think he got sleep.
No, I mean, he's come in here, and I feel like the whole team has just got on.
I've heard that before, though.
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, they're fired up. There's a certain rage about it with the way that they're carrying themselves in this one. They are determined. Doesn't matter how many obstacles you throw up in their face. Doesn't matter if you give them the #1 seed, the #2 seed, VMEA. They don't care. They're on a warpath right now, and their goal is the playoffs.
I remember, this map tends to be attack-sided, so they need to be stacking
Okay,
up.
timeout goes in, and it's yeah, I'm telling you, if K-Corp don't get money, I feel like so much of their stuff, especially against this comp, relies around the Odin. If they don't get an Odin out, I just feel like it lacks so much over towards A. Really do. So aggro on top of this one, watch the instant reaction. They don't have too much map control, so it's not like they're going to insta-fast react. They'll probably just cut sound and late clear this back, try and work out the stack.
Somewhere else around the map, they're playing it slowly. So many players from Sentinels are close to these ults coming online as well. The lockdown.
We've got double gun over towards here. I mean, K-Corp have a chance here. They might force into the double gun.
Of course, back end of the timeout, holding on to
Nice Prowler hits, so you Omen Flash. Next duel. Very nicely done. Yeah, it's good util. Again, just the Prowler goes in. If the Prowler hits, then you just Omen Flash. Nice simple protocol on this.
The two players that were dominating the duels on Split, Tens and Zekken, just continue. Anytime you see them in a duel, obviously here it's against the Sheriff, but it just has tracked all series long. You see them taking a fight, you expect them to win it. The way they're swinging it, you know they expect to win it too. Yeah. It's been monstrous.
There's none of that swinging into crouch spray, uncertainty with your aim, your own abilities. It's just decisiveness.
It's all been there.
Yeah. But they expect to be winning every single fight. And look at it swarming.
Very nice, very, very nice.
Remnants here, Karma Court, 5-1.
This is Sen with basically no anti-time. Guys, you gotta, guys, you gotta stop this, man. Dude, 15 hours to anti is a crazy amount of time. Please stop this. Please stop.
The question is just how many rounds they really need to get online.
I can't anymore. They gotta sleep though. Sure. Take away 5 hours. They've got 10 hours of anti. That's so much.
But their players were still good enough in the game against Heretics to give them rounds every now and then.
5 hours, bro. It's a luxury if you're sleeping 5 hours at these events if you're a coach.
They're a very dangerous team. Even if they're getting outplayed in the macro, or even if the map doesn't lend itself to, you know, one side or the other, they're still going to find those win conditions. And here you have huge ults up for both teams.
I was being generous. I was giving you an extra 2 hours.
They have to invest all of their ults to try to win this one.
It's happy to play close here because he's got the showstopper. There it is. Beef on the movement? Acknowledge, yeah, beef on the movement.
Oh, messed up the movement here. Yeah, messed up the movement and then tanked the Tether. Now we stay close.
That's wild. That is wild.
The nade, unfortunate.
And I said beef on the movement, but I think Zekken threw a blast pack to disrupt that, and the C's came through afterwards as well.
Was that what it was? I don't. Maybe.
I think that nade was meant to be tucked into the corner.
But I mean, amazing reaction instantly from Sen to stop that.
Second did? Damn, bro, that's impressive.
Neutralized the threat again, slowed the round down, denied information for KC, and now they can go wherever they like.
Fatal goes. They have a strong hold here right now. Yeah, really strong hold.
Time to shine, son. Time to step all the way up, and he certainly has done.
And they can still pivot over towards B, and Shin just needs to stay alive. Here's his Omen Flash for retake as well.
Breaking it through now with the paranoia to really set that one up. Shin giving them this space. Locked down. To be committed.
The general population sleeps more than 5 hours. Yeah, but if they win this, they know that they have tomorrow off. It's literally like 1 day. You take the sacrifice of the 1 day.
Yeah, John Cuty's going to commit pit here, and this can allow them to get back into the site and help them flood. Stop
like no matter what, the day is off.
Too much value. We'll see. Even Tense as well, holding the TP as well, making sure they can get straight back into the fight. He's forwards into the corner, barely expecting it, but it's traded almost rapidly on the approach.
Oh, look at this, man. Double ult. Good luck, John. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Nicely done for a narrate on this.
Going our way, finally. Feels like it's been a bloody long time at that, but that second one is on the board for them. And they took a lot, don't get me wrong. A lot of ultimates had to be expended.
Pop T, thank you so much. Pop T, appreciate you. Thank you for the 15. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you for all of the emotes.
From the perspective of Sentinels, but a lot of ults being drained on both
There was I tell you what, in terms of the round here, yeah, Tamazi is just like the god over towards Tree. In terms of this round, it's a big win for K-Corp. Good amount of people survived. They got 2, 3 ults out of them.
We'll see more of that. Show me a bit more fire, Carmen Core. Come on. Satchels through for Zekken. It's fast and double satchels, both being used to punish potentially. All from Tens, he's just taken out. Completely punished. Bullet to the Dharma is all it takes. And yeah, that's the punishment of stick in that one. I suppose he thought it was clear. Door opened up, rotating now, calling.
Yeah, and they're going over towards the right side here now. It's a good call in terms of the cancel. We've seen this before in terms of K-Corp. Their C retake has insane stats right now. Insane. It's like 80. It's like around 70, 80. Might even be higher. They get a good plant, though. That might be the difference. The fact they get a good plant, we have a luck as well. So they can, if they want to, play off the site.
But he might just miss it here. There's a Nightfall as well. Boombot forwards, Nightfall.
Yeah, and with this, they can play off the site, but they kind of don't want to sell Zelsis.
Position blinded. Satchels. Martin barely grappling onto that one. Satchel forward just in case cuts it up. And now everybody playing from Mount. A backwards position, but smoked off. Immaculate stuff from Shin.
It's gonna be a spam fest.
Spray down here. Damage done.
Yeah, I love this smoke.
Through and true for Carmen Core. The rate. Able to stick this half. 1v2, 1v2, not sticking it out wide.
Okay, nicely hand from K-Corp. I enjoyed the smoke to block vision. This one over towards here. Even Sentinels are talking about it now.
That's what you got to see from KC when they were playing in EMEA. Coordinated
yeah, but their C retakes have been just too good. They're so good at them.
But they got the play there. The punish onto Tens through a snakebite nanoswarm to stop the rest of the team coming in. Isolate Tens, get the swing and punish. Very nice from KC, and they follow up. 2 rounds back-to-back now puts KC in a much better position. And the ults still nowhere near for Sentinels after that huge explosive round in round 7, where both teams utilized the entire war chest.
Follow from the Prowlers, just a handshake there, front section of B. No real aggressive map control other than Shin. He's holding close to Mount. Fresh into one way. He's going to be able to TP out of dodge if there is any danger.
Now you can see pings here though. They're getting ready to put pressure B and actually
they really want to cancel out a B.
Shin has got to be so worried about this.
He is going to get wrecked, right?
He's going to be coming from multiple angles and yeah, does have the TP forwards.
Respect. Oh boy, the race a lunatic. Another.
Watching for it. Was the danger there if he ended up losing that?
Yeah, I cannot believe he went for another there.
That confidence is back, and it's boundless right now for Carmen Core.
Opportunism, looking to take the timings, even if they're not playing together. KC find themselves in another 5v3, very similar to round 7.
A little bit
Easy as it goes.
attached.
Forwards, past it, Tens. To the floor.
To Zelsis holding that the whole time. Can they win this duel over? Nope. Okay.
Dropped out in the open. 2v4, make it a 1v4.
Nicely handled from K-Corp.
No chance whatsoever here. He's on the opposite side of the map. With only 20 seconds left. Will be the save.
Yeah. KC finding.
Yeah, it's another slow start for K-Corp, but now they got some money. Actually looking decent.
But they found themselves the player advantage situations so many times in the last 3 rounds. That's one of the biggest reasons why they're able to actually win them. They're able to find a double kill that
isn't a day cleaning up every mistake you see your team doing amazing? Oh, it's good, yeah. Trust me, that it's good. But in terms of like the bigger picture of like anti stuff, they both had the same time. K-Corp had like what, an hour, maybe an hour and a half more in terms of them traveling from the venue.
Pre-planned or called on the fly. Shin was completely alone on C.
Yeah, it can. I'm not saying it's not an advantage. I just don't think it's as much as a big advantage as everyone's putting out. But it is an advantage, don't get me wrong. It's just not insane amounts that you should be harping on about it like all the time.
How many rounds does KC need on their defense side? Because this is generally an attack-sided map. And I think now that they've got 4, you're feeling relatively comfortable, even if Sen take all the rest.
At minimum.
A4 half, you can definitely come back from that on Lotus. You need things to go right for you, obviously. You need, you know, either a pistol or to start rolling with the rifle rounds and get the ults online. It's not a given. But there is actually reason to celebrate for the KC
cards full
fans
time.
right
Sometimes,
now.
yeah. Sometimes you get unlucky.
Going on right now, but they're all facing away from the screen.
Sometimes you get unlucky.
Respect it, man.
They don't need to look.
They are the loudest ones in the building, and they are taking up probably 1/8, maybe that.
Yeah, the loudest per capita. But there's a lot of Sen fans here too.
There are.
It is a little bit attack sided as well, this map, so
I like that the desk through the,
this is looking kind of scary.
English broadcast, by the way, just ruining the KC fans.
Yeah, what do you expect?
Oh, only 15% of you think KC is going to win. That's funny.
Do that Kamido's chat. See what happens. See what happens. I'm telling you, probably 100%. But
Zekken now has a judge.
Yeah, judge
Does
again.
Does this mean we're getting into something a little more pacey?
Sure.
It's got Proas with that double satchel plays. Can really take the space quite rapidly. This time, again,
Alright, hits. Do they now pull the fade over?
Behind Mound, looking to try and fight this one.
Yeah, they're going to be all 5 hit. Oh man, this is going to be a little bit manic on
They're
this.
trying to get proactive just in case to punish those players.
Yeah.
Nice idea as well. Shin using his second smoke, but here we go.
The protocol that we saw earlier.
Smoke for the one way here. Paranoia is excellent. They're all grouped up right towards the back TP on top.
Lovely TP from TenZ. They felt like they had safety behind the mounds, but
all the way forwards, away with it. Still, reinforcements
what an important duel, by the way. TenZ is a beast. That might have even been more important than some of the other duels here. Like, respect. They could have really messed up. Man, look at him go.
He's on for the ace.
Give the people what they want. One left standing, the counterpart on the Omen. He knows Shin is around. He knows Shin is lurking.
Shin just tucking to spoil the clip. Ten and 4. What a demon.
Yeah, really nice from him. And I think K-Corp can't fight over towards C as much as they want to. Like this protocol, whether you prowl it in, it's not like it's like a sky flash or something and you know they're here. Like the prowler is locking onto people so we can get a perfect flash every single time.
It is shooting fish.
It is strong.
And it really is terrifying what TenZ is able to do on Omen. It's fit him like a glove, this new role. Oh yeah.
That's how you know he's different from 2021. Not just the agents being played, man, but he didn't play for the clip.
Yeah, Martin was the only person that didn't eat the flash, right? Maybe he had to swing out heavier.
Very true. Keep the rifle going.
Now in that round, there was still a little bit of danger, right? I mean, Shin got the pick onto TenZ. If Narrate had been able to punish TenZ too, Shin got the pick onto Zekken. If Narrate had been able to punish TenZ,
a lot of people close to their ults at the moment. Double Raze ult, one away either. Fighting over towards C again, maybe we're getting the orb. Looks like we're prioritizing, yeah. And they started talking about this in terms of the Prowler keeps them going over towards C, so they might be able to leave Shin on top of the box. Instead of taking over towards C, how they're normally doing it instead of like a Fade Eye, they're doing a Prowler, so actually being on top of the box is going to work well. Probably going to dodge it. So I like the adjustment from Shin now. Ploop, thank you for the 14 months, man. Appreciate the prime. 3 control. So, how do we even... I mean, if they get the plant down, how do they even retake this with a Killjoy ult?
Look how nicely, though, they've saved all of this utility.
Okay, not so bad. They managed to force the Killjoy ult because they create pressure over towards here, so now they want to force them all the way back. But they do have Raze, Nade, Fade Eye, and ult. Yeah, and they can just play a lot of time with this one. He's going to pop his ult soon. Oh, oi, the movement. The movement was nice with the swing. It's so on. Lovely flash.
Perfect. Magnum through the back now and the side control gained here close to the corner.
Nice trades at the moment. Holy.
The trade sticking now. Thomasy onto
Ooh, John gets the spam. John gets another spam. Yeah, it kind of went into the line here.
Now another tap from Magnum, but it's just him. 1v1. Him versus
Comms come in terms of how much damage. Nicely done. What a sick round from John.
Puts him to bed.
Little bit of danger again.
I like the attempt from K-Corp though. I like some of the stuff they threw into this round. The play over towards here in terms of the top of the box to stop the C stuff. And honestly, the movement from Martin there to get the kill.
Playing further forward to draw all of that utility, and then a few players further back playing the spam game. You know, that we see the same thing when it's
yeah, and he did so much damage to Magnum here as well.
On top of the box, a few players playing out towards Mount. It works all across their map pool, and we're straight back into things. No early fight over towards Rubble, though. KC dominate that area early on, open the door, and that is going to tell John right at the beginning that it was heavy Rubble control.
But they didn't use a nade. There was no signs of life from Martin, so they might think it's only 2. Expecting perhaps to call that pivot here on either side. You can see it, the territory being slowly gained.
Sassy taps the orb. Once the rest of his team's got ready, that's Nightfall online.
It's 2.
Through to Nightfall, Prowlers.
Well, this is going to be probably one of the bigger tests for the C retake. Got 4 people here early. They could flood. They have Razor. Oh, okay.
The rate finding it onto 10s. Beautiful first kill for them, and this is going bad to worse really for Sentinels here. They still can't get a safe plant down. Util flying through along with the rocket. Martin, unfortunate really not to get that one. Satchel
got a lot of space, man. Someone in pit needs to go wild. It's just such a, it's so easy to get overwhelmed here. Oh. Nicely, I think this is a very good recovery from K-Corp, honestly, to get 5 here, managed to bring it out to a pretty respectable half, considering we were here.
That's an extremely solid defense side, powered by those retakes. I mean, don't let the technicality fool you. They flooded back in there using their same retake setups, and the timing for Magnum to swing around the side when the rest are putting pressure up on top, it all worked really well.
Signs of life from Carmen Court. Really excellent stuff on their retakes all around here. Still a steady lead for Sentinels, a steady lead, I should say. Let's send it down to the floor with an interview with some special guests.
Down on the floor, and I'm joined by Mama Zekin and Mama Tens. Give it up for the parents. Los Madres. Mama Zekin, we saw you in Americas cheering on your son. Now you're here in Madrid cheering on your son. How does it feel to be able to travel the world and support your son as he pursues his dream?
I feel like I'm the happiest mom in the world.
Amen to that, sister. I love that. And Mama Tens, I found out this is the first time that you've ever watched your son play on stage. How has the experience been? All the fans here in this building.
It's been amazing, incredible. It's a dream come true. I met so many amazing fans of his. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Guys, give it up, give it up. It's a beautiful thing for sure. Have you been enjoying Madrid?
Yes, it's beautiful here. First time to Europe.
First time to Europe. First time to Europe, everybody. Wow. All right. Mama Zekin, how has the Madrid experience been for you as well?
Mi amor en Madrid.
I mean, she's the best hype man in the biz.
Yeah,
right
she's
here,
the
man.
hype
Let's
man.
just send it back to the cast. Let's get this party rolling. Give it up one more time, guys.
Oh, my. That is one hell of a way to get the crowd on your side.
Do we need to pick her up for the broadcast?
Yeah, a bit of crowd work.
Yeah.
Oh my,
Kick Golden Boy off. I want to see grand finals. Mama Zekin out there hyping up the crowd, because I mean I'm loving the hype though, because this match is delivering so far. Oh, yeah. We got to see excellence from Sentinels when it came to split. It was close in the first half, and then they pulled away. And I think KC may have done enough here to feel confident going into the second half of Lotus.
What do we got? Where are the pistols at? Triple ghost armor. Sorry, triple classic armor. 4 classics. They're actually...
Normally KC very good on attack.
It's so funny. They're really leaning into the classics at the moment, but it feels like the classics are doing great. Jack Dort with the 20 mums. Thank you with the prime. Thank you, thank you.
They're meeting side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Prowler will it afford anything? Right into the face. It's a satchel. Martin with a shorty, but he will go down.
That's so funny.
Him to shreds.
And KC decide not to commit off the back of that.
They didn't see any numbers. It was just Yuto numbers. So I mean,
the trap play was punished.
Door goes in to create pressure that they might be rotating around. The longer they wait, the more pressure that they could have gone over towards A. You could maybe argue that they should have waited a little bit longer. No pressure over towards A. That's a lovely swing though. Oh yeah, that was real nice. Oh, okay. Doesn't even matter. That was great from them.
Dodging and weaving out of the woodwork is what it feels like.
Really nice. All of that fundamental prowess that we saw from KC being demonstrated here. Certainly warming up into the tournament, starting to showcase the strengths of what made them a team to be feared.
I think they need to nerf the classic right click.
Coming out from Magnum. As long as they can secure
It's fine. It's a little bit strong, but I think it's kind of fine. I think if you look at pistol runs anyway, people just love a ghost. I think now we got the skins here as well. It's definitely not going to be happening. I think it's. I still think, and like, it is a free gun. It is a little bit overpowered, but I think it's still nice that when you get those kind of eco rounds, you can still do something.
Little set plays that we saw from KC when they were playing in EMEA, things like that, doubling up and setting up, you know, maybe a high-low setup or a jump peek, and the second player swings in. Now we see Magnum picking up the Outlaw, actually. Nobody on Send Binding Armor, of course.
Outlaw in.
Not going for that force buy.
Pistol score 1-1 every map. The 2-2.
And how many times have we seen this in the series? No real possibility for the team that lost the pistol to do anything because both teams just kind of rotate around each other. I feel like every time a team's won the pistol, we've seen
And they're
this
going to try and get the most of this. Who's close to their ult?
Dodging that variance.
Roaming around the map like a pack of wild animals.
Right with a plant. There's a world where
Free sight for Carmen
these guys swap guns. The Right gets to farm a little bit.
Now, once you get the plant down this easily, you can you have the mental bandwidth to start
See how
thinking about
Sentinels want to play
how
it.
do we optimize our ults? Right, so do we want to try to load them into Narrate because he's already halfway? We want to try to prioritize Martin.
They're trying to get some. They're trying to get some kills here. Let's see.
But there is still pressure here onto Tomashi.
In fact, Senna committing utility into this. Things they really did purchase and buy. They've squeezed the players out towards Mound.
They only lost a ghost, right? So it's not too bad.
Running short. Clearance called by Carmen Course.
Yeah, and they'll just accept this.
Sentinels realize that there's really no chance of this. They're making another call now, moving their way forwards.
And I think just looking to try to die to Spike here. But Sassy is going to take a little bit of a time in.
Plays a caught out in the open. They're going to be able to die to the Spike.
Okay, nicely done from them in the end.
So, really successful.
But it didn't matter too much, right? K-Corp only lost a ghost. Like the best thing that they could have lost on this one, they still get a...
And that's very important. Lotus, I think,
rifle
more than
into
any
this.
map in the pool right now is so ult cycle dependent, especially with it being attack-sided and both orbs being accessible to the attackers too. It's a mixed bag of a buy though for KC. They've come into this bonus with some unusual weapons.
The Odin out over towards
I'm interested to
C.
All
right. This try, it's just a great map threat. Again, chip damage with the no healer.
Players with light armor too. Lots
that's a great point.
K-Corp do a deeper smoke and EP into it as well.
There's that extra danger, so you can see the decision making being used here by Carmen Court.
Kind of like their little default there then.
As well, just
smoke, TP in, fade eye above, try and get a kill. Then you can flash off of it depending on the sound of where they shot it from.
Loading up the ult orbs onto Narrate, making sure that Nightfall gets online.
You can see the pings over towards Rubble, pointing out the three main
Look how
positions that
proactive
somebody like
Sentinels
Tenz
want
would
to
be
be.
playing if they got him posted up in an
This is the spike.
So they're going to go
Oh man, the timing here is so
through
close.
the motions there, making sure that they clear all of these angles. There is nobody home whatsoever on A.
Yeah, it's such a weird round. Sentinels are like really kind of gambling a little bit.
Looks like there's a lot of uncertainty.
I mean, Sen are basically just playing rotate through spawn right now. They're not trying to, you know, anticipate this so much as just
C fake, but then they're gonna. Hey, that's the spike as well.
What? Sentinels, first kill
20 seconds. Smoke goes in, and they realize it's gonna be a B split. 3 people here, 4 people here. I mean, we've got Omen Flash Flood, right?
With only 15 seconds left, the chance really to try and fight them aggressively. Haunt, broken, Boombot now, 11 seconds
Omen
planned.
Flash, Floods.
Is the fight? Yeah, right through.
Lovely
no
shot.
Ooh,
nice from him.
The hopes and dreams torn away in this round. Shin.
Nicely done from Tenz on top of this as well. Got the most important kill to get the spike down at the beginning as well in terms of working out what was going to be happening. Lovely smoke from him, lovely gamble over towards B as well.
Sen were rotating through spawn off noise cues.
Sen really wanted to punish B early. I'm pretty sure they want to really punish B early as possible, it felt like on this round, because they wanted to do it early in terms of leaving A, and then they wanted to do it over towards here. I don't know if they have a read or if they want to just punish B.
where things are going to end. But the reads there from Zen were perfect. They got the right call on where KC were going every time.
Let's go, boys. Good job.
No damage on that bonus.
Yep, really good job, boys. No damage, but a healthy buy on either side. Vibes Merchant making sure everything is in order.
Uh-oh. 8-person duel.
Forwards, dash it across here, sees nade, everything being
These nades perfect. Whoa. Wait, what? How has that happened? I thought he was dead from the nade combo.
Single digits evacuation called. Tens backs away. So listen, call up the cartographer. Power lines being redrawn, but giving up space entirely of Rubble, not even posting a player up deep onto A. Cowan Court giving it up.
They create a big question mark over towards here. Now we go in and Delsis with the Odin has to do a lot, and we are 5 seconds away from the Fade die. Good luck, man. He's going to get util dumped.
All the utility here, but he is just one man.
He's caught here still with the Odin. It's a very big gun and a lot of targets to really choose and beam down. Spot it. Beam in. He does.
Oh, he did great though. He did enough.
No clue about it.
Yeah, he did enough. It's so on. Big duel at heaven.
Ruins his day there, but still getting to the position he was in. Pretty miraculous. He's made it an even job for Sentinels on this retake. 4 position of Magnum. He's hoping for an easy kill, maybe even a cheap one. One-way smoke.
Hey, that's nice. Got the Omen flash out of them early by playing close. Huge as well.
Now backs away with the rest of his team so we can play side by side, shoulder to shoulder.
The Rate has a Fade die for once they come over towards site as well. Oh boy. No, he doesn't. Nicely done. This was good. What a sick Viper molly as well from them. Smoke goes in close, TP's into it. Oh, they had great util.
So easily. Bundling up the KC.
Yeah, and that was a big round, right? You gotta look at that damage done here. Dude, yeah, you gotta shout out this, man. In fact, he gets another here. Yeah, he sees the alarm bot go over towards the right to keep spamming. Really nicely done from Zelsis. This is a great retake. This is a lovely molly. Like, really good Viper molly.
Really claustrophobic from KC in the post plant. They kind of gave Sen too much space there to do whatever they wanted.
I think they were just happy with the big win, the fact that they got the Omen flash out of them, and then they felt like that was like the one bit of util that they wanted to get out. Then they kind of were really fast on top of them. This is the last timeout from K-Corp?
Being attack side, be momentum based. Well, Sen have just stolen all of the wind out of KC's sails.
Essentially back-to-back gun rounds being won from the retake protocols. Not just that, I mean, they've earned themselves up to some pretty serious ults. Utility and kit looking nice and clean for Sen.
Yeah, and they don't have too much money.
He's not having a world-class game, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's sitting at 9 and 12, but he's doing his job and he's doing it well.
Yeah, I feel like though Tens has been that guy.
Oh yeah.
From map 1 to map 2, Tens' performance has been amazing. When they need him to get aggressive, like for example in that retake, John Cutie survives on the other side of the map. There's a Viper orb up in the middle of sight. They pop it up. That allows Tens to only focus on one angle, teleports forward, takes the one fight.
Looks like a B hit. And Sassy's at least here to get early info.
You need an Omen entry.
Sentinels on top of this one in terms of changing their setup up as well, so they can hold B a little bit heavier, and they're going to have C pressure as well, so they can inch into this. They're positioned pretty well.
Fight over C early. Again, same smoke, but it is that weaker bio Carmen Core.
Similar default, but Narrate didn't throw his eye this time.
To be able to push this one across the line, or you're looking to try and do damage to the economy and draw out ultimates. Certainly B is the best site to fight with these more close-range weapons, like Magnum's Stinger and Martine's Judge. They haven't cleared
no way. There's no way, man. Tens, bro. How has he got this second kill? They literally went by each other.
Martine was just stuck in the corner with a Judge there. But he got blinded up. And
what's 18 and 8?
He probably had a couple freebies, but great adjustment from the Phantom Tens. They completely neutralized that round. This very reminiscent, actually, of one of the earlier rounds that we saw from KC, where Martine and Max.
He jumped with new Judge.
Trying to find that timing. And here, Sentinels on defense, being proactive, clearing out that area in the mid-round and catching KC before they could set up.
What's the sneaker though? Go into the big buy rounds, money diff.
Kamiko aiming to win that fight out, but they don't actually have anything planned for the Horns. Potential mistake there. Lots of pings to a variety of players. Kamiko though, not dissuaded.
Oh boy.
Now with a nightfall.
It's one. Do they just try and send it over to site with one hit? You would definitely feel like it's fine to do it. Yeah. Good luck to Zelsis again. The lovely smoke from tens.
Just hoping that the reinforcements arrive, but he backs himself into a deeper position, tucked to the back, still danger. Vulnerable, no way in hell. Second showstopper, but his players right behind him. They don't have
oh my god. This is insane. Zelsis is still alive somehow. Ten still has his flash, still no plant.
He's still struggling to get the plant down.
Some of these fights, the way it goes, I mean, flip a coin, you have a better chance of guessing. Still up onto the ropes, that's Shin. Forwards. 2% expected. 2% expected. Do they expect it? They do not, John. Brought down. Angles watched. Forwards now. Sassy keen to take the fight, keen to trade it out. Through the box though.
Oh boy.
Straight bullets and Sassy's dropped down. Everybody watching and eventually
ooh, that one got a little bit close. Okay, so they win one, 3 people die, 2 people got to rebuy armor, which means that 3 people are low fully, and then 2 people are kind of low anyway, and they just won one, so that's, I mean, K-Corp have to win this round.
Not even a half clear from Zekken in that corner. Too many positions to try to guess at. Great aim from Magnum there. Big readjustment. Pulls KC back within 2. And they can start here to work some of their ults and start to build a bit.
This is such a big round. Such a big round. Like, Sentinels have a chance to pretty much end this here. Or at least get to 12.
Prowler, Boombot.
There's a big ult diff, though. Got a huge ult diff. Sassy 1 kill away from ult.
Both double swinging through, but they're vulnerable up now. The nade goes flying forwards. A connection. Celsius.
Yeah, really focused on the spam there.
With the lockdown as well, you have to respect it. Sassy's overstaying as well, praying that somebody would open himself.
Got Raze ult for the after plant.
The plant for Mound this time instead of.
Okay, dude, I saw that the wrong way around. I was like, wait, what? Keep an eye on Tens late over towards door. This Omen flash like this is very, very strong.
What's the back? Sentinels are already in. Showstopper. No one to break it. Couldn't let loose with the Prowler defuse burning away.
Uh-oh. Omen flash? And I'm excited for it. Smoke goes in. Everyone off site. Omen flash goes in. Only hits 1. Okay, nicely done, man. Dude, I thought we were going to be Omen flashing like this, fast flooding onto the site, but I think because it was a good plant, they realized they needed to like delay it a little bit more.
Well played by KC.
So yeah, nicely done from K-Corp. And the good news for them is 4 people are alive, so their money gets really good. Like a perfect round from them, really. He flashed Mound and said, yeah, it's because I think the comms came in and there was this plant, so they were probably going to be heavier over towards here. So that kind of came down to K-Corp actually having a good plant, using the Killjoy or spamming the corner that would have prevented them from planting there.
But both of these teams are looking sharp. Mind games on mind games in these retake post-plant situations. But Zelsis once more has been left alone over towards C.
I think 1-9, 2 people can't buy next, 1 person can't buy next.
Towards a snack on the C site.
Just that, I mean, vacuuming up.
Yeah, and I think they've kind of worked out that Zelsis is playing C alone. But C control early, they insert 1. Alarm bot into the smoke, see if anyone's going to push. And this crossfire is strong. Yeah, this normally doesn't go too well for the attackers when we have this kind of crossfire. Especially with the Omen flash. Get 3 people here as well. Yeah, they have none of it. They want nothing to do with it. Does that mean that this guy can free up this guy and we get a better rotate? Yes, it does. Zelsis might be here in time.
See, Magnum did not give that one up already. Through forwards. Well, John QT. It's an orthodox one, just playing closer to pillar here. Now sets down a Viper.
It's a nice plant. Nice Oh, it goes all the way over towards the site. And he has a cubby at top.
To be made out forwards in front of it, lucky to be alive. Still bizarre.
Fade ult hits 2, 3 on site.
They don't know anything.
Whoa!
That is disgusting. Pretends he's forwards and through, eventually removing that pesky problem that is the IGL. 2 players forwards. The rate has fallen.
Shin 1v2. Not this time. Nicely done from Sentinels. Oh my goodness, how did Magnum get 3 in the end? He tanked a fade ult as well. He was like 40 HP during all of it. Yeah, I can't believe that.
It looked great for Sendon.
You got to shout out John here. Not even the kills at the end, like the original kill as well. The spam was good. The ult was like really good. Covered the plant spot and gave him a cubby over towards heaven. It was like very nice. Meant they couldn't get enough space as well. Also meant this smoke. Is that their smoke? Kind of isolated this guy a little.
Often been using Tomashi's smoke to be able to get into the C site, and John Cutie just reads that for the first kill. And a little whiffy towards the end from Narrate and Shin. Otherwise, Magnum had given them an opportunity.
One person can't buy from K-Corp, so he's going to take a hit, probably a Bulldog.
2 rounds ahead again. Maintaining the lead.
Weird looking Bulldog, get the stinger out. Not enough money with it. Fade Eye goes in, and they even saw the alarm bot and shot it, I think, unless he took it back.
It's a good one. Both the IGLs going to be working overtime to try and get that edge.
Yeah, early A control. 2-person stack, 2-person stack.
To see again.
This could be. What util have they got to push this guy off?
It could have been punished, but safety for now at least. But the snake bite fades.
Weird because it's like this.
Oh,
whoa!
Above doesn't expect it. Stinger, exactly where it's favored. Close quarter combat. They don't have to sight just yet. They know where John QT is. John needs some help. John needs some help here. Swinging wide. Sassy will be punished for it. Casualty.
Second spams one through there as well. Dude, he's doing damage through this wall. Spammed a lot of them down. Flash insta retake. Oh. Oh my god, Martin, man. He picks up the Oda back of sight. John, 32 HP. Healing up, 52. They saw him, right? I think Shin saw him. Oh, what a round from Martin, by the way. Yeah, the stinger was the gun. It was the lowest buy, the only person that couldn't buy full. Oh, the movement there to like just get up and have instant accuracy was pretty sick.
And wasn't really expected in this spot. But yeah, they're forced to go for this level of aggression and run into Martin's Odin here because they need to deny the plant. Otherwise, they're going to be retaking into a pit.
It's a silly gun.
Unfortunately, they lose the round anyway. And now Tomashi has pit up for the next. And
the ADS Stinger, yeah, it's really good. Man, Stinger's just a good gun.
The top of the scoreboard, and my man's about to come into this round with a Sheriff.
Sheriff and half armor, Guardians, I mean, a few rifles, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's...
I'm gonna need someone to drop him a gun.
At least.
I mean, I know that he can get work done with the Sheriff, but you want to put your players that are in the aggressive positions in the best position possible. And here we see Sentinel's coaching staff taking the time out because this is crunch time. They have a chance here at being able to close out the series.
Last timeout, so once this is done, coaches can't speak.
Book their spot into playoffs, set themselves up, potentially as tournament favorites if they make it through Heretics and KC playing like this. Other teams will certainly be having words about that. But there would be little to doubt if they could close things out here.
Most people ahead of this tournament, Common Core Sentinels penned in as
OT?
most likely finalists, really. The two
Yeah,
teams
definitely possible.
into this event.
Definitely possible.
Been a banger of a game so far.
Oh, we force.
So back and forth.
Oh man.
But I think you kind of
hey,
have
this
to
is
it.
Being able to pull this is kind of it. Okay.
Fade combo.
Here we go.
Seize nade combo. Very possible here.
Not using it. Though.
Want to play close, but then he was too isolated, so they want to get out of here.
It's a different lineup.
Insta broke this, now he's going all the way back around. John, a little bit committed, but obviously smoke can happen now. They have a good read in terms of 4 people over towards A. Is this just what they do against Killjoy ults? Because Killjoy ult is like not good over towards every... Oh my god, the Omenite flash hit 3. The Omen flash hit 3.
There's so many layers to that. It really is.
Damn, that was really, really sick. Meanwhile, this happened. Magnum over towards B has shot the alarm bot, so this created a lot of pressure over towards B. So now they got to expect someone could have pushed into these angles.
So he's calling to narrate that B may be clear. Is Tomashi going to try to fake this with a pit or something? What are KC cooking? They had a free B site to go for. And they're still going A.
Damn, yeah, and Tens wasn't believing it, thinking that they probably went over towards B because that person would have pushed and got a lot of map control. Oh, boy. Okay, here we go. Narrate 1v3. Kind of got to win it. Money's going to be really low. 1,900 loss bonus onto these guys afterwards is not going to be good.
On series point. He's worried about Zelsis. But Zelsis is still tethered to his turret. 15 seconds.
Look how well Sentinels have played this.
Just no chance, surely.
Anything taps it's hoping that a few of these players will be out.
Oh god. And he gets his ult.
Unbelievable! Seconds available. Celsius is miles away. The Nightfall gonna confirm that he's not playing towards.
Oh boy. Dude, he's a god, man. He's an absolute god. At 11-11, money's about to get reset. It forces them down to this much money. That's insane. That's insane.
How does he line this one up?
Jesus.
Get out of here. I mean, what was that? 0.3 on the timer or what? I don't even know.
Everything stacked against him.
No way. I mean, barely contained the edge, just like, okay, I'll be the stoic one.
Somehow he expects that, apparently.
Yeah, not shocked.
None of us did.
That's so funny.
God damn.
Magnum is buying an outlaw here to get his team up to map point. Knowing
Yeah, and he knows there's a lot of light on this.
What's the save?
God, the impact of that is...
Ults are all in favor of KC, really. There are still ults over on the side of Sen too. Do they choose to use them?
They're hard stacking. There's 5 players. I don't know what gives this read away. It just seems to be a gamble. Zelsis forwards.
See what goes down.
Tens is set up for a paranoia. Are they going to try to clear this?
Yes, they're going to be trying to fight this one. Paranoia, forwards, haunt, broken, tags it in the smoke, forward, Central smoke was about in a second, he let the rocket loose, and Sentinels, no way! From the jaws of defeat, they're trying to take it back. Magnum has taken so much damage in the mix of things, 3 HP, Spike, retrieved, backing away, not quite, it's dropped down, and Sentinels, out of nowhere! You're joking!
Dude, I need to see a replay.
That is utterly ridiculous. The 5-player.
I mean, they had the stack.
Perfect time. And not just
One
that,
chance.
but finding the play of the haunt being broken. I mean, look at the way
Oh
the
my god.
They find the exact moment that KC were about
Look at the util dump.
all of them with utility in their hands, ready to exec. And Sen, the aggression pays off big time. They could not have found a bigger moment to slam the pressure back into KC. We're into this.
Let's see, one chance to end this.
It's already here. Shambolic buy for KC.
It's bottom of the barrel. It's all they're working with. It's desperation. Individuals need to step up to even stand a chance of staying in this series.
Emotional roller coaster doesn't even begin for the players that
How
are on
is...
stage. You go
What have I
from
missed?
elation to
It's an Odin
devastation.
spam. It's just a straight up Odin spam. Survives on 1 with an ult.
Gives them that space freely.
You got dinged through the wall? Oh.
Now Shin does have
Damn, dude.
his ult. There's a chance he can pivot.
Martin has the showstopper, but he took 124.
Nah, still trying to process the round before.
He
It's
took a
insane.
long-range phantom headshot.
Fake. Lockdown being used.
Ult goes in, pulls 1 in terms of the rotate.
Sentinels have been playing super reactive off the time.
Aid is perfect.
Just from the minor amount of util. Now the
Oh,
showstopper.
it's gonna have to be a retake. Wait, is the turret gonna... Yeah, he's got to ult the turret. He has to ult the turret. They just get this in. He's going to get detained. Right? Yeah. They're going to insta-tap. Dude, it's such a nice after-plant.
This could be it. All on the line for Carmine Core. And the calls are being made here, fighting up close, fighting forwards. All tucked away, Zelsis!
Odin, man.
Ripped to pieces,
No way.
No chance.
There's no way. Man, the Odin with the walls, that was incredible. Damn, 2-0. And the Odin was everything at the end here. The spams. Just reverse over towards tree. Yeah, the gamble stack C eco was just...
It looked poised, it looked ready. It looked like it was going to bind. But the final map denied us. As Zen denies KC their spot in playoffs for now. This team still with options being able to make it through our Swiss stage. But the path for them continues.
Yeah.
Number 1 seed.
You go down to the 1-1.
Taking out the win against the winners of EMEA.
Are fast in the top 4.
And what a game it was. Oh, yeah. Sen, definitely the better team there on Split, but a hair's breadth between them on Lotus.
I mean, the smallest of differences. I was convinced we were going to be seeing bind. I was convinced it looked like it was preordained, man. But it's Sentinels moving forwards in the playoffs. They'll be happy for it, I'm telling you. Kaplan and Drew been gaining grey hairs at a rapid pace. They haven't had a break, man. They haven't had a break, but finally, a bit of peace and quiet, time to prepare. Sentinels are first team in the playoffs.
And you've got to be thinking,
oh man, the call of the stack on the eco was so good. I can't believe they forced it in as well, in terms of K-Corp.
They had some close maps, some close games, but chewing through both of those EMEA teams who were looking so hot.
Man, the mid-rounding from Sentinels as well is just so good, by the way.
And with all of that time to be able to prep, certainly they're going to be looking at
it was a fun game, this one. One of the better ones.
As they head forwards to playoffs.
Potentially even more dangerous as well. I mean, of course, can't count out Carmine Core. They're not out of the tournament just yet. It's the Swiss stage. Listen, they're going to get that chance of redemption, that chance of playoffs.
But against
still.
who?
Against who? Against who? I mean, there's too many unknowns, man. There's too many unknowns and too many other good teams. I mean, we're barely any way into this tournament, and we're just seeing such a high quality of play. It's just insane. It's insanity.
It really is. It's also just
Sen? Yeah, we're 2-0 there through to playoffs.
Being brought to the big stage by these Sen players. Yeah. They've worked so hard to increase.
Hence at 2 KD over the series. Man, he was frying on this map. It was madness. 18-8 at one point, I remember.
All the backbone that's standing up and winning them games here against teams like Heretics and KCU, no slouches individually. One of the big things that's powering through are those individual.
I feel like Zekan's fast kills, fast deaths must have been pretty high.
You know, Zekan on map 1 as well was just unbelievable. And John up towards the top of the scoreboard here for the second map too, whilst also calling an amazing game too.
Yeah, John's a beast. 8-8. Ooh, okay. Definitely tanked a little bit on Lotus, but he made some he made a good amount of space from a lot of it.
It couldn't have been better. The timing too. The timing on the horn, the break, the paranoia, the run into the smoke. I mean, these are what dreams are made of for Sentinels.
I still can't believe that last round. The Odin to spam all the way through. Just all of them sitting in tree.
Away from you.
Yeah, I'm taking a gander, trying to see if the interview's ready right now. Will be, I hope so. Yeah. At some point, and yes, it is. I've got the cue. Go straight to the interview.
They're both so pumped.
What's up, everybody? Let's give it up for Sentinels one more time.
Odin got so much value. Yeah, it always does on this map.
Join QT, and we're going to have a little bit of we want to hear the feelings after this matchup. Estoy aquí con John QT. Vamos a hacerle unas cuantas preguntas sobre este partido. First of all, after failing to win Ascension, getting back to with your coach, getting here, making it to the big stage. Now you're on to playoffs. I assuming that you're feeling amazing and crazy, but how different is actually IGL and preparing for Americas compared to this?
It's not much different. We just have our process that we follow. We just trust our protocols. We're approaching the games the same as we approach them in Americas, pretty much. Just making sure we understand how the other teams play and how we want to play, and just trust ourselves, pretty much.
Le he preguntado sobre, obviamente, se tiene que estar sintiendo encima de una nube por toda la trayectoria que ha tenido y estar ahora aquí, ser además el primer equipo que se clasifica a los playoffs. Le he preguntado cómo es de diferente prepararse para América que prepararse para aquí. Y dicen que básicamente hay que confiar en sus protocolos, en lo que tienen preparado y que la diferencia realmente es mínima. Okay, you say that the difference is not really there, right? But coming into today's matchup, knowing that you barely had any time to rest, how was the preparation, if there was any, especially, you know, with the maps and everything that we saw?
The preparation wasn't that long, to be honest, because we had no time. We just made sure to trust ourselves, discuss the veto, and the coaches watched the games. I also watched the game, and we pretty much just predicted the veto. I watched their Lotusens play. I was very aware of how they played, and they didn't change much, so it wasn't that hard.
What was the hardest thing to adapt within the game for you?
The hardest thing was just to make sure we're not nervous. I think yesterday we definitely played bad and we still won, but we were very shaky, making stupid mistakes, stuff that we're not used to do. So I just made sure that everyone stayed comfortable and played well.
Le he preguntado que también cómo se ha preparado con tan poco tiempo, ¿no? Después de que ayer fueran el último partido y hoy el primero. Dice que tampoco ha habido mucha diferencia entre lo que Karmine Corp ha hecho en días anteriores y lo que han hecho hoy. Con lo que más dificultad han tenido sí que ha dicho que es con mantener las energías y no cometer los mismos errores pequeños que cometieron en el día de ayer. Well, thank you very much, Young QT. Let's hear it one more time for Sentinels as they make it to playoffs. Nos vamos a ir a un cortito descanso, pero no os preocupéis porque tenemos más partidos. Don't go anywhere. We have another matchup coming up next. Gen G versus EDG.
Alright, this was kind of sick. Sentinels through. Get our first team in terms of 1-1. And again, if you want to watch that game, we've got the VODs channel. VODs channel is there for people to watch if you missed any games. And also on the main channel, we've got the editor doing like edited down cuts, so it's a little bit easier for people to digest. Okay, Corp look good though. Oh, for sure. Dude, both of these teams look really, really good. Like, this was really close. Do you think that Sentinels, the only reason I gave Sentinels the edge is just because their split is just so good. That was like the only kind of thing that I felt was an edge on this. Man, that eco stack. The amount of impact from John in terms of calling and fragging is insane, I swear. And they should have banned split. I thought the map beta was gonna go a little bit different, but again, we don't really know how teams have been in practice. We have no idea really. Okay, chat. I'll be right back. Let me spam some ads.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to day 3 of Masters Madrid. It is time for our second match of the day. China's #1 seed Edward Gaming versus Pacific's #1 seed Gen G. I'm Mika Fabs, back on the desk once again with Mimi and Kakuka. I hope you ladies are ready for another banger match today.
I was hoping for more from that first one.
I know. We wanted a map 3.
But this series is going to be so exciting as well. I feel like it's been a long time coming for the best of these two regions in kind of their new form, with Gen G taking over that crown in Pacific to have a match.
Yeah, exactly. And especially after EDG getting the final win against PaperX, I feel like everything is coming to fruition. Sometimes when we talk about the placements from the teams coming into the tournament, I think that both these teams really deserve that top 1. Gen G proved it the other day, and so did EDG.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of big surprises that happened the other day, and that's how these teams came to this point, right? But there was also a lot of trash talk about this match, and I just love it. Here's what Munchkin had to say about this match. Are you ready, Kang Kang?
Not like full trash, like recycling talk maybe, but both these players.
A little light.
That's
but
a saying now, Bea, and you can't stop that.
Yeah, I won't stop you. I'm never. From the beginning of LCQs, many Japanese fans call me the god of operator, but now I want them to know I'm the god of duelist.
Every Kang Kang quote is so hard.
It's so like, metal.
I mean,
it's
they
so
chew
metal.
the bones to like pieces, or how was it? Like,
yeah, I'm gonna chew my opponent's bones to dust, I think.
Something like that.
He's crazy.
You know what? If ever Valorant has like a heavy metal kind of theme, and the lyrics of like the opening song should be like Kang Kang's quotes. Yes. I feel like that's what.
I feel also like in the past he was more about the teams. I like the fact that he's humbling a little bit more. You know, I think that he's taking a step back.
He's focused on himself.
Yes.
I think that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
No. Yeah, I think it's great. I think that the evolution that we're seeing within the players themselves and the personalities coming into emerging with the rest of the community that we already have is perfect.
Well, I guess when you talk about EDG, you usually talk about Kang Kang, but there's so many other players that are really delivering.
There's actually nobody else to talk about.
There's nobody else to talk about, really. Well, let's send it over to Golden Boy and hear from EDG's nobody.
What Oh, which way is this one gonna go?
Nobody, come here real fast, my friend. Hello. Good to see you.
These guys are gonna have to step up if they want to win, I feel like.
Yesterday, you guys overcame a massive challenge by defeating PaperX. And now, today, you enter a new era here where you have an opportunity to overcome new challenges. Is the next challenge to win the tournament, or are there more in the way?
那其实，在昨天的比赛，你们也是完成了一个属于自己的挑战，打败了 PRX。那你觉得接下来会不会有更多的挑战在等着你们？或许是赢下这整个所有的比赛，又或者说还有其他的挑战，你觉得在等待着你们去完成的？
我觉得今天的对手来说，对我们的话是一个挑战吧。如果今天能够顺利拿下的话，我觉得我们后面的旅程将会一帆风顺。
I think today our opponent is definitely another challenge for us. If we can overcome this, maybe after this we can do everything well.
Right, well, I think a lot of people would love to see
Fair
that.
enough.
Good luck to you, my friend. Back to you guys.
King said their form is not good in the post.
Well, it looks like they're just about ready for every
maybe.
single challenge. And I mean, EDG got revenge on PaperX. So I think after that history and finally managing to overcome
Maybe some players went a little bit quiet.
International tournaments,
Could say that much, I guess, but
you'd be ready for just about anything.
Yeah, I mean, they've played this team 3 times before at global events.
I just think Sentinels are a scary team. I think Sentinels are a scary team to play against.
Evolution of EDG style. When we first saw them at global, they were this chaotic team who was so focused on individuals, a lot like what kind of FPX is now. But in this match, they were so slow and controlled. They were very focused, especially on the attack side, of playing these really patient mid rounds, waiting for PaperX to mess up, and then finding the gap.
Yeah, and actually that is something that you can expect from PaperX, right? Not the messing up, but actually, they're going for the aggression. They're doing a little bit of those funky plays. I think that adaptation also is going to help them throughout the rest of the tournament, because the opponents and the teams look more like PaperX than the conventional teams, especially with how the meta is shaping and how the regions are advancing and moving forward. So good to know that they can get that revenge, but is it going to be enough when put up against different kind of play styles? Like, for example, Gen G being more traditional.
I mean, I feel like both these teams actually have really comparable styles, right?
Yes.
They're both now playing that super slow, mid-round heavy style, trying to embed lurks, but both have these really ridiculous kind of levels of players to step up in the late rounds and win clutches, which I think makes this a very interesting style match.
Speaking of
Lotus, yeah, I like watching Lotus.
We have
it
to
is
talk about how
I don't know, it's fun.
I have
Lotus is a fun map. Still think we don't see enough chamber on it, but there's a few teams now. There is a few teams.
Yeah, exactly, and that is something that made the difference.
Ash, thank you for the raid as well. Thank you. Appreciate that. What's up, Raiders? How we doing?
That he was finding the space, that he was finding the right time, and that he was giving the right information to the rest of the team. I think that we highlight so many IGLs around the world, and it is time that EDG evolves, moves away from that tag of, yeah, we have Kanka, he is good on the operator, haha, we do duels, to actually thinking of them as a very high contender.
I did.
Yeah, I mean,
enjoy sleep.
Oh
man, the game was so good.
Mirrored the
yeah,
team
it really was.
As the team has gotten better, so much of it has been about
it really pivoted at 11-11.
We've really seen him learn from the teams they've played global event after global event. Well, this is the time he's ready to rock up and teach some people.
What I feel about Genji Sentinels? I mean, let's get there. Let's see.
When we talk about exploiting that gap,
they both looks like two teams that are at like peak form at the moment.
Again, as I say, it's eerie, it's uncanny, it makes my spider senses tingle.
Boo's not on this team, so I don't see why it would be eerie.
Well, that's true. No need to be shocked or anything. But I feel like, when you talk about EDG, again, you talk about Kangkang, it's great to see, by the way, that he is also evolving because, you usually lock him onto the duelist role and the super opper of EDG. But now you see him actually flexing onto different roles. He brought out the KO, for example, a while ago.
The draw will be interesting. The 1-1 draw, it's going to be really interesting.
I believe, Mimi, you did sit down with the EDG duelist. Now maybe Flex to talk about his return to the big stage.
I'm joined here by Kangkang.
Aaron, Rookie of the Year. He's set up for it, yeah,
Kangkang,
at the moment.
Welcome to Madrid. I wanted to start off by asking you, this is the first event now that you as EDG has been representing the CN International League. How has it changed from previous events to now playing in the league?
那其实对于我们是代表着我们 CN 联赛建赛区以来第一次参加这个世界性的赛事嘛？那你觉得和之前相比的话，来到这次马德里大师赛有没有什么不一样呢？
我觉得这次参加马德里可能更多的是背负 VCT CN 的一些荣誉吧，所以说我要先为兄弟们登上这座山，然后为兄弟们插这面旗。
I think like we kind of like take the pride of our Asian league. For all of my brothers from CN, I kind of like I want to climb this mountain for them.
Yeah, well, you're already kind of starting on that quest.
Yeah, that's true. Kind of to show what is possible.
For EDG, it feels like sometimes
buys a lot of people.
When you watch you play,
region.
You see kind of different versions of this team. When you played against a team like Case, it's a very like put together team, and when you play against FPX, sometimes it gets a little bit more chaotic. Do you think EDG as a team plays to the level of the opponent they're against?
其实我们会发现 EDG 在面对不一样的对手的时候，其实你们的打法风格会有改变。比如说你们在面对 KC， 可能你们会更团队一些的那样去玩，但是在面对 PRX 的时候，你们又会可能也会打得比较冲啊，比较有是那种打得比较有侵略性那种。那你们会根据队伍的不同来改变你们的打法风格吗？
我觉得这是以前我们的一个弊端吧。然后我觉得我们现在要做的就是。在他们像 PX 他们可能会打得很混乱的时候，然后我们做到，不要被他们的节奏所影响到自己需要打什么的东西。对，我觉得我们现在应该做的是做好自己。对。
I feel like if we change our play style, depends on who is our opponent. It's kind of like a disadvantage of us because we want to like play our own thing, no matter who is our opponent. For example, if it's PRX, we don't want if they play chaotic. If we discipline and do our things, I think that will be better.
Okay, very interesting. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have.
Thank
you very much for joining me, Kangkang.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense as well.
Well, Kangkang talking about scaling mountains, and the next challenge, the next mountain that they have to scale will be Genji. This was their first global qualification, and right out of the gate, they took down Loud of all of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, Genji's debut showed that Pacific was not a fluke. It wasn't just
Texture.
One-off to go
Texture
and
and Karen.
Like this
honestly, just the whole Genji team.
Play. Loud came out playing some funky comps. They went back. They changed onto a Yoru on their ascent. They did a lot of stuff that I think would be really hard to deal with as a team seeing it for the first time. And Genji adapted to it incredibly well. Again, comparable to EDG, this team does a great job at slowing down these rounds, not letting themselves get dragged into the chaos, and instead setting up to find the right mid-round idea and adapt to even these weirder comps very well.
Aaron just picked up out of ranked, yeah. Apparently he just used to use like he just used to use random names like Scream One Tap and stuff. Yeah, he had two, right? He had one called Scream One Tap, and then one was I can't remember that his other account.
All the knowledge and all that
He just used to always be top 10 in
you mentioned Texture, right? He was a player that was already
ranked.
one of the best duelists to come
Yeah,
out
something
of
about
Pacific,
Flusher.
and you set him up in a team that complements his playstyle perfectly, and suddenly you have one of the most dominant duelist showings in an entire tournament that was Pacific Kickoff.
I was honestly kind of disappointed watching him play all of last year and be tossed around on all these.
Scream, he's a free agent now. He got released from his contract,
How
so
many different agents he was playing, how often.
might have to wait until next year. We'll see what
He gets
happens.
on this team, he's playing Jet, he's playing Duelist, he's playing what he's good at, and he's damn good at it.
And he's probably one of the reasons why they were able to manage it, to get this miracle run that Genji had in Pacific. And I think the fact that he's able to translate it here, and by the way, I do not think that he's still 100%. It's amazing and will probably take Pacific very far.
Well, let's see if we have more from Genji with Golden Boy and Munchkin.
Munchkin, come here, buddy. Oh, man, it's been so long. We got to get the awkward hugs out of the way. Buddy, it's been a minute. I saw your post online to Kong Kong. You had asked him if he was ready for today. Is it safe to say that you're excited for this match, and why is that?
Just T1 Munchkin lost to EDG, but Genji Munchkin will not.
Oh, Genji Munchkin will not. Good to see you, buddy. Always a pleasure. Back to you guys.
Dude, Genji killing the little interview segments.
All right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. This is match 2 of the day, and we'll go ahead and get started. EDG, do you want Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Genji, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Ben Bind.
Bind. EDG, your ban.
Ban Lotus.
Lotus.
Yeah.
And map number 1 from Genji.
We pick Icebox.
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2 from EDG.
Split.
Split. Side on split. Attack. Okay, next set of bands starting with Genji, you have Ascent, Breeze, and Sunset.
So were they not expecting split? What it feels like? Why does this always happen with Genji?
Ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset. Your ban, you have Ascent and Breeze.
Ban Ascent.
Okay. So map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze, Genji, side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
Hey, what? I feel like EDG did pretty good map pool wise. I'll be honest. I think this. I gave this like originally like a 70-30. I was thinking 60-40, 70-30 like odds. After seeing the map pool, I'm leaning way more to like the 60-40 because I don't enjoy Genji's Breeze. Did the same thing for Genji last time, but I don't like their Breeze. I mean, yeah, nothing changed after watching their Breeze. If anything, I lost more. I lost more faith in it.
A battle for that sure spot into playoffs. China's #1 seed versus Pacific's #1 seed. It's EDG versus Genji. And we've seen, Mimi, just how hard these teams can punch, even against the best of them all.
They absolutely can. EDG has been a team on a long rise, climbing mountain after mountain. But their next opponent, the new kings of Pacific, Genji, have been impressing everyone on the run-up to Masters Madrid. And this is their chance to lock in playoffs early.
And it wouldn't be the first time that we see a miracle run in a Masters tournament. And I think that not only making it into playoffs would be enough for Genji, they should be hungry
Mango,
for
thank you so
more
much, man.
after
Appreciate the
defeating
gifted.
world champion.
Who
in
gifted
Laos.
185 altogether as well.
Every
Madman.
international
Thank you so much,
tournament
Mango.
they've
Appreciate you.
They've gotten better. The placement has increased. They ended at a crescendo
Chat, let's get some
champion with a new CN league.
dude, it looks so sick.
On top again. There's
Get some
pressure to
Euler
succeed, to
Euler
make it
spams going.
international, to
Slug
represent
Oilers,
China
thank you
the
so
best
much, man.
they can.
Appreciate you, Mango.
I love that you brought
Melch
that
and
up
Cookie as
because,
well
like,
with 21
you're
months.
just
Thank you.
reminding everybody that EDG kind of had a later start than all of these teams, right? And now we're seeing them here dominating so many others, and it's going to be a memorable performance for them for sure, especially since, as you mentioned, we're seeing them getting better and better and better.
They're the only team at Masters Madrid who didn't make a roster change into 2024.
That's right.
They are really the last, like, I guess, old guard team that is fully intact.
How?
What they
How
used
did we
to be.
get here where they are the old guard on a tournament? I think it's crazy and outrageous. And also, if we think about the map veto that we just saw, knowing that Gen G is the team that has played every one of them that has played every single map that is out there in the map pool, is very interesting to see where EDG wants to be taking things, and also if Gen G is going to be changing things around.
Yeah, we're starting out on Icebox for this series, and I think this is an interesting matchup.
Mango,
because Gen
getting
G
involved with another
has
one
been
as well.
so
Appreciate you,
damn
dude.
good on this
Thank you,
map.
thank
Like,
you.
they're yet to lose it
186
in
right now. Thank you very
2024.
much.
5-win streak. The last name they took down
Have I
was
seen
Lau,
the
who
leaked
a lot
new
of people
agents'
consider
ability
one of
names?
the
Nope.
kings of Icebox through
Nope.
the history of
Pretty
that
confident
team.
I'm
They
not
have a
allowed to show
Gecko
anything
KO
like that
composition,
as well.
Playing around those dizzy flash combos, and they're so good at it.
And it's perfect, right, to play against.
Wanted to
EDG.
say
They do not
that I
have,
think
that
oh, did we change up?
into
No,
it.
okay, normal
And
comp.
we've seen the agents already.
Yeah, and no changes here.
Yeah, I wanted to see if
EDG
I'd
have
get
been
early
playing this
access
comp
to it
at
or
home
not,
in
but
China. The comparison is
I haven't checked
playing
my
against
emails for a while.
Sova versus that KO. Both these comps play pretty similar when they're on the attacking side. They don't have that Sage Wall, they don't have the Harbor utility, so on their B hits, they have to be fighting forward, going for space. So what I'm looking at in this series is Kung Kung and Texture, two Jet players that we know are incredible, and how well they can be set up to take space forward and allow that plant to come down.
Yeah, it's
or
fine,
to win
Seb.
the
We went
retake.
don't worry.
And I want something else. I want to see the Gecko making and being the difference. I want to not give them the space that they want and actually finding not only the lurkins but the right timings to go into execute.
Well, we're all set for our second match of the day. Let's send it over to our casters. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Mika.
That could also be true, Isaac.
I'm very excited for this one, Tom.
That
It
could
looks like
also
we've
be
got
true.
A pretty juicy series in front of us. You want to throw out a favorite before we go into it? Any predictions?
Oh, that's brutal.
Throwing it on the bus today.
Ovi, what's up? How we doing?
I'm slightly leading the way.
Most confident team? Genji and Sentinels, probably. Slightly worried for Genji on this one, though, in terms of map pool. Not the best map pool for them in terms of what we've seen, I think, so it might be closer than I originally thought.
They've got slightly different weather conditions as we kick
A
off
nice
on
start,
Icebox,
though.
and that's not the greatest start with T2 already going down.
Yeah, losing out on their Killjoy. A lot
Knife
of
goes
space
in,
behind
doesn't
them,
hit
now
anyone
wide open.
close. Rotates coming in as well after they cleared middle. 4 pass and stack here, and they could.
Make this a brief site take. Instead, it's going to be much faster as they look to fight on the site. Meteor good for one at
Knife
least,
hits
keeping
everyone.
numbers in favor. But Howdong, this man was impressive, able to constantly get behind enemies, but this time he's taking them head on. 3 kills already, and EDG are back in the round. A 4th just around the corner with Munchkin so desperately low, but Howdong falls. Texture putting up one hell of a fight. Connections, another with the headshot on Smoggy, and nobody.
2 bullets.
68 HP. Texture's gonna find it hard to get him dropped with 2 bullets left. He needs to be precise, and he has no idea where nobody has snuck off to. Texture creates some space to pop the reload, back to 6 bullets. A bit more spam ability, and he's right in the corner.
Oh my, it was close. 13 HP. Nicely done. Nicely done. Dude, Howdong.
A real back
What a
and
beast.
forth in the initial pistol, and already seeing a little bit of what this man Texture can do with the Sheriff. Definitely fearsome opposition. But I do like this, sort of a slightly more direct approach initially from that side of EDG, just looking to take their
Comp
way
is
straight
underrated.
towards the side.
Dude, the
Even Texture can bail them out of this one.
the
Of course, just looking at this map in
KO
general,
Gecko combo
we've
is
already seen the
pretty disgusting. The overwhelm is too much, man. When you time it right.
They're starting on the weaker half.
Not wrong.
And for EDG, they really struggled, but we've only seen them play it versus FPX.
Feels like it struggles a little bit on
I'll
B
be
though.
honest with you, that's not a litmus test of how you play a
Is this
map,
tech
because
balls? Oh.
FPX are playing the double duel.
This flood was 1 by 1. Yeah, like you're talking about when they were this situation here. If they needed them to kind of like all commit, swing, and save the guy back sight. Everything was like a little bit off.
Obviously, getting off to those good starts, being able to build the economy up a little bit is a good place to be.
Well, Tom, we've seen the
Nobody heard the reload, right? The one that screen's there? Yeah, 100%.
Technical pause here after just the first round. Best time for it. You know, realistically, if you're halfway through a series, that can really break momentum for any team. But right off the bat of the pistol, it's going to give more time to Kankan, for example, who had already decided to purchase an Outlaw. Now, this is something I am thrilled to see. I look back at one of their previous Icebox games, didn't see them purchasing the Outlaw, and got very sad because
Map 2 of Sentinels K-Corp. Let's have a little look.
We see floating around the international scene. And I just think he can maximize the potential of this weapon. So super excited to see if he keeps that, what he can do with
upload it now.
But for now, we're going to be sitting in this tech pause while Gen G get their gear fixed up.
There you go. Should be live now.
This is a match filled with storylines as well. Like, you're looking at Lakia looking to make his way back to a playoffs after
good, bro.
A career that hasn't been where it should be. I think that's the best way to put it. He peaked in New Term and now has been on his way back through the entirety of his previous rosters. For Gen G as an organization, this is a real opportunity for them to get into the playoffs. A team that last year started strong but then underperformed. Now have an opportunity to do it at a Masters. For the side of EDG, this is a story of, can we now see China overtake Pacific? Because that's the thing, they've been pretty close a couple of times. They've battled versus PaperX many a time and finally beat them just yesterday. Now they have an opportunity to take down both Pacific teams and become, well, basically the kings of Asia. That's what we're looking at here. So it really is an important matchup for either side. Gen G to finally sort of prove themselves, and even just sort of what we saw from Munchkin earlier, the sort of like, okay, I lost to them on T1, but I'm not losing to them here. Maybe just feeling that little bit extra confidence with his new roster, with his new team.
Was the SEM match good? Yeah, really worth watching, especially Lotus. And then if you like just a insane split, then Split's good as well.
And so the game is running right back into
the Lotus was like a real good, like a really good map. Split, flip.
Different uses.
Then they're just a little bit ahead, but
this attack side, nice and slow, little bit of A
and
control.
maybe some of the
maybe
some of the all rounds from K-Corp are too readable. Gotta mix it up a bit. I feel like the numbers are matching heavy when you do a bit of anti.
Towards the site with, you don't imagine Gen G will be playing ahead of that with their pistols.
Normally in these sort of rounds, you expect Gen G to like.
I mean, both of these comps should struggle over towards B, so I respect the fact that EDG go B on the eco around where they don't have to kind of go against the guns.
Fragments. But this is a low buy round, so they haven't used any of that. So it gives a lot easier access, because that's always one of the things we talk about with this sort of composition being run by EDG. They have to take a lot more control to get that plant down. In this sort of round, though, just a farming exercise, a chance for Kankan to really build up those orbs.
Ooh, that's nice. They use the same wall that we use in Coach Potatoes as well. I love this wall. So it's a wall that covers top sight, but it also, the bottom of sight here, it kind of like goes up and it gives you like a one-way for people's legs. Maybe we could see it in the replay. You see anyone swing right? No, you don't. Basically gives you a one-way under towards sight there as well in terms of seeing legs. So it is in my mind the favorite wall over towards B, but I know that loads of teams have like different different variations that they like.
The weapon dropped over, Tom. We're gonna get it. Let's see what he can do. Attack side outlaw on this man.
He has to get kills here because he basically needs the Blazestorm for the next round. Okay, Chichu does actually have extra credits, so maybe
yeah, he's gonna get out of there. Early dash used. OG Flash, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 9 months. Appreciate you.
Is being able to execute onto that A side, but yeah, it also can't come just himself.
This is the thing, you've got Karen and Lakia both now terrified because they've got half shields, so that
this is
a
very good start.
I wonder if even an element of that is looking at previous iceboxes and seeing this.
That helps. Do they, I mean, you can pick this up, it's just the fact that it's over towards heaven, you'd have to go all the way around.
You gotta think about damage. You gotta think about damage. That's the name of the game here.
Hey, what?
Either way, we are going to see them building up back towards this A site again. Nice work from Howdong to at least be able to find one.
Dude, I don't have 2 streams up. I don't get what's going on.
And in this 2v4 situation,
is this happening to everyone else? someone go to someone else's like the main stream.
And now Karen is the only one remaining.
Okay, it's gone. So they fixed it.
Versus 3.
Dude, I was looking around like, what?
Expecting him to come around on the flank. This man has been a real showstopper.
Like, what the hell's going on? Okay, big 1v3 to make sure that they don't get crazy ahead in terms of this, and that is unlucky timing.
Looking to try and isolate one of these duels, faking out the sound, but now know exactly where he is. Needs to try and drop one of them.
Nicely handled from EDG on this one.
Great start.
Yeah, that's an insane start for them. Like we said, I think it's a good map pool.
Fumbled before the 3-0 and the immediate bite back, but this one, it has a very sweet taste for the EDG fans. Their economy is stacked. You've got 3 players floating around that 5K mark.
Yeah, and they were ready for the aggression on this one, and what the hell is that kill?
Yeah. But big reinvestments being made, big upgrades too. The Blade Storm will be online soon, so definitely no economic struggles, and a Viper's Pit to work with, most likely in this round. Will it be used in this round? That's a different question.
This is a great chance for them to stack up some money. I'd say stack up some money. I mean, they've actually got a lot already.
Where Gen G now find themselves trailing and on an eco.
Yeah, I do wonder when the moment will be.
Look at this guy.
Gen G kind of
this guy in spawn.
Over on towards that A site.
Oof, they're looking kind of crispy.
For the side of EDG really relies upon is these A site hits, because again, it can be quite difficult without having a straight up blockade of something like a cove, or even like having those extra flashes that you might see coming out of Gecko. For now, at least, though, already shutting down the players in mid, and they are just winning every single battle.
Yeah, it's looking like some nice shots on this one.
Well, Blade Storm even going to come out here to try and close out this round. I'm not sure this was needed, but you know.
Either a misclick or he's just like, I'm going to get 5 kills next round.
It has to be a misclick.
Audacious play if it's
it has to be a misclick.
Towards a misclick, but maybe it's just asserting the dominance. Oh, first shot, not gonna lie, he's up in the
oh boy.
Oh, you know
cost him the decker as well. This is good damage. Any more? Oh my goodness, armory buy. Jesus, nice shots. I mean, small win for Gen G, to be honest, in terms of the damage done and the ult out of them.
We go for EDG, and now the buy comes through from Gen G. But the thing is, the attackers have quite a lot to work with, not just on the credit side. Like we said, the Viper's Pit now is online. The Hunter's Fury is there. The Blade Storm isn't, but that's a different story.
Yeah, he hit 3 headshots, and he only actually got 1 kill from headshots because of some of the players so far away. I'm looking at that operator, though. This is where Texture can bridge the gap a little bit. You can see that gamble already beginning.
We've got 2 players that are on 7k at the moment. Knife goes in over towards A, doesn't hit anyone, so they can potentially do a heavier stack. Oh boy, Knife hits as well, can't dash out of there. He's got to be pretty lucky with that one to get out of there. Chi-Chu wins the duel over towards Tube, and gets another. He has caused havoc, and now this guy is so committed. Didn't use his dash earlier because he got hit by the knives. Think he just saw the top. Someone's... Oh boy.
Up closer, Texture's already used his
dash. He needs some help.
No easy way out. And with the shot, wow. Nobody is punishing.
Okay, this is very much on. This is a sick start from them.
Once the herald of this region, it was all we heard about again and again. Oh, wait till he steps on the international stage.
Oh boy, this is convincing. The money is crazy out of control. Can picks up the op. We got 3 ults as well.
Yeah, I think they messed up the roster on this one.
Gotta start doing that. Jesus.
Oh, that was it. I feel bad for him.
Shots are definitely on. Yeah, this is what I was talking. This is a little bit different to mine, but it's a similar thing. The wall.
But no, what a start from EDG. This is a map that they played once in the season in China. They lost to FVX, and that was in the final. And on the other side of things, a 5-0 record, beating RRQ twice, Team Secret, Zeta, and of course Loud, which we saw within this tournament. So you're talking about a Gen G in massive form on this map, and an EDG that have barely played it and lost. And right now they're winning 5-0.
Well, the sign in the audience might be spot on, op long, and right here they've given an op over to Kankan. An opportunity for EDG to further extend that score line. Their opponents not having a lot of credits. They're going to be coming in with a couple rifles, maybe a big iron on a couple players' hips. But for the most part,
it's not going to be pretty. Tom, this is a flying start for EDG on their attack side. Do we expect Gen G to turn it around on the next?
It's
what's
possible.
What's their minimum, their benchmark?
I'm looking at this round purely because Texture is a Bladestorm.
Okay.
He is one of the OGs when it comes to the Korean jet, and if he starts hitting his shots, that's why they've actually invested a decent amount. Like Munchkin's bought a rifle.
Yeah, they've invested a little bit. I mean, they got so much loss bonus right now. Money's pretty much here for the rest of the half for EDG, and they have big ults. Some of these other rounds, so they got an ult to cancel out this. They got an ult to cancel out this.
Things is the consistent knife coming out of Smoggy early on sort of deters that early aggression. Really
Gen G have a timeout. Talk about what they want to do. Fight over towards B seems to be it for this eco. And Meech's still playing pretty aggro over towards middle.
It will be back, and there's no pressure immediately applied, but they are keeping 3 players towards the B site, and this is exactly what EDG want. The rotates just now started for Gen G, but EDG are already knocking on the door of A. It's all about pace here. How soon they're going to actually commit to this? It looks like not soon enough. Texture has rotated in.
It feels like he's
fact, Karen's on the way to help out.
Pretty out in the open. Lovely trades on this one. Oh my god, that hit.
We needed to see, and Texture now cancelled out completely.
Yeah, and once they find where the knives are, they decide to pop the ult on this one. Meecho hits a lovely shot. And this guy back of sight has to do that. Big 1v2 though. Big 1v2 and Gen G really need to win it. This guy will eventually get him. Oh. Ooh, nice shots. Double gun to pick up as well. We got to shout at Karen here as well. Was it Meteor that hit a good shot as well? But Karen did everything really. The shot from Meteor was nice.
I guess from EDG, the fact that they didn't follow it up, you have the drone go through, the knife fall, and then they immediately move towards that A site, but shifting the whole way.
Even got a bit of damage on there.
In on the side of Gen G on time. They were ready for this play, and they obviously held back until you saw those knives come back online. Good crunch.
Good news for them as well as they win the eco, so that helps the econ a little bit. They can get the op, and we still have 2 people that are like pretty good. But again, EDG can have to lose like 4 in a row to actually get wrecked money-wise. Drone goes in, 3 people here.
Yeah, that adds up.
The big bait in Valakia. Okay, it's so weird.
It's okay. The op again on Texture. He has another opportunity.
Oh boy, the bait.
Oh, they've been spotted.
Yeah, they didn't shoot the recon on this one, so they got to get the smoke and get out of there. And also in terms of EDG, they now know that this stack was over towards here. So with there being so many people over towards B, we try and take a bit of space over towards middle, and that is a lovely shot from Meteor. And they play some of the agents. I mean, just the players are just very confident.
It needs to be at least a 1-for-1 trade, and I think he's going to get.
I mean, he might get a lot.
The only thing is the timing. Smoggy comes around the corner. The hard check.
I was so glad we got it from that POV. It was sick. Got to keep an eye on this luck over towards middle. I mean, yeah.
They've got plenty of control. The B side is theirs.
They lovely handled in the end. Ooh, this one got a little bit close. Texture hit a good shot on side.
And it seems like this round is already over. No, the angle's a little off on Timmy. So he's sneaking his way through, but now he's being spotted.
No time
and with 12 seconds left, there is no chance to plant. They're just going to send one player. Well, actually, they're going to scatter in every direction, ensuring no matter what, he can't get all 3 kills.
If it was anyone else, I think maybe there'd be a bit of confidence. You're going, do we want to face into Concon? Nah, not really. They are going to hit the steps, though. That's why.
Jesus. Genji kind of needs some money, so...
But I'm liking the adaptations.
Yeah, it keeps them low. Kankan actually does great damage.
Are they going to now adapt to stack up that A side? Because, as said, with all the utility that's there for EDG and without having
he was so on
to
that.
help them get the plant on that B site, it becomes a lot easier to fall back into the same sort of traits of going in towards that A site and looking for that after plant. So they've just died stacking.
Shout out to even the guy that died close there. His pings are really good to just actually show where they were. So there's at least that. Is this guy ready for the recon that lands here, or like the knife? It's the knife that goes there, right? Top of yellow. Side yellow, I guess.
The 5-0 was worrying, concerning.
Drone goes in early to clear this. We have now 4 ults once we pick up the orb in terms of official. Yeah, I mean, money's still great. Money's still great. Chichu 108 in terms of his ult.
See how your opponents are playing. To what you were saying earlier, I think 4 minimum 5 rounds. I
Wait,
think Gen G are
hey,
fine.
did they use every... He's using my lineup for the... He's using my lineup for this recon. Do they do every...
They're favored of the lot. Looking to now set up.
They use wall lineup and the same recon lineup. Are they actually... Surely no one from EDG is in Coach Potatoes, surely. I'm surprised. I thought that...
Nice work to take out Karen. That
Maybe,
weakens the defense a bit, but there are still multiple players
I don't think that
here,
would be a thing.
And the hold on mid to make sure they can't rotate back.
Well, that hold's just now given up, but
Have the dart lineup? Yeah, but their walls lineup's different as well. They do actually go for a different lineup on this. As in their wall lineup is similar.
Just Munchkin left.
That one is pretty common, to be fair to you.
Just making it through the halls, but look who's right behind them.
Any trades? Oh boy. Yeah, and Texture needs to go huge, and he's not going to expect this guy over towards middle, and you would think that is it done. And honestly, with the amount of damage that Kang did last round, that kind of means that these two can't buy and they have to eco.
That was just gorgeous. The way they isolated each of the fights, okay. I'd say the Hunter's Fury had a little bit of risk to it, but you could normally gamble, especially after seeing the snake bite. You know that he's on yellow, so either you clear yellow or you have at least a kill. And then on the other side of things, just lovely little interplay. The pop flash coming out of Smoggy. He's already racking up the assists. And, well, you're going to bank on if you blind an opponent, Concon's getting that kill.
I think I'd be pretty confident with that one. So long as he's on the same side
Recon
of the
goes
map,
close, they got an eco. And yeah, he's getting confident.
But there were players covering it from far back.
Speaking of confidence, we have a Viper that's getting a lot of early info over towards B.
But the real danger here is when it comes to ultimates. Retake with a Viper's Pit, even the pistols can be deadly inside of that, and a Thrash online as well. There's definitely potential for Gen G to play retakes with some success. Although, again, it would be risky. Really, if we see them commit anything big, I imagine it's going to be on the back of a couple kills first. And they need to find those. Texture, a good candidate for it, but they're going to be forced back by this lockdown.
I think that's been the
And they don't want to take any risks, but the U2 was actually good in terms of that. They had KO Nade and they had Gecko Molly. They kind of didn't believe in it, and then they lost positioning.
And at least the lockdown and other stuff
The lovely overwhelm. EDG are sailing ahead, man. They got a lot of rounds.
No, and I think certainly not with the amount of credits that are in play for most of the EDG players. Even the reinvestments will keep them with a 2-round buffer. So for Gen G, coming towards the latter stage of this half with just a couple rounds left to compete for, yeah, it's not ideal. They have those two, rounds 6 and 7, under their belt. Things were looking good, but we do need to see them build the rest of those foundations fairly soon. And, well, Tom, you've just pointed at my screen, and I almost just don't want to bring it up. But, yeah, I said Lackey has had a tough time.
It's
He's
the
still
no
having a tough
assists
time.
as well. Like, it means that so far there's been
It's not having a great
literally no
event.
impact, which is a pretty scary prospect. I've loved the way that they've used this combination of Gecko and KO in the past. So far, it's just not really been there.
Oh,
Kankan has
I
definitely...
missed that one a little bit. And early B control is good. It means they can heavier stack over towards A. Smoggy, one away from his ult. That ult's pretty big, right? It would cancel the fish ult. Potentially stop these ults from going down as well. Does Karen want to use his ult on contact? Whoa. Yeah. Killjoy ult goes down. Viper ult plays left side of site. Does Karen now want to ult a little bit closer? They've at least done the U-turn to get this out. I think Texture's made a really bold play there. He's lucky to be alive. Viper ult to make sure that they can't go straight back into this ult anyway. Spike is over towards here. Gonna try and pinch over towards A.
Now they've got to go looking elsewhere, but
Maybe?
in fact, they've already
Yeah, I mean, they kind of know they did the damage to Texture. It's actually looking alright for EDG. I know the time's low, though. We've got to keep an eye on the spike. They're trying to hope that they pull the rotate out, and then they can get back over towards A.
If they've got anything, they can one-hit him back.
Yeah, they still have the spike.
Yeah, time is the thing that is wrecking them. Surely this guy doesn't get his knife out.
Here, and he does. It leaves it down to just one player actually within
Karen
the
got an
side.
important kill. 2, 3. This guy's so good. This guy is very reliable. Okay, nicely done from them. I kind of really like the plan from EDG there as well. I think Texture got very lucky that he didn't go down there. Otherwise, I think that's a different round.
They'll push in. if they go through the
Still
pit,
thought the
probably
plan
against
after the
boat,
ult went
but
down
there's
from
a
EDG
rope
was good.
right up top, and it's dangerous. Instead, he just waits for them, lets them try to jump straight through to get the plant. The time was what was putting the pressure on them. Yeah. 7-3. Gen G found another round. Economy's good. Thrash online. They committed a couple ultis to the previous, but they also managed to deny Howdong's Viper's Pit. This is an incredibly aggressive push coming out of Munchkin. No flash on the corner. Looks like he just wants to hold it, but soon you have to imagine he goes for that peek. He's out in no man's land, backed up by Karan, but now the real trouble comes into play. Where can he go from here?
How'd he get out? He could use his
I
knife
guess at this
soon.
point they expect that there's an operator on the angle.
Yeah, it's not too bad. They managed to. He went for the drone as well, and I'm pretty sure this guy got spammed through here, right, to stop the drone. So that is actually a big win for Gen G. They haven't been able to get map control, and they got the drone out of them. Recon's been shot as well. Knife goes in late.
And this is what works for them. They've been
Rotate
very
comes
good at
in.
pulling those rotations. The calls from Howdong have been
Molly went
fantastic.
over towards middle to potentially kill a far alarm bot. As we can see, they've mixed it up in terms of Gen G.
Now, Karan has to be careful. He got isolated last time. In fact,
And
he's playing
the recon is
ready for it and will even pick off that first kill.
He's done extremely well. They know he's here, but the backup is
Not bad.
until he swings into Concon. A dangerous play
Jesus,
for anyone.
and low HPs. A lot of low HPs on this one. Still got a molly to stop the original plant.
Munchkin and Meteor extremely low.
His short goes in as well. I mean, EDG will probably take that as a little bit of a small win.
Gun of Smoggy. 15 seconds or so to get that spike on the ground, and it looks like it will make it.
Nicely handled. Stick around for Meteor again. Honestly, the guys fighting close over towards here was good. You know that this part is spammable. Kind of means now after getting spammed through this area, they can't use their drone from here, so they might start using their drone a little bit further back. Kind of like they were at the beginning, to be honest.
Be careful because, as you've already mentioned, the sniper of Concon on the other side is always going to be a prospect, but they've made this one look doable after what was a blitz of a first 5 rounds.
Yeah, they tried to drone from here, got pinged, and then they couldn't really take B, and then all of the util that they used to try and take over towards heavier B was kind of used up. They just kind of had to rely on angels, so...
They're already going to clear the close angles. It almost seems like a direct counter to just the position that Munchkin was playing earlier.
Takes the drone down so we don't have to move from this angle. That's a lovely flash. Good luck on sight.
Lakia seems to be point of contact. It's nobody to find one with texture down.
See his gun. Nicely done. Can he get another? No. Nobody has his ult as well if they get the after plant.
2 versus 3.
Oh,
Meteor, okay.
and no plant yet?
The spike still not planted, but Smoggy
Nice round from Smoggy. Bro, that's a lot of rounds. That's a lot of rounds. Gen G will probably take that considering how bad it was at the beginning, but that's a sick half.
Covered it a little bit towards the end. They certainly seem hotter now moving on to their attack.
Yeah, Lakia got his first kill in that round, so there you go. He's at least on the board, but it definitely was a rough half for him. Meteor is the one that we're really going to be singing about, but no, I think the side of EDG are going to be very, very happy with the way that one has gone. A fantastic start for them, but also just continuously adapting. I think they did very well slowing down a lot of the rounds and just playing with their opponents for the majority of this half.
Yeah, most definitely well on the side of Gen G. They've gotten warmed up, but I want to hear what Chinchu had to say earlier on in an interview. Let's see.
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的球球，我在队里担任的是自由人的位置。我觉得赢下 Paperless 的感受是消除了这么久的争议吧，就是我们其实一直是有打赢他们的方法的，但是我们一直因为我们的心态没有放开，导致我们的操作很变形吧。因为我们在赛前的时候有看他们的比赛录像，他们是已经有拿出过这套阵容的，而且我们在赛前我们有很多的研究去如何去应对他这个。我觉得今天浩东是今天潜伏的最好的吧，他今天在图2的时候扮演的对我们的帮助很大，工作了，我觉得对我们今天掰平比分很重要，对。然后图3的话，我觉得就是我们整体的一个协同跟练习了这么久的战术的一个展现吧。
Managed to get one. The Boombot's done a significant amount of damage, but he's still in the corner. They haven't spotted him. Still just surviving now. Chichu's found another as well. I don't know how these rounds are going down in the fashion they are. Howdong still alive. How has no one cleared this match?
我觉得我们的信心就来自于我们的 两位教练组吧，他们两位对我们的赛前的就是如何针对对面做出了很多他们各自的想法吧，然后去帮助我们去在赛前的训练的时候去练习，然后去适应可能会遇到的情况种种的变化吧，这就是我们现在临场比较厉害的一个点吧。我想对这些黑子来说，我知道我们一直以来我们队伍的争议很大吧，我不在乎黑子们说什么，我只知道我们的团队潜力很足。
Respect.
Things where obviously we can talk about the interview there with Chichu.
Genji, I mean, they need a lot here. Pistol, maybe even a bonus.
Not really surprised by that one. I wouldn't want to play against that man either, but the fact is he's had a decent first
We
half.
got double sheriff.
And I do feel like a couple of the pieces
All
were
goes,
missing in
double
that first
sheriff.
half. Now, the
Get a
thing that
drone
works with
armor.
this comp for Gen G is those executes around that double flash. The dizzy flash combo that you can throw out with KO is fantastic.
Oh man,
So hopefully
the
they're gonna be
higher
able to get
lower
off the
with the
mark
double
here.
sheriff. I mean, it's a double, it's one body shot, and as we can see, no one has armor, so it's gonna just melt them.
It's been tough so far.
Yeah,
Like
do
you
they
said,
get pushed off that
angle?
angle?
Lucky, it's hard not to be drawn to it.
He's dead.
Well, that's about as poor a start as you can
And
get
they
for the
get
poor
out of
guy.
there. Do they expect to push over towards middle?
assist on the
No,
back of
big
it,
3-on-3.
teammates
Do they realize the
picked up the
texture
pieces
is...
here in the pistol. Already finding a lot of value is Meteor.
And texture
He's
could
got
walk
backup.
back down the
Even if they
tube?
take him down now that he's super low or hear his steps running away, they should not assume
Yeah, they have
there's
no
another player
idea
around
texture
here.
is
It's
here.
free for texture.
No
He's also
idea.
not being off to a great start. A lot of whiffed op shots, but this one, it couldn't get any easier. There you go. Smoggy down, nobody left. 1v3, Meteor low, but everyone else is healthy. And the time is on Gen G's side. This will be a impressive clutch, to say the least.
Ooh.
He's got the first already.
Yeah, and one of
Okay,
them's low.
there is a
Yeah,
chance.
honestly,
A Meteor
there was a
down below
chance. I agree.
quickly shuts it down.
Well,
Big round for
they did the
Gen G
first
to get on
step.
board.
Yeah, you can take the man off
They
the
don't
duelist,
necessarily
you
need
can't
to win the
take duelist
bonus,
out
but
of
they
the
need
man.
to
Meteor
at
has
least win
been
the round after.
clean so far in this game,
Kang
17 and 10.
like two of them are
Really
getting
putting
sheriffs
up
as
a lot
well.
of numbers individually, but also just finding space. That was basically what he did this round. Just while the rest of the action was going down elsewhere on B long, just manages to get through that mid position and find that initial fight. It's going to put them at least, well, if they convert this round within touching distance. And as said, that's all they really need. Like a lot of the games that we've seen from them, they've managed 8 rounds over on this attacking side. So they can easily get this over the line. And wow, what a start to have.
Pretty sure that was a nice shot.
Can't come down.
Pretty sure that was a very nice shot. Blinksy with the 11 months. Appreciate the prime, dude. Thank you so much. 4 people here for EDG. They might be able to do a little bit of damage. You got a recon, you got a flash. They could overwhelm if they wanted to.
What we're seeing right here for EDG, 4 players
Flash
stacked up,
goes
ready
in.
to go. Flash out, kill not coming in onto the little guy. So the plant has been secured. EDG numbers thinned out. That defensive side doesn't stand a chance at
They
this
what,
stage.
2?
You have to imagine. Chichu 35 HP in a 1v3.
Yeah,
with
but
a
even
Sheriff
if he
in
gets like a body shot or gets some armor down. Oh,
all
all that? What the? That was fast, bro. That was so fast. 3 kills, they did so good. Yeah, they did so good in terms of the damage here.
At least a Guardian in that round, so it's not like you had a load of pistol players alongside them. So I think they could be very happy with that.
Forcing B early on because they're struggling against Loud. It's just the way that the comps, oh Jesus, it's just the way that both of these comps work, right? So both of these comps are good at taking A, but they're not good at planting over towards B. So it's one of those things where like it's the most simple game plan for these comps a lot of the time, where you do like pistol, or you do like ecos over towards B to mimic the fact that you can hit over towards B. The teams in the server are kind of being like, oh, what are they doing? They're actually just hitting over towards like B and A loads. It's relatively split, but actually it'll be like buy rounds are here, and only the ecos or the bonus or the pistols has been B. It's just like a normal. It's just like a good game plan for knowing like your strengths and weaknesses in terms of not being able to
cover their back either. Where is that being placed? It must have been
So yeah,
destroyed.
pretty much what you're saying is right.
And for EDG, you said 3 players
But
on
even
A, they're still
EDG
there.
were doing this as well,
The
right?
drone
On their
clearing
eco
out
over
some
towards B.
space might cause that rotate to
Right,
come
eco
through.
over
I just
towards B,
wonder
and
if
then a lot
Gen
of
G
buy
are
rounds
planning
over
to go
towards
back
A.
here with Meteor still being so far up, or if he's trying to sneak behind them, which it looks like that was the idea.
Yeah, you
Not
probably got
very
to check that
successful.
one. Does it create enough pressure to get this plant? Dubro can tank this molly, so that's a plant.
Down. I don't know if that's actually going to deny. No, it isn't. Managed to reposition. So that's
Keep an eye on the early flank here. They kill the Killjoy really, really early. No one's looking behind yet. Still no one. Okay, one person looking behind now.
They don't actually have any flank watch. He is just walking up behind them. This
He
is
was.
some of the freest kills he's ever gonna have.
Yeah, and then he went for the lineup. Wow, that was nice from EDG. Really convincing as well. Really, really convincing. Probably from them. Tell you what, 5 people surviving as well. Just 1 armor rebuy. This is a solid round from them. Was just a bonus from Genji. And now we get the first buy round. You would imagine it's over towards A. Did you think it would be the first to import someone, a Chinese player? I have no idea, bro. Could be any team. It's a while off. Problem is there's so much there's so much skill in the tier 2 of just all the other regions at the moment.
It's somewhat expected you don't get a lot of damage. I do think they'll be a bit upset that they
And most of the Chinese teams need players anyway, so I mean that's a long time off. I feel like. I feel like Genji struggle less with planting. EDG are going to be at A only.
Already one online.
Genji, I mean they have a bit of, they can at least take deep map control as well, and with Wingman it gives you an advantage to try and plant. I get what you're saying, but they still struggle over towards B. Yeah, and that's the combo that we're talking about, and this was lovely. Yeah, 3-person swing off the contact, close contact with everyone swinging, and he would love to get this res, and they would love to stop this res. Damn, what a shot. What a shot. Yeah, they read this one insanely well.
I assume that wasn't just a reactive shot, because that would be a little bit ridiculous.
He realized he was going to jump up towards here, and, well, what can you say? What a lovely shot. I loved this, though. Close pass and taking contact with the double swing. Like a big smile on his face.
He tried to equalize things into a 2v2, at least use the res as a bait to force a fight.
Yeah, they're massively in control at the moment. They're looking very good.
Absolutely stacked, and Genji going to be in trouble.
Well, he goes in, takes that down, is an eco.
Nice early utility. This is just making them very paranoid about middle, and you can see there's a lot of bodies looking around this area. Yeah, the thing is...
Yeah, but look at Kankan. Kankan's taken so much space. And he doesn't need to make a hero play here, but...
in this round for EDG is that Viper's Pit. Like, if they can get that into a position,
he can go close, see the alarm bot, smoke the alarm bot if he wants to. Yeah, this is nice. Killjoy ult to force them back into him.
They're pushing them into Kankan. They're looking to just feed him frags.
And he at least gets his team with him as well. 3 people here. Man, EDG are playing like a unit. Round before, right, we had early contact double swing. This now as well, we've got 3 people holding behind. Killjoy ult goes in early.
Fish in a barrel for Kankan on the first, as Genji now look to take the site, but no matter, well, I was going to say where they go, they don't even get a chance to. Sprayed through the smoke immediately. 2 players
and
holding
they're
on the
a
next
unit,
fight.
I'm telling you. You know how Genji have been like the best at being able to get multi-kills? Don't think you can get the multi-kills when EDG are playing like this.
For EDG, and if you're on this attacking side, it feels like they're just running headfirst into a brick wall. This is an opportunity as they get the rifles out, but Tom, it could be their last real opportunity. Some ultis online, some rifles in hand, and EDG 2 rounds away from taking it.
I'll be honest with you, the way this
EDG have got sandbagging, they seem well as drilled domestically. I think the overall skill in China is probably underrated. But they don't look as impressive getting like a lot of close games when actually like the teams there are better than we probably think. I also think I think Genji haven't picked the best maps. I'll say that much. But also EDG are just playing very well in terms of like the amount of times Genji have been winning games of just individuals getting multi kills. They don't have a chance to have multi kills. Like every peak at the moment from EDG is like it's thought about. There is always someone to trade it.
This drone's going to get so much information as well. Here comes the dash, and the dash Kankan as well. He is repositioning.
Jesus, what the hell's going on?
Out of the sky.
Smokey?
Smokey's made it out.
Yeah, got hit by the fish ult. They put so much util on this one. Still not a done rounds. They're still actually kind of in this round, EDG, which is mad. Ichu and Haldong need to go off on one.
I don't know how EDG are going to find it. A gap
Okay.
in here. Oh, Tex just kind of got lost a little bit. No cover either.
It is a very good plant top site. They have the wall that covers this, though.
EDG have managed to create their own opportunities. The real problem, though, is the time on the clock and the amount of EDG.
Three people going aggro. They might struggle from time. We'll see. A strong crossfire as well. Nice hander from Genji. I feel like EDG did pretty well to make this one relatively close. Genji used some ults into this as well. They some official.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like I believe at this point. There hasn't been.
Oh, damn. The timing on that is disgustingly nice. That flash dash.
We've had multiple flawless rounds already from EDG in this half. Like, look, they're buying in with an operator and can still comfortably buy this round and the next. So this is already where the game changes. They also had to use the thrash to actually be able
Odin
to
goes
take
in,
the space.
Meteor one away from his ult. Knife is gonna hit what? 3? 2. Flash goes in to take the peek. Ate his own team flash.
Viper's Pit could be thrown in.
Ichi goes aggro. He has his op to bait this one in, and then they have the swing. Like we said, they're just always playing with someone. The buddy system is very much here.
Players within the site, and similarly to what they did with the lockdown, if they throw Viper's Pit in here, it may just be used to deter. I don't know if that will have connected. I don't think it did. Doesn't look like
Similar thing. Flash goes in, dash to the back of sight.
Especially with the height of it. Flash in deep, but he already saw him. Well,
Nobody.
The numbers sit towards Gen.G with the site under their control.
Keep an eye on the double flank behind. Is the KO ult to take down the Killjoy, so the turret is down, and then now maybe they don't expect the actual flank. We'll see. Karen is looking for it. Spike is down. Lovely from them. And the spike is down on the site, and you know he's going to be doing it, and then they kind of need to push for some map control.
And he's making his way forward. He's making noise while the rest of his team come in to fill the gaps, and the players spotted up top.
Whoa.
That's an ambitious way to try and take that fight. Munchkin's actually got an opportunity.
Oh my, 70 HP, that was close. EDG get up to 12, and they're looking real good. Really in control. This was a lovely round. 3v4, ult comes in, hits the Killjoy. Flash flank behind, they're not fully on top of the angles.
Probably been the best player in
that was a very nice round from Kang.
Times now where I feel like they've been boxed in either from him dying and just not realizing his util gone, or
the comeback is very possible, but
his util goes offline. Now that's a mistake that you just can't have. You're in a man advantage. He doesn't need to be that far forward, and if he is, somebody else needs to be aware of it.
Nah, it was the
If
KO.
you give those over to EDG, you're done. You can't allow Kang that much space.
This is it. It was a small window, and I think obviously a lot of this impact coming out of Smoggy popping the ult. This just delayed Gen.G's info.
Why did Gen.G get freeze for third map? Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I think Gen.G picked like the 3 maps that I would have tried to avoid it. Really, it's probably the worst possible map pool for them to go on, from what we've seen. But again, it's so like, when you don't see practices and stuff like that, it's
a big challenge.
We only have so much to go off of.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. It's like they look good. Regi, they beat Paperex, they beat Loud, they beat DRX. Like, these are all teams that in the past would have beaten them. All 3.
3 out of 3 times in the case of Paperex.
So they have been massively improving, but the fact is, right now, Gen.G look a little bit flat, and they're making errors that I just didn't really expect to see on their map choice on one of their best maps. It is not what you want to be seeing, and as said, there are a few maps that I would heavily.
This comeback it has legs. Low money, 4 ults. But the problem is when it's 5 chances, like they're gonna be able to just stack up ults and use them together.
Opportunities on maps that I favor them on to close out this series.
Well, you know, 4 ultimates is usually a very strong position, but more so for EDG. If they had 4, they could dump them all into a round and just claim 1 round win, move on to the next map. For Gen.G, they have to be a bit more conscious of how they use these.
So it's a straight up overwhelm on this one. And they stopped the plant, probably not with the KO. Damn, we put every ult into this one. Really trying to get the momentum started. Do you reckon they put the Killjoy ult in as well?
With a lockdown being the only thing they'll carry through to the next.
I don't know if they will.
That's the thing, if they keep it.
Yeah, the judge investment, I like it from Munchkin. He's going to play a close corner.
Flash goes in from KO, right? Moggy flash, big swing. Flash goes in, swing goes.
And they are utility dumping
Yeah, I think the flash was blocked by the Viper.
Easier said than done though, as he takes out Chichu along with it. Nobody trying to clear this backline. Somehow Kankan's found another. They may not get to use that ultimate at all.
Oh.
Being picked apart. It's left all on to Karon, but the time is ticking low.
Okay, nicely handled again from Karon. The time was a little bit low anyway. I'm not sure they had it, but 4 chances. Still looked really, really close. It's not a convincing sign after seeing that.
No one's able to get their full shields alongside the rifles. Maybe one player is, but that's about it. This is going to be a really tough.
Yeah, for sure the top of the Viper will block the flash. Yeah.
There's almost 2 ways you could look at it. Save the ultis and try to use 1, maybe 2, incrementally tick them over and use them.
I wonder if EDG are gonna like look at that and be worried about B or wherever they just go. Well, they used pretty much every ult there.
This is the worst of both
out to
worlds.
Red Bull clutch. That's all you really need to know. And
now they've got
it was
to do
clutched by the spike.
I also, worth mentioning, I like EDG's approach to just not play heads up into the Viper's pit, to move around the back and try to contend for the backside all the way down that laneway. It's a good idea, and you can see it very nearly worked for them. I think if Gen G had slightly less ultimate
Where's
spot,
he going?
the round would have fallen away.
Right, he's confident as hell, isn't he?
He also doesn't know that someone's already crossed.
He should get traded, but
this really is a very, very audacious play. He's definitely dead.
I mean, there's the trade. Is a lovely shot. Massive duel over towards middle. While this is going off, Mollies get popped over towards B. They're taking a lot of space. Okay. Moggy might be able to stop the plant, and he does. What an absolute nightmare for Gen G at the moment.
The spam through from nobody is so clean, and now Texture, the hero, the man that has been highlighted throughout this tournament so far. He's got to find 3 to try and save them. The spike is down. Nobody has already spotted him on the angle. There is no
Damn, this is convincing as well. Gen G's map pick, and honestly, they got kind of wrecked, like fully wrecked. Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, they look good individually. I think individually they look good, and just how much of a unit they were. I was very impressed with a lot of their peaks, especially on defense. Like there was always someone to back it up.
Split coming up next, and Breeze afterwards. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be breaking this one down after the break.
They're gonna have to rely on Breeze. Like even if they win the second map, I still feel like EDG are heavier favorites coming into Breeze.
You need Verizon. Trading that old thing.
EDG are good at Breeze.
15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna spam some points. Spam some ads. Ads on. I was looking at the guy saying he doubled his points. Yeah, ended up being a blend of points and ads. Points.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, I'll be right back. If you miss any games again, VOD channel is there. VOD channel is there. If you missed the Sentinels game as well, you can watch the VODs, or there should be relatively soon a edited version of the first best of 3. Okay, I'll be right back.
Hey folks, I'm here with Coach After and Luna for the translations here. Congratulations on Map 1 victory. What was it about the Gen.G Icebox that you had identified and you wanted to try and take advantage of, and which of course led to your victory?
这个问题想问到的是，在森寒东港这张图，你是怎么样找到他们的弱点，找到了自己的优势，并且拿到胜利的呢？
其实就是因为他们前一天对战，他们跟 Loud 打了也打了森寒东港嘛，然后他们可能打得比较焦灼，然后把东西打得都差不多了，所以我们研究的也变得会相对来说比较简单，然后他们又在很多次那种前压都是打得特别明显的，所以我们其实只要怎么讲按兵不动，先听对面给出来什么声音，我们再从一想好我们的解决方法就行了。
Like the day before they play with Loud, just as the same icebox, we have already do the research, and they almost like we know all what will they play in icebox, and also in today they have very obviously like pushing forward, and we just see that and we do our move.
Oh, and if there's one thing that EDG does is their moves. Good job, Coach. Good to talk to you as always. Back to you guys.
A dominant showing from EDG, 13-7 against Gen.G. Hello, Wingman. Thank you so much for opening us, by the way. They grabbed Gen.G's map pick away from them, and I feel like, Mimi, this was, I mean, we have many things to say about this match for sure, but this was painful for Pacific, I feel.
Yeah, it really had to be, because EDG, it felt like this game was just trouncing over Gen.G the entire time. In that first half, they were going for like crazy double lurks with only 3 people hitting the A site, but that 3-strong hit was still winning out. These Gen.G players were so often playing forward, taking early fights, so they never, whenever they were actually playing the retake, they were down numbers and they couldn't properly combo this KO Gecko. There was 8 opportunities for a retake. Gen.G won none of them in that first half because they were getting picked apart in these early rounds.
I love the fact that in that MVP graphic, we see Lucky at the end and we do not see the assists, just a KD, because it is probably one of the first times that I see a Gecko getting 1 assist in such a long map. The fact that they were getting no Reddit out of it, we were seeing it round by round, how the KO and the Gecko were not merging together because EDG was actually playing for the ego play in that instance, and Gen.G has done something very, let's say wrong for them coming into this matchup, and it's enabled Kangkang to go crazy.
Absolutely. I mean, Kangkang got the same number of kills this map as Lucky has had the entire tournament thus far. It's just true. And I mean, Kangkang was getting to feast on them. I think we're also seeing some lapses in awareness from Gen.G this round in particular, where EDG, I think, really having a great understanding of how Gen.G plays this map. They commit really hard on their attack to these execs with the double flash combo, and they're going for these fast flanks. They were so far ahead the curve on these rotations, so they on their defense were just destroying with these floods.
I think it also has to do with the fact that they knew that on the defense they screwed up a lot of times, right? So that gets into your head, gets into like who is in charge of what, and that awareness of the map and the control that you have literally leaves your brain, and that opens the window for EDG to do this kind of thing.
Yeah, and I'm kind of exasperated here because this is such a contrast to what we normally see from Gen.G. This is a team when I watch.
Why are you lot spamming little bro stuff?
So impressed with their protocols, with the way that they're slowing down these rounds. They're playing proper. They're thinking about these things like the flanks, but it really slipped away from them this time, and it's a real risk of losing the series now.
Totally. I mean, this is not the Gen.G that we saw from Pacific, right? They were so unsure of themselves. They were so timid, and it's because, like, you know, it's because of that EDG was able to sense that they could be bullied, and they took that opportunity, right? The score line that we mentioned earlier, like 13-8, that did not reflect how, you know, one-sided a lot of rounds looked.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, Gen.G made the same mistake when they played against Loud. Then today, they chose to go to Breeze. It didn't go their way. They chose Icebox, didn't go their way. But now looking into the agent select, what can we expect here, Mimi, on the side of Gen.G on the attack?
Yeah, so Gen.G here, they're playing
Breaking down, there were some pretty good games. Could potentially do both of the Sentinels maps.
One of those maps where he's playing the Jet, where they're rocking with that double duelist composition. I think this is an opportunity for them to kind of.
Where do you see EMEA in terms of strength after Heretics and K-Corp lost to Sentinels? I mean, I see it's the same as it was before in terms of like overall strength. Americas is still the top. I said it before this event. I still agree.
I think this is a little more comfy.
Then
moving away from the Astro, having a little bit more
it's kind of America's Pacific, still China, but I think China might be better than most of us think.
Blind for the Omen has been a difference maker.
A lot of these teams are close to EDG.
Gen G got dismantled on map 1. EDG here, if they can close out on split, a chance for the #1 Chinese team to lock their spot in
Well, let's
playoffs.
find out. Let's toss it back to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk yet again, as it looks like we're ready to dive on into map number 2, Tom Split. We didn't have a lot of hope before the break. Has anything crossed your mind since that makes you confident that Gen G are going to take this one to a map 3?
I like the swap. I like that
Gen G
they've
lost.
away from
Dude,
Astro.
I'm telling you, Gen G got their 3 worst maps for some reason. I don't know why they think they're... I don't know why they think they're insane at Icebox as well. I really think they messed up their map pick here.
With obviously like the Astro utility and also the ult. But ultimately, I just think having that paranoia, being able to set up a little bit more, I think it's going to
From what we've seen, this is like... I would have picked Descent if I was them.
Quite a bit from that double duelist. Meteor and Texture, they are both insanely strong on these duelists, but so is Nobody. And he's going to go almost immediately. Does take one with him though.
Well, the Fnatic Classic finds one as Concon escapes with his life. They made it here in some way. They're living on.
Free sight.
Well, let's see if he can.
Yeah, Gen G kind of needs to get off to a good start here.
Back out to aggress for some information. This is a risky play.
EDG are normally
He's
pretty
cleared a lot
legit
of
on this
control,
map.
But it's up close Munchkin that I'm worried about. As the peak comes through, nice connection down to 47, but Munchkin finding that kill keeps him alive for the clutch. The 1 versus 2 that he finds himself in.
And not the best plant for him as well. One can go sight, he can smoke the spike as well. It's impossible to win. Nicely done.
With a defuse coming through from the Omen on EDG. It's 1-0.
Solid start from them once again, and I think this is the thing. They're always going to be pushing and pulling around, especially on that A site. We saw that multiple times yesterday from Nobody, always happy to get up in his opponent's faces. And I think this map is the one where he might be most comfortable individually. Like, we saw him have a really poor performance, come onto this map and just be unbelievable. So not a great sign after he's just had a very good map, and now going on to this as well. And I think for Gen G, just one of the main worrying factors here was obviously
Chichu's looking unreal today. I mean, Chichu's always been looking real good.
Oh, well, that's fine. You've got double duelist, you've got
the
sort of explosive
he's having a lot of impact
composition,
today.
But they had a really rough time the last couple of
They
times.
get one frenzy into this one, and
even in a 13-11
4
match,
bulldog
they only got 2
buy.
rounds on attack.
Nicely handled from him. Holy, we go into this. Yeah, TP. They pick up the gun.
Opportunity for them to get a little bit done there, but
we pick up the gun. Yeah, there we go. Had to jump to get it.
Of Haodong, a good opportunity to build the economy seems to be just around the corner. There has been a retrieval. Caron posing a little bit of a
How EDG are playing this as well. We're not overextending too much. Yeah, they played this 3v4. Oh man, they played this 4v3 even, we should be saying, really, really well. Yeah, they're very disciplined on that.
EDG find their second. Here's the real challenge though, as Gen G pull out their rifles.
Yeah, they've gone quite heavy into the Bulldogs though. Clearly,
yeah, they got. I mean,
that they can get it
it's
done
more
with
like
these
how
weapons,
Fnatic do it. To be honest.
It's not going to be the worst purchase in the world. Still a lot of opportunities for them to try and find something in. Nobody going to go onto the Stinger, and honestly, I'm happy to see it. That said, he's very good at getting up close in their face, and this is where we get to see if they can get off to that flying start. Because let's be real, in the last map, Lakia had a Howler, and for the most part, Texture got shut down. They're 2 players that are going to have to be impactful here because Lakia has a lot of the setup utility that they're going to be running. And while Texture is Texture, he needs to be fragging.
I like this though. Smoke over towards
here,
start giving the orb. They're really delaying Gen G at the moment. Haven't taken much map control at all.
Lakia, I mean, it's unlucky. He's going to have that video made about him on Twitter. Nobody had it yesterday, the day before. Now it's his turn, I suppose. Hopefully not 2 maps in a row, though, as we know what Lakia is capable of.
Look at the confidence.
Gen G up close, but it's Concon having pushed through.
Oh, good. No one here to trade this one. They're just waiting for the swing over towards heaven. Swing over towards heaven never comes. Gets out of there.
Advantage for EDG, which is so valuable in a round like this.
Yeah, they already managed to win the bonus in the last map. Bear that in mind. That was the 5-0 start that they had. Haodong just trying to play with his opponents, and a little bit of space being taken. Chichu, he got the timing spot on. Means he's going to just
they're delaying time a good amount here.
As of right now,
getting a little bit scary.
No control. They're only just
what is this duel in the smokes like? Because Munchkin can take a bit of space.
It's getting very, very scary for them. And they even
30 seconds, 25 seconds.
Them even more.
Smoggy still got the stun in back pocket as well.
Yeah, Howdong can win this though.
Dive onto site by the looks of things. Howdong spotted and now challenged by Munchkin. Good kill. Found.
Kang. Still going to be planting in 15 seconds. Goes for the safe plant. Nade looks pretty decent. 23 HP. Oh boy, he has to stick the plant. Great flash.
All alone. He's not able to deny plant going down, but he knows where both players are, at least roughly. Snuck his way past around the back of the site. They don't know that just yet, but I like the idea to group up together.
Lovely shot.
Before the heal even comes through.
Lovely shot. Man, that one got close. Good damage from EDG. Very winnable round. Kang did great to make this one close.
Yeah, I think that's the scariest prospect is Kankan's nade could have finished it if he lands the shot.
Looks
he
like
could have finished it, but
Genji just constantly wanting to do the DRX wall, and I like how Kankan plays that, playing close when they use the DRX wall, because you can kind of easily step towards the side as well.
One off a showstopper as well, so Ultimate's definitely closer to coming online, and those duelists are still yet to show up over on the Genji side. It's early days, but it can't go on for too much longer.
Again, that's the
I like that from Howdong as well. He's like relatively close and he still makes the fake TP like he could have gone over towards here. It creates a lot of pressure. Potentially he's got to use extra util at B main.
The big problem being that EDG close to having a very valuable ultimate. All we need is Kankan to find an orb or a kill, and he's been pretty consistent.
Nobody's nuts, man. Look at him go.
So massive safety net potentially there for them later on. Genji early challenge, good damage on the one player that can't be healed back up. And they're happy with that. Yeah, they've deterred some aggressive control and started to move towards middle. The only thing, Tom, is that there was a flash that just popped by nobody. It saw no one was there. Yeah, the Tiger goes through.
Yeah, it's a really good Skydog.
That's a lot of information.
And they can hold heavy with the 2-2 here, and you have a breach back a site with full util, and you have an Omen with Omen flash. I mean, they would have to really mess up on site to lose this round.
They're going to have 2 players watching into mid, 2 players on the B site. Looking at Howdong as well. Look, they've even got the stun at the back, 2 flashes, a paranoia. Like, they have so much utility for this take-in. Already, though, great start. Meteor, even while blinded by the paranoia, is going to be able to find one, and he gets the second as well. The duelist finally
insta double flood though. What can this guy get on the luck? We've got to keep an eye on the time on this one. Yeah, and this guy in heaven has dodged everything, and we just hanking it. Oh no, okay, we all over towards back at A side. Damn, dude. This guy's gonna have to plant. Does nobody just rush and send it? Oh my god, what is this like? Just gets the plant down, loses the kill. Do they just insta stick everyone out of here? Oh yeah, we just insta stick this and no one's in the position, and this is a done round.
There's nothing they can do to stop this. It's a very peculiar
yeah, and like the call of the so basically we've got 20 seconds here, and they didn't feel confident going over towards the site. I guess this guy in heaven didn't see anyone, and then the call for A happened, and kind of missed the opportunity to get the kills on B site. They were just very scared of the Razor. Very nicely done from EDG, even though they lost the jewels over towards the site. UI bug? Yeah, I don't know why I didn't have it.
Considering the TP, I mean, it was a last-second attempt to get that spike down. It wasn't going to find its way to the B site, that's for sure.
Did he play knowing where they all are? I mean, they knew where 2 people were over towards here. I think the guy in heaven needed to take control, really. I think he's the IGL, is he not, Munchkin?
All of Howdong's kit on Omen as well. I think all that was used was nobody's utility. And sure, it doesn't come back anymore, but that you need to
Can with the judge. Oh man, the judge here.
Running in with 30 seconds left. This
is everyone's got light armor.
No way you expect this. Reacting to it.
23.
Easy enough. All right.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Not the reaction push over towards. Oh my goodness. What the? Man, what is Valorant, bro? What is going on here?
This has been a bit of an unusual start to things. EDG have the advantage in rounds,
and nobody needs to kill 2.
The man advantage was to Genji.
Great.
Now it's just right
Open
about
A site.
rifle recovered by Lakia and movement towards this A site, but
Omen ult towards screen, sticks it. They have no idea if he screens or if he's back a site. They use their only smoke over towards spawn. Karen does have another smoke. Yeah, I was gonna say you gotta flash back of. Yeah, they flash at elbow, know that it's clean. This is the spike that needs to cross still.
Too far away to do anything at this point with Smoggy still in spawn.
Again, the time getting a little bit low, but
Lakia has Skydog as well. Yeah, and they could Omen flash push off it if they wanted to. This guy comes up on radar. Big rounds. Picks up the gun in terms of Lakia.
Smoggy with his full belt of utility still online. Hasn't had to use any of it just yet. But instead, he's going to potentially just go walking through this smoke.
Yeah, that's an easy one for him.
The man who was silent on the last map.
I see Dunn gets his ult as well for this round. Big thrifty. Forces them down to an eco as well.
2 big kills from him, denying the vent control and then closing out the round as well.
Man, that's a big moment for him. I hope it gives him some confidence.
Finding his form, finding his footing, as it's 3-2, a 1-round gap between them. And again, looking at how some of these rounds have gone down, you know, in the previous map, it was feeling pretty much favored to EDG from the get-go. After the first 5 rounds, essentially, they didn't really take their hands off the reins. Here, though, Gen G are already punching back.
Yeah. They managed to do it with a low buy as well.
You go fast onto this one. They are eco. And this is the judge over towards B. They're expecting some kind of push over towards A. In reaction to this, dog goes in. And you normally want to make sure that once the dog goes in against the eco, that you actually take the site itself. Because otherwise, it's a little bit risky. They have Seekers, so that might help them.
EDG are fairly happy to just sit passive. And that's the thing, as I said, I don't feel like Gen G have done a fantastic job of baiting out any of the utility from the side of EDG in these early rounds. This time, though, Paranoia not online, but they still have all of.
Yeah, chat. Relax on the going in on one player. Like most of you lot feel nervous in ranked, let alone in like the biggest game of your career.
Catching that flash and running straight to A, but giving him a smoke. As we can see, this isn't how it's playing out. The judge. It could do a hell of a lot of damage up close like this, but the smoke is suspicious. They know there's something afoot, and Textures
handled it very well. Yeah, didn't have the dog, but we had the Seekers for this one.
That's the real threat in this round dealt with already.
Yeah, when you put out a smoke like that, there's going to be a part of you that's thinking, okay, there has to be someone within it. And I like the fact that Gen G play it safe. Boombot and Seekers gives everything away. They know that the site is clear, and that's the thing. They haven't had a lot of rounds, even throughout the series thus far, that have been particularly clean. Now, though, what can be found from EDG on the way back in?
I like the position there. That was smart, because everyone's going to focus close left. Yeah, any bit of damage anymore?
Karen's taken a little bit of damage, but he'll fade out of there before his life is lost. For Smoggy now, the value might actually come from going down to the spike.
That's definitely the game plan for him.
Right, big buy rounds. Good news for Gen G is they managed to keep 4 people alive. A lot of money. A lot of money. EDG buy round, they got some ults online in terms of. I thought they had more than that.
The perfect timing to swing in on the back of that utility and catch a player repositioning around the corner. At 3-3, it really is anyone's game. And that was my worry, was that we'd come into this map after the first being pretty dominant in favor of EDG, and we would see this be a very quick evening. I think at the very least we're owed a close map between these two teams, if not a third one.
Well, normally EDG are stellar when it comes to this defensive side, so. And as I said, Gen G had some rough times when it came to their attack.
This is nice from Gen G at the moment. They block vision at middle. They skydogged over towards here, but you got to shout out Chi-Chu. Takes a bit of a risk, clears all of this over towards middle. Double dive on towards sight. Rage goes towards heaven. Maybe that's a little bit too much, but Texture manages to get the kill and get out of there. Oh boy. Oh my. What a sick round at the moment. This is a weird round. Ult comes in as well. Texture's got to somehow get one. Sure.
One bullet is all he needs, but Kankan's there again. A third kill for
Here's a plant for heaven. Oh, we've seen this before though.
He's going to look to try and get it half, but he's completely
blinded.
Already baiting them out a second.
Okay, not on this one. No breach flash to dodge this time. A little bit harder to dodge that one.
Thankfully not. Second flash, immediate peek, and you can see he just had nothing to do unless the spray landed.
actually went fully back to it.
Somewhere someone from Giant X is going, no, don't peek him.
Well, considering a 4-3 score,
he really went for a bold play here. It's kind of sick.
To play with as well. This was a big round for Gen G because they've left their opponents with no money, no credits.
It was the same casters as well, really.
Scrappy buy for the defensive side. And so far, we've seen Gen G be very clinical with dealing with these lower buys. They've not been giving away too much. They have a healthy economy because of it. They'll look to farm up an even better
eco on this one.
Right here and now.
Oh, 2 HP.
There's the Meteor we know and love.
Dude, I thought he was going to run into that
A lot
molly.
of the time we don't see him get to play that star duelist anymore, but with this 1-2 punch of him and Texture on this map, they are really starting to come alive. We mentioned him and Texture as clinical pieces to this puzzle. Carol
Lovely
already
shots as well.
just mowing down 2 of the remainder. Howdong,
Another clean anti-eco for them to
the action.
stack up some more cash they buy for the rest of this half no matter what.
Again, it just comes down to can he make this one costly, but the fact is the economy now of Gen G is off the charts. You win an eco and then have a couple of cleaner rounds. He's still actually killed the player behind.
Gets an armor out of them and 2 kills.
Guns lost, but ultimately for the side of Gen G, it doesn't matter. They are stacked.
Ooh, the recovery there was sick.
And even one of the players we saw there before we cut to the replay was Meteor. He had a judge, but he managed to upgrade to a rifle. And, well, with the economy that they have in play, there's not really going to be too much bother. Well, it's unsurprising. In the previous map, we had Gen G called both of their timeouts towards the end of the game before things ticked over into EDG's favor. This time, it's EDG getting off to an early start. They want to have a chat with the coaching staff and come to a conclusion on how they want to run this next round, because again, they're going to be buying down to their last credits, and that's going to put Gen G in a very advantageous position if they find this one. Facing into an eco, it could be 7 rounds already.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at what's online for your opponent, you don't want to allow them to get into an afterplan. Having that Viper's Pit online for Munchkin is going to make things desperately more difficult if you're unable to deny. And also you have a showstopper onto Kankan, so you can go for some of those set plays, put him into position. He has been thriving still, at least on an individual level, but over the last few rounds, I feel like Gen G have just been a little bit quicker in the pace. They've not allowed them to hold util to the late rounds. They've been taking control, and also just on just looking a bit more confident.
Yeah, let's see with the timeout
like,
if that kind of changes anything up. It has actually been, like, if we take away the pistol, only 1 buy round.
Seems to be what's working, at least for now. And let's see where the response lies. By the looks of it, they might be about to go for another fairly aggressive
Yeah,
piece,
and I like
as
this
they've
change
got
up from
no
Gen
luck.
G,
That's
just
something
changing
we've
this one up in
consistently
terms
seen
of
for Gen G.
timeout goes in,
They
so they
now
want to
look to
just
take some
get
early
over
control
towards B. Might see an
towards the
Omen
B side
or
of the
it's
map.
pretty good, multiple places.
Yeah, and I mean, they have no control anywhere else, so there's not much of a
Smoke.
backup plan here. The showstopper.
Flash.
Well, that's plan A, and it hasn't worked out. Those players slowed down, sure, split, but they've already got players towards the site. Meteor's in position, teammates coming in to rally alongside him, and the retake attempt from EDG, it's not going too well.
Big jewel, that's a big jewel. Nice trade on this one. Do they want to try and invest a... Damn, what is going on? They want to try and invest a Viper ult. Dog means that they can kind of get a bit more map control. Still got the smoke over towards Heaven. They have no idea if anyone's going behind them or not.
And it could come in off the back of the plant. It's Lakia attempting the plant. They don't know.
Moggy, no. Okay, there we go.
Viper's Pit activated, and that's going to even the playing field.
Lucky is just going to be sitting there the whole time on his HP. And we get a double on that as well. That was unlucky for EDG. It was kind of close. Came down to a few jewels, to be honest.
Just working out perfectly for Gen G, unable to slow them down, unable to stop them. I want to say as well, I think there was some gorgeous movement in there from Texture. I don't think there was a lot else in that round, but the showstopper's fired towards him, and he just backs out of there immediately off a blast pack, just flies backwards into the corner, and it hits nobody. That's the perfect thing for the side of Gen G. They've dodged the showstopper, and that's the one thing that was really dangerous. Kankan in the right place at the right time. He was there. He got nothing.
That's it. That's it. But hey,
The old Vision Striker strat.
So many more times from what we've seen.
Yeah. They even had the smoke in there.
Stars as we go 6-3.
They're bringing it back.
Doubling up on the scoreline now. Look at no, never mind. Look at this aggression coming out of Texture.
With his shorty. Yeah, that was 6. The old Vision Strikers with a double the smoke, double satchel, but they add the jet pathing is a little bit different. Actually kind of reversed it slightly.
Again, it seems like
A different jet pathing with it. It's cool.
And these are some of the rounds that worked out better for them. These slower paced rounds from Gen G. It's been the
I do like how much Gen G are mixing it up, like on their attack.
in terms of ultimates. Not a whole lot online either. A Viper's Pit for Chichu, but where to place it will be the real problem. And starting to throw out some utility in towards this B site, but I can only assume with where their players currently sit, this is a
and that pulls the Raze over, but Raze gets into position pretty fast.
Stun is sublime.
What do we got?
Now they'll have an extra player in to support. Nobody already
No way.
but he doesn't get either.
Oh, man, he could clean up.
Kankan is there.
Nice hand.
Good shot to start and a follow-up. That's sublime. 21 HP left. He's in danger, but he's got 2 players close to back him up. And with 20 seconds left, it's time to get that spike planted for Gen G. The last player standing will take Chichu down, but still 3 more. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, this one's too much.
Cannot be acquired. He'll tap it first to try and fade into it.
Okay, let's try it though. At least the smoke. I mean, he isolated a 1v1.
For EDG.
EDG need to be a little bit careful, right? 2 armor rebuys. Gonna have the best money if they lose this next one.
Any thought of an eco for the rest of this half?
Oh no, not even remotely close. Again though, it does seem like when they split up and play these slower rounds, a lot of the time it ends up biting them in the back. I think just sticking together and just playing as almost a death ball has been one of the major sort of benefits for them. I also think as well, props need to be given to Smoggy. The stun there was just completely game-changing. Viper's Pit, though, immediately put down. After what has been some tough executes for them to deal with on that side of the map, they're just going to section it off completely.
Well, the pings here from the attacking side seem to be going in towards the spawn. I don't know what play we're about to have come through, but I'm excited to see it. It looks like they want to end towards the A site.
One of their plans?
Go back towards heaven.
He's going to hear the rotates. Then insert one over towards male. He can then hear the rotate, try kill the Viper that's going to be late. And they're going to try hit over towards A, but there's 3 people in A.
It's a nice idea. See how the execution goes with Seekers confirming.
Yeah, and they might. Let's see what the Jet gets. Jet gets spotted over towards B. Does it pull a rotate? Seekers for Seekers. There is so much going on. Yeah, this is kind of nice. Overwhelm over towards here. Omen's out in the open. Omen has to somehow get one.
Dash now up close to the pit, and as Chichu thinks about going outside of it, that could be the end of his life if he did. It's all down to timing. He's won the first.
Respect from Gen G. This was a very nice round considering what was going on here. I actually really liked it. And set one over towards here. It relied a lot on Meteor, to be honest. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Takes 2. This round is starting to fall apart. They know exactly where Texture is, but can't quite connect onto him.
No way. That's insane. Oh man, Kang is a god though. What is this round? What is this round, dude? How did he get 2 at spawn? And then how did Kang manage to get 2 running into the site as well? Big round from Kang. Kang's having mad impact on this one. What is he, like 15 kills, 14 kills? Something around there.
It should have. It absolutely should have. If not for this man.
Yeah, Kang just spams him back through. Look at that. Oh, his aim is incredible there.
But it works. And if it works, it works. 6-5. EDG in prime position to equalize coming out of this. That's what we like to see. Getting heated down there. Showstopper online for both sides. This should be an interesting
fast hit.
It's right off
Oh.
Both are used.
Holy, dude, they got some nice fast strats. Looking like old Vision Striker stuff.
This is Texture's round.
Yeah. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Spike planted.
Now, well, for the remaining players, what do you
Yeah,
do?
I mean, what do you do into
Entirety
this?
of your B defense. Everybody was here waiting for this play to come through. Counter utility used to deny anything. That was the thing. The aftershock.
That was a cool round. Flash. I'm telling you, they have like these sick rounds that they have in terms of change of pace, right? The ones over towards middle, similar thing where they kind of do flash double dash in terms of the double dive. And this one as well over towards B. Foggy's done great. Nice round from Texture. Yeah, this was sick. They ate the flash. He's just here so early. Lovely satchels. Oh, it was huge. 7. Kind of what you expect with the double duelist, but
only one got to be
6, 7.
That is absolutely gorgeous for Texture.
And yeah, his satchels are great here.
Of his opponents and getting ahead by just an inch, just a second. That's all he needed. And a gorgeous
clean up with the HPs.
Gen G's momentum. Now 7 rounds at the half. They're leading and moving over to their defense. I'm excited to see what they've got in store for us, but what we've got in store for you is a halftime analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
7-5 in favor of Gen G this time, and you can kind of see the team waking up. You can see their energy rising as well, which is great because it is time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, Mimi.
Yeah, absolutely. I think map number 1, Gen G, bitch. They weren't really awake. They were getting ran over. But coming into this map, they look reinvigorated. Their players in particular, like Meteor in this clip, were looking so much better. And also just their approach to the game. They're again playing these slow, very proper mid-rounds on the attacking side. But I think they did a good job at finding the opportunities against EDG. And these double back sets were
Sven, it took me a while as well. I was like, wait, what did you say? But then,
I think that, of course, for Gen G is not going to be easy now moving on to the defense. We're seeing a lot of aggression. We're seeing a lot of mistakes and a lot of punishment.
Billy, appreciate you, man. Thank you for the 7 months. Thanks for using your Prime on me.
So based on individuality
much,
and
dude.
some BS rounds, like the one where Can just gets the kill across the smoke after a brilliant play and push. And I think that it's kind of concerning, right? That this is what is going to come to.
Absolutely. I think in the second half, EDG have a great chance at coming up back into this.
Yes.
They're playing this double initiator that is built around enabling Kung Kung on the dive. We saw earlier Zekken playing on this map, absolutely eating up on Raze. This comp plays pretty similarly, where there's a lot of tools being put into one player succeeding.
Extreme, we might get that answer in this tournament, so we'll see.
Some of those same mistakes of
I like the new
Icebox on their
Sentinels binds, though. I think it looks good.
Opportunities to EDG, it could go a similar direction.
EDG, they're one half away
It's my
from
least
making
favorite
it
map to
again
watch,
into those
Icebox.
playoffs. They have to make us dream, Mika.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to start dreaming.
Icebox
Let's get
or
the second half
Opal?
underway. Back over to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much.
First game worth watching? Oh, for sure, dude. For sure.
Last time, as EDG on
No
their
doubt
attack
about
side
it.
look to close out this series up against Gen G. It's their
Not even
map pick.
Breeze. I prefer
They're
watching
gonna be
Breeze because
comfortable
it's
on
more
the attack.
angels.
Remember, that means that Gen G chose
Like,
to start
it's more
on their
long-range
attack side.
angels, so it's a
Maybe
little bit more
the best
impressive.
of
And
what they've got planned
honestly,
already behind.
It went well.
some of that. What the? Wait, okay, there's someone below him.
I'm stuck on something.
Yeah, I was watching that, like, what the hell is this going on?
Wait, what? Either way, we are going to have...
We'll just breeze right past that one, I suppose.
The flash coming in. Nobody looking to take the space. Been a little bit quiet.
All people here for Gen G? Oh.
And not as pacey, that's for sure.
Yeah, they might want to cancel this.
Still just toying with
Oh
that
my
map
goodness,
control.
nice
It
shot in
looks
heaven.
like
Damn,
they'll
the
take
shots
the
are
fight
here.
eventually, and it's Con and Smoggy to find the openings. Heaven completely under their control, or so they think. There is a fill back in by Meteor, but, well, it doesn't look like EDG have decided on where they're going. The spike is still in spawn, checking for a flank. And they're just waiting for Gen G to make that move to re-clear the space. Player spotted up close, stun is good. And he's only bought himself a second as that smoke fades. Chichu lands the
Chichu
shot.
is
Texture on 45.
very reliable.
A lot of trouble emerging from the smoke.
What?
How has he gotten all three? He was 45, now 50.
That should never be possible. That should never, ever be possible. Bro, he has to get everyone. He actually has to get everyone. He needs to get one more.
To be honest, after what I just saw, it's anyone's game. But 14 seconds left.
Oh, might be forced to plant early, and he might be here. Oh man, this is gonna be interesting.
He's already here. This could decide it.
Oh boy.
He can speed his way through heaven. He
The
might
frenzy
get the
though,
angle
15
just after the
HP.
plant. It all depends on where nobody's looking.
What a god round. What an absolute god round. How? How is that ever possible to do that?
There's been a lot of plays.
His movement was the most impressive thing about this, by the way.
I have no idea how he manages 3 kills.
Oh my goodness, the little extra sidestep and then a crouch. Dude, look how calm he is.
To get from
4 bullets, Tom. 4 bullets and he gets 3 kills on 45 HP. Give it to him. Oh, that's wonderful.
Whoa.
We are in for a treat. The 2 Raze players in this match at the moment have basically been competing for who can make the most audacious play of the day. Well, that was a round that
Satchel to force him into the nade as well.
but for that man. And already, him and Meteor are showing why we talk about this double duelist coming into this map. If they were going to win this, if they were going to compete, they had to be fantastic. And you know what? They're doing all right.
No damage done yet.
All right is an understatement. You know, what we've seen so far, individuals are coming online.
Forsaken set the bar.
Hey, listen, that's a bar that I think only he can jump over. But well, with 9-5 on the board, Gen G may well have that
could do the classic push over towards B main, get the orb. Maybe it's too obvious, so they could try and do something else. Why potentially EDG fight for B main orb? We'll see.
On the side of EDG.
You could do something really bold on this. Pretend that you're going for B orb and then push down middle or something. Bonus. Kang has his judge.
And also the other
he sending it?
went to Meteor,
he's sending it.
a few away from a Blade Storm. So even if this goes badly, if he gets 1 or 2 kills and dies, that could be enough. They've actually got a great read as well. 3 players set up. Tiger through. Now there is a judge coming out from Kankan.
One more?
On the other side, but the trades have
oh boy.
Kept things in their favor. They don't expect
Lovely trade back. That's nice. Massive duel here as well, Karen. And I did no. 3 here.
Massive boost if they could take this round away. And while Smoggy,
East.
he has now got some serious weight to
You think you did see him? Yeah, I think you're right.
Spike in mid. And they have a decent idea of where he's coming from. And his opponents picked up.
And Karen picked up the judge.
Yeah, picked up a judge and is sitting inside a smoke. So very best of luck to Smoggy here. Blind spray is probably his best chance.
He could stun all of them.
True, but he doesn't want to give it away. It's a contact play into a judge. And he got the contact he was looking for.
Oh man, with that round, this is probably the map done unless you're going to see some absolute madness.
Blade Storm close. And 3 rounds needed to pull this across the line. Oh, also EDG on an eco. So add up all those things, and it seems like it's a pretty hefty advantage towards the defensive side right now.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This game has not gone anywhere near the way I was expecting it to go. And yet it has been incredibly enjoyable.
Well, you did say you expected a map 3, but
not in this order.
Yeah, the other way around.
The journeys look. The journey hasn't.
Well, they're going middle. Oi, Outlook can farm this.
Exactly. Somehow, we've taken
just
a
like
detour.
you and your scooter.
And the bait of the rifle.
The city's a little confusing sometimes. The GPS doesn't work.
1.
Nice shot by Meteor. Doubled up on as well. The Outlaw putting in work in this round to control middle. And for EDG, you know, this is somewhere they have been dangerous before. We said it in the last map. When they've got pistols, they were able to upset a lot of opposition. But Gen G seemed to have a real handle on it, never letting these disadvantageous rounds slip out of their control.
This has genuinely become a race for who's going to be #1 on the scoreboard between Texture and Meteor. Kankan is still like in a close 3rd place, but those 2 have started to just completely run away with this one. But you know,
I mean,
he's always terrifying.
If they get this
Guardian
kill
gets him a first.
without losing one.
Away. One more kill, even if he goes down.
Oh.
He's so quick with it.
They might have to raise all.
Is all he needs. A plant is actually going to give him a showstopper, but he has to try and fall back from it. And actually, the defenders are going to use their own one. Kankan's just found another one. Finally, it takes a bazooka to take him out. He's given some essence of hope.
Holy, that was very close 2v5. Kang is doing some mad stuff.
I expected to come out of this round and compliment Howdong. A fantastic power.
Texture's insane. First of all, like, how does he get that kill? I would love to see 2 replays, to be honest.
Firing squad to take the trade. Blinds the guy down below. Takes the fight against the top player.
Wait, where's this one?
Okay. But just.
That
Okay, and then there's a blind kill.
Moving either. It went past him. He just clicked it at the
Oh
right time.
my.
Yeah, I'd love to see this guy. You ever seen those arcade games with the boxes that go left to right?
Relatively unlucky, to be honest, from EDG there.
He's out of the arcade. 3 minutes in.
They'll just go. We've run out of items.
Hey, that used to happen to me down at the arcade. The coin machines, they'd come over, unplug it. Oh, it's out of order. Oh, sorry about that. Some of those machines, you can game the system, and that's exactly what this guy's been doing here. Texture's 21 and 12.
Yeah.
I mean, he like I said, he struggled last map. It didn't look too comfortable, but well, a completely different face coming out of him.
Yeah, it is a 3-horse race for top of the board, but he's definitely leading the way. That round from Kankan could have gone down as one of the best. Unfortunately for him, he did get
had a lot of legs.
So
I mean, he made it
that's
doable.
One way to put him down. It seems to be the only way at this stage. 11-5. He seems like maybe the only player that could cause any issues here for Gen G, because they now have 6 rounds to the good. Operator on the board for Meteor as well, who has also had a real step up.
Now we get the op over towards middle and we just hold in the same pos.
That has quickly diminished. And now looking to just almost roam mid. They've got 3 players set up onto this B site. EDG spread. Just trying to play this one in a bit of a slower default. Problem is, they've even used ults of their own in the last round.
Because they were with that kind of nice with that mid smoke deep towards here. They were really expecting them to be close, so they had to skydog a lot further back. In reaction, we 3-person. I mean, Haldong needs to try and get you. Unlucky. And now what's the instant reaction? Split over towards A.
He doesn't even get the info that there's 3 of them there. It's the worst part. Gets shot in the back. Then you got 2 more players coming through vent, but a reposition.
They kind of got dismantled on this. I mean, it's a convincing map from each of them.
It's being taken. Textures dropped on B. Now you might start to think it's a B play, although they've just heard them on the ropes. Yeah, now you're sticking around. Meteor's here. He's ready to fight, although they'll give up control up top. It's that not only the scope, but the Blade Storm backing it up that's been activated in Heaven. And EDG, I mean, look, they're playing blind no matter where they go, but as we can see, it might be the wrong decision. Meteor's already considering the rotate.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's just the push from Munchkin here. Push from Munchkin over towards A just means they can heavy stack this. Kang is... Still though, he does enough to make sure the trade can come in.
Puts things into a 2v2. Meteor Blade Storm out, maybe trying to deny any sort of plant, but hasn't been able to. And the rotation coming around from Munchkin, you'd think he maybe wait a moment, but he just does it all himself! Almost disrespectful to his
Whoever
opponent.
plays Jet on this team is just a god.
It absolutely does.
Yeah, I mean they can't catch a break. They can't get around. Even Kang's doing like mad things, and we're only up to 5.
I was like, bro, you've just used your ult. You're like, I can get it again.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this stage, I don't know that either of those ultis are going to be online by the end of the game. Gen G have been snowballing. And we said it was a dominant scoreline on the previous map for EDG. That was 13-8. Well, here on their map pick, it could be 13-5. And there's a lot of weaknesses coming into this round for EDG.
Well,
okay, 7 chances to close this out and go to Breeze.
100%.
Like the fact
Breeze,
that Meteor,
man.
that is a
Still favour EDG on Breeze. But let's see if the kind of momentum will help them. NG's Breeze has been
all the way through spawn. He's like, don't worry, bro, I've won the round. Let's go.
I mean,
next.
they play with confidence. It's going to be a fun map. Put that out there.
That's a bit problematic for Munchkin, but he is going to be able to get out there with not too much of a scrape. And Meteor, this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Looks like Omen's on Omen's smoking at the moment.
To help him out here. Smokes could be gone within a second.
Yeah, that's the no smokes now, which probably means they end over towards A, and the molly comes down with the spam. Oh man, they got so wrecked in this map.
Yeah, it seems like a formality with the way rounds have been going. The fact that it's a 5v3 and the amount of hero plays that would be needed from EDG to fight their way back into a 7-round in a row. A 7-round deficit, and yeah, has to be consecutive. I like the idea, sending the really slow play through middle to try to find a gap. They've not seen anyone in vents. Move towards Heaven. Munchkin's in position. He's got one, and not the follow-up. But Con has another challenge.
He's everywhere.
Meteor's up that's come through with a dash still online.
Dude, respect.
Sitting down below.
Even after popping the dash, he didn't overheat. A great sign. Okay, very convincing map. Most convincing map we saw today.
13-5 statement from Gen G. They were down and out on map 1, but now we're going all the way to Breeze.
Oh, well, Lucky is definitely having a great time there, right at the end, but that's the thing. You look at this scoreboard. Con, 22 kills, Texture, 22 kills, Meteor, 22 kills. They all had fantastic performances. The difference is it was much better teamwork from Gen G. Either way, we're going off to a break because this needs a third map to conclude.
Okay. Let's get these ads going. I'll be right back, just uploading the VOD. Have Breeze. Yeah, I don't know, man. I normally like EDG's Breeze, and I haven't been enjoying Gen G's Breeze, so there is that. Thank you so much, Prodigy, for the spam. Why is that an emote? The downward slug. Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, Gen G take it to a map number 3 as they tie up the score. It is now 1-1 in this series, and we saw a much better showing from Gen G over here. Yes, there were some still small mistakes that were happening, but this is, of course, a Gen G that we are far more ready to see.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The difference between map 1 and map 2 in this series is unbelievable. And the difference in performance as well is insane. You play the double duelist comp, you need your duelist to go crazy, and my God, did Gen G's duelists go crazy this map.
Exactly. Thank you to Space who gave us some of the crazy stats. Actually, both duelists plus the 50% success in that first blood. 67% of the 4v5s won by Gen G. 70% of their post-plant and 100% of their retakes. Whatever says on the scoreline doesn't really matter. We know that it was about individualities, and the Gen G was always supposed to win this match.
Yeah, and I think that's so important for Gen G as well, because they're really like a vibes-based team. When you watch them winning their match the other day against Lad, you laugh, but I think that is a real thing.
Vibe checked. Yeah,
when they're playing well, you see them out there laughing, giggling with each other.
I'm trying to understand you better. I'm getting to understand you better every time.
Okay, well, you're ruining my vibes, but Gen G's are good.
No, it is really good, and you can see them, right? You can see Texture suddenly, you know, jumping up and waving his hands like he usually does. You can see like how Lakia is as well, smiling, you know, and really carrying the rest of the team with that energy.
And I mean, for Gen G, I feel like they were losing a lot of rounds that they kind of had no for EDG, that they had no business losing in this one, right? Like Gen G pulling off some crazy miracles with individual plays, but also like this bonus round, for example, was a huge moment for Gen G.
Yeah, exactly. And how much of that is put into those controllers, into both Karen and Haodong, and all the smokes that we were seeing onto mid, all the spacing that the teams were taking against each other, and probably we were mentioning, right, those mistakes coming in from EDG, definitely coming into the third map. We need to be keeping an eye on the duelist head-to-head. I was saying, enabling Kankan to have a good game is a very dangerous game to play, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and I feel like now with EDG, actually, they need that second win. They need that second win to come out if they want to close out map number 3, because I feel like on Breeze, this is a potential aim duel once again, a duelist matchup that we're gonna see here
but
between
let's be
Kong
honest
and
with
Texture.
ourselves. Breeze is like the aim check map in the
Yeah,
pool,
for
which
sure.
I think, honestly, I have no way which way it's gonna go, judging on by how different the first 2 maps were.
Yeah, I think that, you know, we're gonna see a lot as well from Karen, who has to be pushed because he's up against Haodong, right? And that's the IGL who is carrying EDG through this run that we're seeing here. So it's a big test. I mean, like, you're up against an IGL, and you have a rookie who is just months into his professional career.
Yeah, of course. And coming on to the last map, we know that both of these teams, on the previous matches that they played, they had to win here in the last minute with the last trend, just pushing it to the real limit. But for both of them, making it to playoffs means a lot. When we're talking about how the world has changed in the terms of Valorant, how the meta is swifting, Gen.G coming now into this stage, proving that they can make it to playoffs through 2 wins, I think that they will be such a staple for the team.
Yeah, well, right now it is time for our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, and this one goes to Texture.
Least surprising sponsor segment pick in the history of the world. Texture was insane. We can't talk enough about how good this guy was. His raise has always been impressive, and I mean, this one is just the raw mechanics.
Yeah, completely. And now that we were talking about that aim duel,
This
the
round,
possibility of going just in that head-to-head against Kankan. In this map on Split, he had the support of a second duelist and the rest of the team just playing for them. Definitely the Vice were on their side for this one, but they need to keep it up.
The day isn't
for Breeze
over.
if they want to close
Do
it
that.
their way.
Yeah,
You would
I
do
feel
well
like,
to
you know,
top that
now
clip.
we have both of these teams on their highest energy, right? You can see the exchange between both of the teams as well. They're up on their feet, they're out of their seats too, and they are ready to take
Chat,
it
give me one
to
sec.
Breeze right now, Mimi.
You think about the history of this matchup between China and Pacific. It's been so back and forth. This time it's the new guard for Gen.G. They have to prove why they beat PaperX, why they beat DRX, why they're here. They have a chance to book a spot in the playoffs, but so do Edward Gaming. We're into the agents. Like, Gen.G played the Yoru comp on this map, and EDG played the old bog standard with Kong Kong on that jet.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like the Euro. I want to see more impact. I feel like the other day it fell super, super flat. The impact was not there, especially now starting on the,
Alright,
on the attack.
it's
but
the
mostly
no-
so on that second half, is he going to put
the no
that
sentinel
pressure onto the map?
comp.
Same goes for Karen. I think that he had a great game, but it was the disaster was a bit lackluster.
EDG have been changing up who they play on this one. They had a little bit of a
Gen.G can handle it. Last
stint
time they
of
played this, they were
running
getting lurks up holes on
Neon,
their defense.
but
On the attack side, they were letting flanks come through. They
back on
really
the
need
jet.
to have buttoned down how to play, because it's a big risk going to Breeze without Cypher.
Well, the winner moves to playoffs, and the loser will have to fight for survival on Monday. One last time, here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Mika, and our wonderful analyst desk, Tom, as we dive into this final map, the third of the series, the last of the day.
Viper. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Cypher makes your life a lot easier on this
Put out a
map.
prediction for this one?
But I've been liking some of the stuff for the Astra.
No, I don't, because so
But
far I said
at the cost of a Sentinel, I don't know. Don't know if it's worth.
and I thought that Gen.G
Doesn't
would
feel
win the
worth from
first
what I've seen,
map,
but
so, yeah, no, you know what? I don't fancy giving a prediction. I'm just gonna let it.
they have a
let it
lot
go
of, in terms of Gen.G,
You know what's- what-
they have a
what I'll
lot of
say, though?
faith
I predict
in their
Gen.G, if it's gonna be the same as last
Breeze.
map,
So I
where
guess it's been
Lakia
working well in
lost
prac.
one opening duel, won none. Other than that, it was exclusively Meteor and Texture that took opening duel. It's rare you see that. The other two players absent in early fights. It was just these guys. And with the success they've been finding, hey, I'm not going to ask you to change that.
So the record that they have on this map for Gen.G kind of stinks.
Okay.
It's not been fantastic. They've lost it 3 times in
last
a row.
map of the
to
day,
RRQ,
and we are
TLC,
into it straight away. EDG on
But
defense, Gen.G on
according to
attack.
Jen, who is obviously does a lot of the Korean
Gen.G on attack.
translations and interviews,
No
she
Sentinel
said
would
that they
kind of
feel
watch
really
to see how
confident
fast
on
they
this
go.
map,
And
it's
Kang is pretty much here, 50% of the time on this map. I'm not gonna lie to you. And that is why Lakia is just instantly looking at it.
I'll let you know, just like
I wanted to
It's
say
a
it that
lovely
bad,
little
but I
early
happened
dink.
to be beaten up.
But just like Con there, not winning that fight as he gets dropped on that defensive
Do
side.
they expect this guy towards short? Is the timing of the swing good?
Players right behind him. It's a pretty heavy stack up on B, and after finding that opening kill in this direction, especially if they took down Haodong,
Lucky
they
to
might
get out of there,
consider just
really.
full
Let's hold the
blitzing
Viper
B
over
site.
towards him.
That
Wall
seems to
comes
be the
in.
plan, Tom, but
Is
there
a
could
kill
be
trip
danger here. Still
and a
the map
camera
on
here.
site, it gets destroyed, and the cam's gone. A lot of control. Smoggy though with okay, fine.
Whoa, I mean, that one fell apart real fast. Yeah, pretty convincing. They get the plant down as well. Everyone survives. Spooky, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the 3 months.
Well, that's exactly how you want to see it.
Appreciate the support, dude.
On that Gen G side of things, clean, clinical. And that's the thing. Okay, it hasn't worked.
Ooh, I like the jump around the corner to
but it's one I like.
Make sure they dodge the recon.
Agents that can take a lot of map control. I think obviously the one sort of detriment to it
Kang
is having
is
that
just
he's
obsessed almost with this pause.
That's the main worry. You can be flanked very easily. So it's something that they're going to have to definitely watch out for, but it allows for an awful lot of cool set plays.
Oh, early peak. Kankan wants to get involved. Marshall
they have
out.
Jesus.
Shots being
they have a recon.
No bullets landing.
Oh, did.
The aggression from nobody has been spotted. They're anticipating it. There's not really much he can do in terms of continuing down that avenue. Gen G have been super patient in a lot of these rounds that we've seen.
They know he's there. They literally know he's there. Drone to clear this as well. Karen waiting over towards middle. Yeah, done. Can get a shot after this? No. This has been nice from Gen G at the moment. Yeah, it's very methodical. No risks.
They've definitely warmed up into this game, and you almost have to hope for EDG's sake they haven't cooled off, because
extra careful to drone that. Oh yeah, they're really taking no risks. But honestly, if you get to the ping, it's like they either get him running back here or they get him running back here with this position.
I was basically like, how many kills can Kankan get? And if it's not at least 4, they're probably losing the round.
46?
Which is not the sign you want to see. It reminds of almost EDG of old. He's the hero, and the rest of the team are just looking to try and put him into position. For this round,
30 seconds left.
Expectations incredibly low. Sure, he has
G2, yeah, he loves Nats. It does not surprise me as the Liquid Classic. Loves Nats.
Late luck. Now, there is a bit of a gap being left, but I think Lackey has now filled that. And it will now just be Kankan remaining. I think they've already, well, they should have spotted the sniper. He shot a couple of bullets at them, so I don't know if anybody's going to want to feed him.
The only person I can see peeking that is Texture. The scope of his own on the Outlaw, and an advantageous fight regardless.
Okay, one.
Of where he hits.
Turns of the guns that can go down, though. Bad.
Kankan's on his way forward. Understandable. You know, he's not going to look to carry a Marshall through to the next, but the Outlaw is holding the angle, and Texture.
And this is at least one person that has light armor, and I think this might be the second, so there might be 2 people that the Outlaw can get. Let's double check, because there's nobody. Oh no, he didn't use any util.
Altogether, a very positive start to this map for Gen G.
And then Kang prioritizes the heavy armor and gets a Guardian. No extra updraft or smoke. Yeah, once they realize that the Outlaw's out, no one.
Like, bear in mind, okay, yeah, sure, they've managed to beat out
no one taking any risks.
There's a chance they'll face them again. You've got the likes of Loud, Heretics, like all of these teams that can come back.
The control of A. Got a dash on this one, or I doubt it with the guns. Yoru, 1 orb away.
Not going to get any easier. Getting through first time definitely has its benefits.
Goes in, hits 2.
Already. Quite a bit of information. Both duelists being spotted outside of that A site. Considering that this is a bonus round, it has some real legs to it.
Especially in post plans here for Gen G. If they can muscle their way into a site, we're going to have the Outlaw leading the charge to take
they're
over
really
the
just trying to get some kind of picks. Looking for an
full
over peak at the moment. What's going to have to get made as we get to the 50-second mark. Going to start seeing these group up.
With light shields, giving them free kills, giving them basically a pop upgrade.
Kind of nice, yeah.
Recon. It's in a good position. If anyone does go for that peek just to grab a little bit of info, they'll be in a lot of trouble, but the poison orb's up, and that should keep them back.
Yeah, they've got the information that they are still here. It's the split into middle that could definitely make things a little bit more interesting.
Yeah,
Trying to almost bait with the shots. Ow, and they haven't actually seen it. Already first
lovely kill. Nice ooh, Smoggy, 11 HP. Can he get another? Lakia somehow has to win this one, 20 seconds.
Back that little bit longer. Leaving just 2 players
man, the shots, bro.
It is a clean sweep.
Yeah, that was nice. 2 people really low, but they'll take that. Only an armor rebuy. Kang gets his gun upgrade as well. They do have the Euro ult into this one, so it might be a little bit tough. Let's see. Kind of want to see on the defense if EDG have like a setup they like to do against the Euro ult, because it's becoming a little bit like a, once you play like a KO and you have like an anti-KO setup, becoming a little bit like that, where you kind of have to have like a setup for it. At least what I'm starting to see from like Sentinels and stuff.
And they certainly managed to reap the rewards for that. Now, coming into round number 4.
Sentinels with a cake up, I can't remember.
I'm a little concerned.
Might have even been Heretics. I saw it from someone. Someone of this event did it.
He's got to fall back, so he's left his gate crashed.
Instant rotate, especially as the knife over towards B hit no one.
Like a recon. Look how far back they've gone. And yeah, I mean, they've made the right call rather than being blitzed on.
Look at this guy.
Has such a good angle.
Yeah, I mean, he can have a lot of impact from here as well. That's a lovely shot. He still has Astra Stars to help his team out.
The conductor from
Hello?
the back of the gun barrel spotted. The start from Texture.
A good plant as well. Still got Astra
so much
Suck.
more problematic. Clearing out these players from the back line is going to be impossible. Bear in mind, they've got snakebite lineups. They could use a gravity well, but I don't think they're even going to need it.
And here comes the mollies. One molly goes in. His mollies are a little bit to the...
Anybody even gets close to that spike, and they've already spotted both players.
Oh my god, he ate the flash. There's no way this guy's alive.
Also caught out Smoggy. A clean take from Gen G with slightly comical close to it, but
yeah,
they won't mind.
I've never seen a man look so lost in my life.
They can't force into this.
The blind, he sees a player close, he has to run out of the smoke rather than get shot in the head.
Yeah, Kang needs to use that. Swing in.
It was beautiful. That must be so confusing for Munchkin to step into that scenario, seeing them back to back. I think they were shooting for a James Bond poster. 3-1. Gen G in a prime position. Bladestorm online.
Yeah, so they wanted to force into it. I saw a few guns, but then they have the decision. And is this a tech or is this a timeout? Because it could have been an EDG timeout with them seeing them buying loads of rifles, feeling like he needed to intervene. But I reckon it's
you don't want Gen G to be just storming away, and as we can see, yes, it is indeed an EDG timeout.
Well, it is an EDG timeout, and I wonder if this is a timeout because they were tempted to buy into it.
2 rounds, they got a singular
kill. I saw some rifles getting bought out, and I wonder if this was like a timeout and actually guys were not buying on this.
The last round, again, just 1 kill. It was
trying to make sure that it doesn't like snowball out of control from risks that they don't need to take. Could also be in terms of seeing over towards A, the after plant, and realizing that they have to be more proactive. Especially when you think you got an Astra, Sova, Viper, like we got a lot of stuff for the after plants. They probably need to be a little bit more aggro. Yeah, could be any of those reasons why we kind of get this timeout.
Lunatic in texture, and then you've got 2 guys going, I'm in spawn, I'm line up out. Okay, there's the snake back gone. Okay, few seconds. There's gravity well.
Also, we see an Astra Wall Euro ult on this map. Yeah, there's definite potential for it.
Sweating, you know, the sweaty guy.
Definite potential for it.
I'm in the fight. I killed one.
What are these two talking about?
Chilling, just having a nice time. It's a disgusting sort of matchup to try and play against.
I kind of blocked him out, but then I changed him midway, and then I'm like, wait, what the hell is happening?
Just so good at denying that.
Well, this is it. We've seen so many rounds where they just pump the brakes right off rip, play it super
slow. They really run through that smoke.
I'm not sure what Meteor just did. Maybe popping a flash through A main, then TPing right over to B.
I mean, it doesn't have any gaps. It's perfect.
To keep these players
Good luck, Chichu. Oh, he has the sick wall though. Oh, he had to go down to dodge the recon, right? Had to take the extra step down to dodge the recon, and then he got caught as he was trying to move.
Yeah, this round looking done already. Smoggy, he's going to get his ult online no matter what happens here. Well, unless he goes down to the spike, but I don't think that's going to happen. But the thing is, Gen G are just giving them nothing.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know the meme one. I know what you're talking about now. That makes way more sense now you explained it, Toby.
Ratty angles being held as well. Okay, sure, as said, you've got players like Meteor who just want to try and
man, it's a big round for 4 people to survive. 1 armor rebuy, 1 gun rebuy. Money is decent.
There's been barely anything to talk about in terms of EDG. The finances already off the charts for Gen G. If they wanted to throw in an operator, they could comfortably on pretty much every single player. And this now has to be a response, because right now this is looking like a deflated EDG. This is not the team
this was enough for an op,
singing the praises about
but they don't want to have an op.
Even
That might have been something to do with the timeout as well, and not wanting to have an op, maybe because of the double controller, and they need to go a little bit fast. Flash over towards middle, creating pressure. We don't actually have a... Oh, and a recon that goes down, scans all the middle.
It's a breeze right now.
One away from Sova ult with this one. KO Flash coming in to retake A main. There goes the Flash, there goes the swing. And the timing was a little bit off there. But it's okay, they got the info. Flash pop middle. Knife is about to hit over towards B. Can gets shut down, and they have good timing going over towards B with the knife hitting no one.
Perfect comms. Again, no success for Con his aggression. When they played this map versus FPX to qualify, he was one of the only reasons they were even in the map.
It looks like a fake hit over towards B and then group over towards A. Clone goes in. DP's over towards here. Recon. Recon susses this out pretty early. 30 seconds. The timing on texture through tube is pretty much the most perfect thing ever. And someone on site needs to kill a lot. They both go down. Yeah, texture played great on this. I love the overall strat here, to be honest.
Like a walk in the park, or maybe a walk along the beach.
Maybe EDG needs to take some more risks, but kind of are in terms of canking over towards middle, I guess.
There's no hope.
Yeah, this is a very strange position to find ourselves in, considering how we started this series out, Tom. I thought we were in for a quick day, and, well, it might be 3 maps, but with the way things are going, it could be in the runtime of 2. 13-8, 13-5, and Gen.G now leading 5-1. The question, how many rifles can EDG carry through to the next round? Already one is spotted towards the elbow, and there's the crunch coming in from Meteor. He gets one.
And he's not going to be able to save this.
Where do you go? They're willing to commit. They're boxing him in. Chichu knows his only chance is to come out swinging to try and take the fight.
Do another eco.
They pincer him. Unfortunately, nothing is found.
They used a timeout early.
EDG.
And do they want to get the op out?
It should also be their mental. This is a really tough position to play.
They had the opportunity to get the op out. And if we're doing stuff like that, surely you should be opping.
I think he's actually caught by his own teammate's flash initially. So unable to find anything on the peak. The push into middle also, they're just waiting. They're ready. And the second he's dead, it does just look like, okay, now they can go for their executes. They get rid of the real danger.
Double Marshall Guardian.
And the only round that they won so far,
now after this round, we actually have a trip over towards Tube. After the pressure that we had earlier, now they started to use Tube a little bit.
Again, the ult's being farmed up. Meteor 1 away, Munchkin 1 away. They've got a couple of marshals to play with in this round, though. Maybe could try and do a little bit of damage, but that's all the optimism I have left.
Recon goes and clears all of elbow.
I mean, a little bit of damage. Look at their economy on Gen.G. Yeah. It's not going to do anything, like, short of them being able to completely break open this attacking side.
Ooh, that's a nice shot.
Shot by Smoggy.
Very nice shot.
Down already. Some economy damage. But we need to see a lot of rifles dropped, and really, we're looking for
a big duel at middle here.
Every time they run a nice position. Oh no!
Oh man!
What's just gone away? And instead, well, it's a little bit labour, but it still works out for Karen.
Oh my goodness!
There was a chance that he gets picked off, but that luck was filthy. And again, look, they're just going to use the Cosmic Divide.
The timing on this one.
The afterplant. And do I believe there's any hope in the afterplant?
Well, this, I mean, they might as well just go for this. Yeah, they have no idea. They really thought it was a fake. I mean, they actually, you know what? They actually didn't spot the Astra ult. So they actually had no idea if it was B or A.
No one to be found. Rifles potentially retrievable.
Pretty sure that's right. They might have been able to see it from somewhere, but I don't think so. I think they were all so far back at spawn.
The real concern is Smoggy and Haodong being so low. A bullet, all that's needed to take down the final player.
Oh man, EDG. Do they decide to get the op? This could be it.
As Gen.G tighten their hold on this map and on this series with a 6-1 lead.
Yeah, they do.
One saving grace, Tom.
You can see it from top mid. Yeah, no one was top mid though. That was the thing. I'm pretty sure from when I said it. I think that's right.
If ever they were going to put another round on the board, this is really where you want to see it.
Yeah, not bad ultimates for a retake as well.
Okay, so op comes in. We need to look at a lot of the ults. Dude, double timeout? Both of their timeouts done?
And that's because they are playing the late round every single time. Karen's lurks have been sublime, but they're so ready to just play in those after-plant situations. Now, at least with something like a Hunter's Fury, maybe an aggressive push from Khan.
Both timeouts done, so you got to remember that when you're the kind of Gen G coaches, sometimes it's good to not call timeouts if you're going to give your enemy team a chance to talk. So we'll see if they even want to do a timeout at any point during this.
Pretty much made him famous.
There's a Yoru ult up, right? Do you reckon he's telling him not to buy the op in a Yoru ult? Or do you reckon they're trying to... Do you reckon they're talking about potentially what might happen and how they want to handle the Yoru ult? Okay, we keep the op into this. Yoru ult's here, and they're one away from getting an orb, so they kind of need to fight over towards A main, because otherwise they have Yoru ult to get over towards site and then Viper ult in the afterplant.
Coming in hot on breeze. An 8th round. About to kick
Kank over towards middle. He's kind of been getting dominated over towards middle a little bit.
As I said,
fake pressure from this flash. So the fake pressure, the whole plan of this is the flash goes in over towards A main. You think that the op is over towards A main because of the flash, but actually you have a late peek over towards middle. JGG, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you very much, dude. Thanks for the 4 months. Oh, they get nothing for that one. Recon goes in. We get the orb in terms of the Viper pit. We get a plant that means that we can have it covered in the pit. And we have a little cubby for them to stick into. We have an Astra over towards B who could do a late lurk over towards short and can also see the spike from short. This is a done round.
Right now, they're still covering out some of this map. It looks like they want to go forward. There's a flank on the way from Karen. There's really not a lot going for this defensive side, even though it's a 5v4. The odds are stacked against them.
Yeah, so much needs to happen, and I don't even know if they're going to get anything again. Khan got caught with no gun in hand, and Karen is just doing so much damage, devastation. Smoggy, at least it's
very nice round from Gen G.
The stats because the round's already over.
They were they were steps ahead in terms of this one. EDG needed to, so EDG were kind of like too focused. So in terms of if you're watching EDG right here, they're too focused on like trying to make it not obvious where the op is. Right, we saw the flash over towards middle in the previous round, and actually he faced A main, and then we see a flash over towards A main, and he actually faces over towards middle. I think they need to literally just be like, keep it simple in terms of, guys, don't let them get this orb. Like, don't let them get this A orb. They have a Yoru ult to clear sight. They have a good Viper ult. We need to fight that a little bit.
For these players to be around, and that's the thing.
That was a nice round though in terms of Gen G. That was like really sick.
They're running the one with the double initiator with the Cypher, and they're the ones that end up looking like fools in almost every single round. The fact is, I'll be honest, I've kind of forgot they even had a Cypher at this point. Like, I just don't think that Chichu's been able to find anything.
Hello?
Oh, it's gonna get one for free. Finally,
Munchkin furious. Aaron,
number 2.
Apologies sent over.
Really?
He's been,
I hadn't even caught that.
I think he was 7-1, unless he died last round as well, but even still, he's barely died.
It's a really nice Viper ult. Yeah, the
right at the end, so.
Fio or Desp, I can't remember who. I want to say it was Fio, but it might be Desp. We're talking about this. Fio has one that has a cubby here, and I think Desp has one that has a cubby here.
The trade that they get there, right. Munchkin falling, it is big. It is removing a lot of the utility that gets them out to sight. Problem is, it was Khan dropped on the other side. That's your entry. Howdong tries to fill the role, and he's shut down immediately. Lackey is caught in the corner, though. Trapped
Where's his teammate? The TP in. Okay, Smoggy has a chance to win this site. It's a classic, though, as in it's literally a ghost even. And Karen...
There is still someone sitting around. There's going to be a bodyguard on the planter.
There is a bit of...
Deny it, and the real hope, okay, that was actually a good chance.
Less chance.
Some damage done, the eyes focused forward, good flash, and good punish. Even though
there he is, and Texture's in a pretty committed spot.
He's going to swing straight into this op. I like the cage. Great use of it, great swing. Oh, but he doesn't hit the kill shot. 55 HP, but that's enough for Texture to still be able to duel. And with Meteor coming around the other side, I don't see a lot of ways this goes for Chichu. He needs to be quick, clean, and clinical. Good shot, good correction as well. Meteor forced back, and the defuse is underway. No utility for the Yoru. It's going to be a dry peek.
It's a very nice attempt, man. Real good attempt from Chichu here.
For EDG, but again, they lose.
Oh man, they can't get around. This was at least an eco.
It doesn't seem like there's any safe
Smoggy
for the defenders.
has enough money to buy him an op. Op comes out again.
A few pieces of individual brilliance, an aggressive push, some team play that worked out, but they met Meteor at the end and they went extinct. 11 and 4 for him, but there hasn't been a weak link. That's been the major issue. Gen G have peaked at the perfect moment, as they have done versus most of their opponents throughout this game.
Seems like the spirits are pretty high. I mean, they should know that they should have a fun time on attack, right? No Sentinel. They should have fun on attack at least.
They probably would have called a timeout coming into this round if they still had one, but they've burned them up. They're on their own now.
I cannot use that.
All on their lonely, just like the round count. Viper's Pit online for the defenders.
We're trying to do a.
You see a retake wall on B. One
Oh,
that
okay,
lets
this.
them get close from middle and then pop.
No way.
He's out. Okay, cool. Oh no, he's not.
Oh what?
What?
What? I mean, he got a kill over towards middle, and then he realized that he would be running back and in this area. That's ludicrous.
Ridiculous from Luckier. After a first map to forget.
I mean, that's. I mean, fair play, man. On the big buy rounds. Oh man. I feel bad for them. Chichu takes a dink through the door as well.
No way back through for them now.
What the?
Nobody's gonna try.
That was impressive.
He's got some support, but again, there's a smoke to deny them immediately.
Yeah, they can't catch a break.
They
cannot catch a break right now.
Stolen away by Karen in the end, but 9-1. Whether you predicted the first and the second map, I think you're a bit crazy if you did. But if you thought this is how map number 3 was going to go, props to you.
Yeah, look at this.
And how is it living?
Not even a ping here. They pinged where he was. That was a ping. That is a ping down on the floor of where he was, and then he worked out he had gone all the way back over towards this area.
There was nothing to give away that player's position. That was a fire to Hunter's Fury, right?
That's sick. They're both doing it.
3 pulls of the bow.
That's so good.
Hit their mark. Bullseye after bullseye. 9-1. Gen G are absolutely stealing this series away. They got dominated on their map pick, and then they showed up. They've only given 6 rounds on the last map in this one. Explain that one.
Either way.
And goes over towards middle. Man, Gen G have played these buy rounds pretty cool, where they just like let them take middle and kind of just react a little bit. They've been taking A main all the time as well.
Frustration for Concom, because it is rare, no matter who you are, that you shut this man out completely. But that has been the story.
Another Yoru and
even being played with by an opponent. You can see just trying to make this awkward, try and make this confusing.
Oh, man.
And there's texture. Even still,
it's still a nice trade though, and there's a lot of pings over towards B. I don't know how many people exactly that Yoru saw, but the fact they're checking these corners makes me think that it was 3. That is a huge duel. I think Kankan's getting absolutely wrecked at the moment when I watch him.
Game so far. Finally, we see there's a cypher.
He got a tag, Tom. He got a tag.
It's because they're finally going B. That doesn't happen very often. It doesn't matter though. They're still losing every single fight ahead of them. Chichu probably gobsmacked that they've actually entered into the B site. I don't know where he's hoping to go here.
No way, Chichu got one.
He does at least manage to drop
Impressive.
the player planting, but it's after they've already planted.
Lovely
Just
Astra
as every
util.
other round
Oh
goes.
my god.
It is 10-1.
These last 2 maps have been pretty convincing. And again, I think that EDG would have fun on attack, but when you only have like 2 rounds to play with or 1 round to play with, that is not enough.
You're right. Yeah, it was the pyramid play.
I remember
Flash
it
up
because
top.
it's the only thing that's
the only thing that's happened. Like, you could study this. You could watch this back again and again. Icebox.
Look at what they're buying. Look at what they're
I think I need to reevaluate the Gen G map pool. Nah, dude, I'm telling you, they have not been looking good on this map before. Like, I'm pretty sure their record is like 1 win, 4 losses or something.
What? Where does he peak? Does he peak
3 ops, 4 ops. We have 4 ops.
They're waiting
well,
for it.
when's the peak coming? They got a lot of backup guns.
Oh no, they know where
Texture
is.
man.
What a disaster. Blade Storm used as well. Upshot fires out. It was Munchkin. letting loose on that shot, swapping the weapon over for a Phantom, and they're still keeping the 3. It's just juggled around. Now it's Lakia who's going to be your opper. I don't know how they're running this. You know, you take one shot, then you juggle it over, right? That's your chance gone. Now it's someone else.
And they throw the ops away, down to half.
Oh, poor form. But they do have to make a play eventually. 50 seconds left on the clock. It's time to push forward. Hey, 2 ops on attack. It's
What's the bounty? No, it's not. Okay, this recon kind of lands the same time as you drone out.
Taking space. There hasn't been a battle or a brawl in this round. EDG have played a little bit more passive.
Man. Oh, man. They realize he's going to push through this.
They're being battered.
Damn, dude. This is actually too much.
Every time he has been shut down.
An impressive attack half.
How long, Chi-Chu? Well, that's nothing they could do. A nice shot at least. He'll know where they are. But knowing and doing anything about it is going to be another thing altogether. The plant not the safest, but that's cover.
Yeah, this is by far the most convincing that their Breeze has ever looked. I mean, their attacks always looked okay. Their defense is normally not the one. But again, like what I'm saying is 1 round is just not the thing. Not enough.
An even more dominant one if they're going to turn this around. Yeah, fair play if anybody can beat that moving forward in the event. I'm not expecting.
Kang, yeah, he got really dismantled on this map.
Gobsmacked by this attacking side of Gen G. 11 rounds.
And then when he had the op, it was like, I think they overfought some of the rounds a little bit, but like I understand the thinking of trying to make it unpredictable as to where he is to get him a kill, but by doing that, it felt like they gave them too much space that they could just perform what their ideas were, like really easy.
팀원들이 잘하는 플레이 방식을 약간 돋아주면서 더 잘할 수 있게 하는 게 제 아이젤 스타일링이기 때문에 저희 어느 선수든 나 이거 지금 해보고 싶다, 진짜 이거 할 수 있을 것 같다라고 항상 콜을 해주면 그런 방향성을 최대한 밀어주는 것 같아요. 크레이지 라쿤에서 속해 있던 저는 그때도 나이가 적은 편은 아니었지만 되게 성격이나 게임적으로 되게 어렸던 것 같고 지금에는 그래도 이제 청소년기가 조금 지난 그런 사람인 것 같아요.
Munchkin now just too late to the party, tries, and actually might do a little bit of chip damage to Tui's here if he doesn't get himself out of danger. Tui's taking a lot of damage from this. That's a little surprising as Munchkin now ready for it, gets it. He gives them the tiniest of margins.
사실 멀리서 이제 유럽 경기를 보고 북미 경기를 볼 때는 되게 다 무서웠는데 지금 마드리드 와서 보면은 퍼시픽이 가장 무서운 것 같은데요. 지금 한국 시간은 되게 늦은 시간인데 경기 끝까지 봐주셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 저희가 남아있는 경기들도 좋은 성적으로 걷어갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, Munchkin's sitting 10-2 right now. I imagine he's going to be pretty happy with his performance and probably the performance of his team overall.
Wait, 2 deaths and one of his deaths was when that guy walked all the way from B. That was on him, I think.
Even the best teams in the
right?
world will refer
No, it
to
wasn't.
those
Yeah, it
pistols
wasn't.
as a coin toss. That's not a coin toss I'd like to be participating in if I was EDG.
No, I think the word screwed comes to mind. If they pull this one off, we'll be raving about it for a long time.
He's only had like one kind of normal death.
They started slow, they built in map 2, and now they are looking unstoppable.
Double.
A chance for the first time in their history, not only making it
Munchkin
to a
has
Masters,
a Munchkin has one as well. He got 3 sheriffs.
Players, that was a dream that may never have come.
This camera is one of the better ones. You get to see a push from here, and you get to see any feet or legs over towards A.
They are just 2 rounds away from making that history and being, well, maybe even one of the favorites to take the crown. Still, the players up against them are not ones that you can be foolish, that you can give chances to, and they have struggled.
Kill over towards B. This push at middle. Not this again. Oh man, I thought it was going to be that again. Nearly made it doable. I mean, step 1 for EDG out of like, what, 7 steps that they need to really do.
Just gets caught by that. There's the info to play with. It will be a legendary comeback. Concon using Fnatic's pistol. You'll have to channel some of that energy and then some.
Yeah, you need more.
You want to see a crazy comeback? I mean, it would be cool. It is slightly doable because of Genji's comp.
11-2. They've doubled their rounds here with the pistol win. That's, yeah, that pretty much summarizes this game so far. It's been tough.
But that was the thing. We saw that comeback happen because of a fantastic tactical pause.
Do you reckon they'll have one, Tom?
No. Not until overtime, at least. They've got to do it on their own. The coaches, they mentioned it. I think it was Chichu in the interview we saw earlier, how much they think the coaches really impact them, how much they lead by example while they're silenced. You're going to have to rely, well, either on their opponents eventually taking one. I guess that will be the real possibility. Even still, though, Texture going for a little bit of an investment here. Other than that, not a whole lot to play with, and of course, you don't really expect.
Going now over towards A, we got a Sheriff, we have a Marshall.
You can't afford to play a bonus round in the next.
Part of me sees this as a Gen G round, but how things have been going. Texture's dealt with, though, and now my odds are switching up a little bit. EDG have site control, man advantage.
Hey, they're hitting some shots.
Well,
hitting some shots.
Looks like Gen G will fall flat in this eco round. 1 kill for Lakia.
See how much damage gets done, if anything. If anything else.
Really care how much damage they do.
Click that.
They can make this a bit more costly. But for Munchkin, he's picked up a Sheriff. He's close to the spike. There's a couple players getting close to ultis. It's 11-2 though. He can do what he likes. Probably just going down to the spike.
Yeah, to be honest, they've had so many plays that have been based off confidence. I wouldn't even mind too much if he tried to just do some damage. They have such a ridiculous
Yeah, looks like he's
lead,
just going to
but
accept this one. Not too bad.
just wanting to
Armor.
make sure that
Armor and a kill, but it was the kill that doesn't actually mean anything in terms of the guns, so it's just an armor rebuy, and they get a pretty good bonus.
I fully expect that any weaker weaponry here for
what do you
EDG is
reckon?
just upgraded.
Keep the Marshall.
You can't be playing a bonus round.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're getting rid of the Marshall and taking a hit on one of the Econs.
We are at least seeing rifles purchased up. It's still not going to be the best of buys, though. That's the thing. I think an Outlaw's been purchased in the place of a Marshall. That's a slight upgrade at least, and it will.
I mean,
still
2 people
allow
that he
them
can
to
one-tap.
buy into the next round, but even with the slight weaknesses, EDG need to win this.
Well, EDG have 3 rounds, and Munchkin has 3 deaths.
Double
It's been
star.
a pretty strong game for Gen G so far, and now the rifles come out. As you said, EDG have some upgrades, but there's no such thing as, oh, well, we lost the bonus, it's all good.
I start onto
You gotta
this one,
win
that's
that
a
bonus, and
Spectre.
nobody's off to a flying start with Karen already down and out. Gen G's numbers thin out to the A side.
I think we
Well, you see,
definitely
with the
stick
wall
to
already
this a little
up,
bit.
I think they're gonna wait for
I'm getting a
another
bit
pulse.
of,
The wall
because of
goes
the
down,
comp as
Kankan
well,
might have an
it's
opportunity to
very,
spray away. Good
it's very
spray
possible.
through. It's dealing some damage. Texture's forced
Especially when we're
back,
doing
caught
stuff
by
like
nobody.
this.
This is a good look for the side of EDG, trading out one after another. We said they needed to win this bonus, and it looks like they've got it locked down, but Meteor, has a free kill.
1v2.
1v2, very winnable for Meteor. TP, I love this. I don't know if he's going to commit. I imagine it's a fake for info, and then he can sneak his way through to the site, but let's see.
Both players sat
He has
back.
no idea.
He
Ooh.
does take the TP. It's being
Oh.
watched by Kankan. Both players around this angle. It would have to be a mistake at this stage, and even Kankan,
Good repositions from
one
them.
of the most confident players, decided
Nice
it's not worth
repositions
it.
from them.
Smart stuff
Hey,
from
handled
EDG,
very well.
not gonna
I mean, that's
overextend
what,
him.
that's step 2, really.
This is the exact start they needed to start what will be one of the most ridiculous comebacks of all time. Still, I don't think until we get to 8 or 9 rounds, I'm even going to start thinking
Maybe.
about what could be on the cards. And you can see the confidence that's there. Like, that push from Karen is ludicrous. It just goes walking out.
But Karen's been doing
kind
this
of
over
understand
towards
it at this
A
point
all
when
the
you won that
time.
many rounds in a row.
Like, he kind of just strolls into A main or just plays in his smoke all of the time.
Now, here's the interesting thing. 11-4. A huge lead for Gen G.
Oh, this is an early
They
timeout.
decide to call a timeout.
Yeah, that's nice. And this kind of shows
You
just
mentioned, Tom,
they don't want
earlier
to start
about
giving
how
them hope
Chichu
because this comp can be pretty
the
hard to play
coaching
on
staff
defense.
of EDG, saying how important it is for them to touch base with them. The Gen G have given them an opportunity to do so, but obviously they're just concerned about
Look,
closing this game out.
When your coach is Solo, one of the legendary Korean FPS players, you don't care who's on the other side. But I'll be honest with you. He is someone who was there at the beginning of Valorant. He was there in titles before Valorant for many, many years. He has so much experience that I think they're going to value that a lot more than, oh, okay, now After gets to talk to his team as well. I also think there is just an aspect of momentum breaking. Because the fact is, I think of any team that we have in the scene, you watch Kankan's camera, when that guy gets pumped up, you're in trouble. So create the calm. use your pauses for that. It might even just be a small talk.
Okay,
of,
another round for EDG to get ults. It doesn't really matter too much about their econ, really. They got enough that they'll never have to eco, but without ults now going in, they would love to get one of these ults online.
We're not here to give EDG a way back in, and if you do, well, they will certainly take it. Yeah, big lead for Gen G. Defensive side, couple of investments, but nothing huge. Mostly sheriffs, a marshal, and a bookie to back them up. For Gen G, I mean, sometimes you'll see these rounds where you group up, try to play the numbers, but it's such a big map. It's not really a gamble they want to take.
Over towards A. There's a lot of A.
Pop off individually. I think really they're just thinking about the next round.
I'm definitely intrigued by
around the corner.
On Breeze.
Okay, yeah, it does.
I'm not sure it's something that will necessarily be expected, but when you have that extra controller in the form of Karen, you can create little pockets for someone
This
like
is a little bit
playing.
scary,
Said, his resurgence
but
in this
I'm expecting this smoke
fantastic.
to get spammed pretty heavy. So this smoke's going to go up and then he's going to buck inside the smoke.
Go through being slightly trapped.
And can Karen shoot the...
Being trapped in the tier 2.
Oh, that's sick from Kang. Shoots the Astro, we don't have to worry about the smoke, and then Lucky is just forced to swing out.
Meteor, though, still
oh boy,
things interesting. But he will fall.
I'm a little bit scared on that one.
A little bit out of the action, looking to keep the rounds to deaths ratio the same.
Yeah, and he's just talking through what he wants to happen to the rounds, what they need to focus on.
Okay.
If we're being pedantic,
he's died a few more times. But for EDG,
there's more just Kang doing good in terms of hitting the shots. The overall plan here was pretty good. Shoot the drone, smoke up, Bucky in it.
Deja vu starts to ring true, but the attacking side has had a good run of things in this round at least. Damage is very minimal. Nobody and Haodong both extremely low to the Sheriff. They're just going for the exit towards the spawn. Yeah, well, Munchkin might not die to the spike. It depends how quickly he pushes out here. Still being watched on the cross, but he finds a nice, safe corner to go down to it. So he'll still be able to buy in the next 11-5. EDG on their way, but still a long distance left to go.
Oof.
It's worth mentioning, Lakia, well, he's 13-9 right now, 3 assists. He was 3 kills, 18 deaths, 1 assist on map 1. I mean, it was an abysmal map for him on Icebox. But Split and Breeze, he's back in the game.
Well, it still seems like it was the closest map so far, which kind of says how things are going elsewhere. But
okay, Gen G get their op out over towards Texture. And Kang has his own op. And that is a double. You know step 3 that would be winning this next buy round? That helps a lot for step 3.
This man starts gaining confidence. Well, it doesn't get any better than that.
One shot. 2 kills.
This really has some legs. It really does have some legs.
On a very scattered hold. Look at the minimap. You can see those defenders are going to have big performances when the push comes down. And it looks like EDG want to shove into the A site. This is Texture's opportunity. The drone
goes in as well.
Could
kind of
clear
has
him,
to
or at least keep him behind this Viper wall.
Back in the
it's
whole
about
time.
to go up and the push to come through. Texture, no dash. He's being silenced, suppressed, but he still
Lovely
fires
shot.
back. 23 HP though.
And
the
wrapped
players
heavy.
Are quickly circling him, encircling him, I should say.
Ooh,
and finally
imagine it.
taking him down.
Munchkin pushed through.
Karen to do it all.
And
nice shot by
oh, this is actually doable,
There's an
especially.
opportunity. If he
I
can buy
mean,
some time, the flag
yeah.
will catch another off guard, and now it's winnable again. Gen G has suddenly found legs in the round, but a snake fight in hand
1v2. Karen.
leads to Munchkin's
3
death.
smokes.
Karen has to clutch this alone. He's keeping his opponent behind.
Okay,
the
nicely
pyramid,
handled
but
from
nobody
EDG.
jumps
Big
up top
buy rounds.
to take him down.
There's only Texture that can't buy into this one, so Gen G can still buy if they want to just go for rifles and just maybe have knives. We're buying.
This attack side is really picking up some momentum.
Somehow, Kankan is only 3 kills away from being top fragger. I don't know how that's a thing.
They're throwing the op off the map. They did. They threw it right off the map. I guess because Kankan has the Blade Storm, he's going to use that for what could be a much quicker round.
Yeah, I guess attempting something a little bit more explosive. Blade Storm available on the other side as well. But yeah, I guess maybe the surprise factor of that operator now being gone. It's not like
so
they
they
don't have finances for
they
it.
don't want the op anymore. And I mean, they're 11 up. Their money's so good that they can just buy an op again if they want it.
The patience. Interesting, actually, considering how
Thinking
passive
it
they're
could
holding in
be
this
an
round at
eco,
the
but
moment.
they should know it's a buy.
I feel like that operator could have had
Shot
some
goes
value.
in to break
Gonna
that. That's
remove
kind
the
of
cam
nice.
with a shock dart.
Recon goes over towards middle.
Chichu now
Doesn't hit anyone. Kind of clears all of these positions. The one on the top here.
And it looks like they might be about to use Kankan as a bit of a sledgehammer.
One of the first times I've seen Karen play over towards B. Looks like that was the main talk in the timeout. They kind of realized how they were playing over towards A. This is nice though in terms of the ult. Clears out all of this info. Can maybe heavier rotate.
Just yet. In fact, though, EDG are going to use that as a move towards B.
Cage up from Chichu as well. He's making his way around mid.
Does Lakia get over towards B in time to help them with the recon? Looks like he might. Wall goes in.
But the fight is taken instead. Munchkin blinded up completely, but Kankan can't get it done with Karen on the side. 3 kills.
This guy's so good, man. This guy is so good. Holy hell, of course Karen's good for at least 1 and in 6 chances as well. Yeah, just when they started... Just when we started believing a little bit, gotta remember that Karen can just get this. It was a good bait from, who is this, Munchkin? Stayed alive for a while. Kind of just used as bait on this one.
I don't know if they need to play a 1-map scrim before their next series, but they are just I would, if this was online, I'd say it's 5 different players, Tom.
Well, that's the thing. You look at their last few series, it does kind of feel like that. They always seem to lose one, except for an overtime victory for a 2-0 versus DRX. But that's also just something to talk about. The teams they're going through, it's not like they've had an easy route. You can't sit there and go, oh, you know, they beat one of the weaker teams in their region. They beat DRX, they beat
a lot of ults.
They've beaten Loud. These are teams that
4 people here though.
been within top 4 at international events. Now they look to beat the China #1.
He did a lot of damage. Yeah, and this guy got tagged by it as well. Smoggy low HP. This is where they need Chichu.
2 kills away.
And Extra is literally watching this. Oh. No way. The flash ended up blinding him as he turned the corner. Oh, man. No way. Okay, nicely done from Genji.
Wow. What a resurgence for this man. Not only on the international stage and seeing not just
that's by far the best their Breeze has looked.
But even in this series, 3 kills, 18 deaths, and 1 assist to start it out. And he certainly woke up towards the 2nd and 3rd map. But there's nothing that you could do you could say to take this away from Gen G as a squad. This team looks scary, threatening. And they're able to come back from these huge deficits from a rough
let me
map 1 to a
upload
dominant
the
map 2 and
VODs.
3. EDG played well.
So in terms of 1-1,
yeah, I think it's been
A-Corp,
a fantastic showing.
EDG.
A great start from them, and unfortunately weren't able to battle back. But
who
the real
joined them.
story here is with Gen G. You've got returning heroes, teams that have been here before, players that have stepped into this team after maybe having underwhelming previous seasons. Like expectations for this roster were
Pick'ems, yeah,
nowhere near
Pick'ems
as
are going
high as
alright.
this.
What are we? 5 out
Now,
of 6.
They sit top 4
It's not too
in
bad.
the world. They're looking at a chance of
Man, my
genuinely
Paper X belief
fighting
is
for a
too much.
trophy. And for some of the players,
What it was.
well, this is elation. This is time to prove themselves. For some of them, this is their first time. You're looking at Karen, someone who was stolen from rank.
This felt a little bit scary though after the first map.
4. That's where they currently sit within the VCT.
That's why you don't troll your ranked games.
Yeah.
You never know who's on the other side. Frankly, unbelievable turn of events.
Yeah, Gen G looking pretty scary.
There were doubters. There were
Especially
a lot
as
of
this was
doubters
like one of
even
the
after
maps where I
regional
didn't think they
performance
looked
coming
that
on the
good, and now they're
international stage.
looking
We
like a
weren't
little
sure
bit
what we were gonna
better.
see from these
Still,
guys,
their
but
defense half
all I wanna see is more,
still hasn't
more from this squad.
convinced me too
Texture
much.
especially. He was absolutely
Still
unbelievable
don't
in
think
so
it's
many
like a
of these
strong
rounds.
map for
Able to
them.
punch
Even
back
though they won
just as hard
11-1
as
in terms of
EDG
the half, I
came
still
out
don't think it's a strong map.
silencing
Like I would
Kankan,
still probably like to play
that's
against
a
this
feat of
map.
its own.
It must be nice having 2 duelists that are better than most teams' first duelists. Like, you look back to that split game, and it was just him and Meteor, both 22 kills apiece. You look at this game,
Grid
okay, maybe
Masters.
Texture was a little bit quieter, but he is just basically running straight into the site. But Meteor was thriving. And then I said, you've got that supporting cast. It truly is a roster that looks complete at this stage. And honestly, if you're heading into the playoffs,
Is there
I don't
draws?
wanna
No,
face
we have
up
to wait
against
until
this
tomorrow.
team, because even on this was
Because
one of
we've
their
got to find
worst
out who the
maps,
other 2
and they
teams
just
for
dominated.
1-1 is.
Tom, what did we say? What did absolutely everybody say when we saw the video.
So we got the teams that are 0-1 tomorrow, and then we find out who's like knocked out fully, and then who the 4-1-1 teams are.
I don't think anyone's going to be asking that moving forward. Jen was right. This is clearly a map that they're confident on. It's definitely a map that they're good on. And now other teams might consider taking it out, but with Split in there as well, I don't know what you want to do. That was a hell of a statement by Gen.G, taking down EDG in the fashion that they did over on Split.
Kaneki,
Now we got to
course,
see
bro.
if anybody
Thanks so
can
much,
stop
man.
this squad. They're looking for the top.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's almost like you have to start picking their strongest maps in the hope that maybe
Pretty sure there's no more random draws. On
they're
Pacific
clearly
Twitter
happy to play
graphic
their
is
weaker
clearly
ones.
written.
It really is an
Wait,
interesting
really?
prospect with this roster, and honestly, it's been enjoyable. Obviously, for the other side of things in EDG, it's not the end. They're still going to be coming back, but either way,
But on the video,
we're gonna
do
be heading
they?
off now to an interview down with Texture.
On the video, they say that it is.
Y aquí estamos con Texture y con Jen. We're here joined by Texture and Jen
Oh.
for some translating. And we're going to talk about a little bit what happened into this match. Actually, both of your map picks so far in this tournament have gone the other way. Do you think that it is just you dropping the ball, or maybe the preparation is not on point for the tournament? What do you think is happening?
그동안 경기를 보면 좀 젠지의 맵픽에서 아쉬운 결과가 있었거든요. 좀 준비 과정에서 아쉬웠던 부분이 있는 건지.
Yeah, it might be a placeholder. You're right.
설명할 수 있을지 궁금하다고 합니다.
맵픽이요? 맵픽에서는 사실 저희 생각으로는 전혀 문제 없었고요. 근데 오늘은 조금 되게 의외였었던 것 같아요.
왜요?
뭐지? 어센트를 밴을 할 줄은 몰랐어요. 저희가. 네, 그게 다예요.
No, I don't think the map vetoes or preparation were the problems, but what did catch us kind of off guard was EDG banning Ascent.
Ok, that is a good one. Parece ser que no les preocupa mucho que hayan fallado y hayan perdido los dos map picks que han tenido hasta ahora. La verdad que la mayor sorpresa dice que es que EDG les haya baneado el ascent. Eso es lo único que les ha sorprendido un poco. Para la segunda pregunta, les voy a preguntar
Loud K-Corp.
¿cómo puede ser que no se ven
That viewership will go pretty mad on that as well.
ese tercer mapa? Also, as a result, we've had very long matches. You always end up in that third map. Eventually, right, the pressure is going to catch up. Do you think that you deal very well with pressure, or is something that doesn't bother you at all, also moving on to playoffs now?
계속해서 시원한 2대0 승리가 아니라 2대1로 경기를 이기고 있는데 좀 이런 부분에서 앞으로 계속 플레이오프에 진출하면 점점 더 부담감이 강해질 수도 있잖아요. 이 부담감에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하고 있고 또 어떻게 좀 해결하려고 하고 있나요?
부담감은 전혀 없고요. 저희가 뒷심이 센 팀이라고 생각을 해서 근데 2대0으로 끝내고 싶은 게 간절하긴 합니다. 제 개인적으로.
No, not a lot of pressure. We're definitely okay with the pressure, but personally, I am desperate to close our series out 2-0. But we're pretty confident with our resilience and the ability to, crawl back or even just to recover.
Dice que no, la verdad es que la presión no le molesta en absoluto. Le encanta la resiliencia que tienen y cómo son capaces de darle la vuelta a la tortilla. Aunque la verdad es que le gustaría mucho tener un resultado 2-0 para ir tranquilitos. Esto es todo lo que tenemos. Thank you guys very much. We'll see you in playoffs. Go get a long rest and let's toss this back to the desk.
All right, not too bad. Okay, chat, we're gonna end it here. Who do you want to raid? Who shall we raid on this one?
Hello, by the way, to Tom joining us on the desk.
Thank you so much, everyone that tuned in as well. Appreciate you all. Tomorrow, same time, we got the 0 and 1 gamers.
You sound like a philosopher. What does that mean? Yes, it does.
Wait.
Jonas? Yeah, we can raid Jonas.
Yeah,
Let's do that.
Strongly agree. Thanks for joining us, Tom. But yes, that match was a roller coaster of emotions. Some not all too pleasing.
All right, appreciate you all. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place.
It's a really big low and then a really big high. I mean, crazy how that one swings around after.
We
Honestly,
got
miserable on ice.
Paper X against Heretics and Louds against FPX. Again, if you want to check out my YouTube if you missed any games, that is the place to be. Odd channel, main channel, whatever you want to do. All right, appreciate everyone. Thank you. Shout out to the mods as well. Thank you. And yeah, take it easy, everyone. I'll see you all in a little bit.
Nature of the duelist. It was the perfect 1-2 punch.
Yeah,
Alright,
it's so
peace.
funny that everything that I was saying about
Thank you,
EDG
Des.
in the first map, suddenly I'm saying about Gen G and this map. You know, it's just they were suddenly controlling the pace and bullying EDG at this one.
I think it kind of shows that both these teams honestly are pretty comparable, right?